good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you are. Hey Shay, Winsanity. Hey regular bro. Last time we did a watch party, you won 198, but I don't know, I got 690. I think I was feeling generous and I wanted to give 690. That would probably be it. Hey Don, over at N Hyper Esports channel. How's it going? Hey Avenger, I'm doing good. I'm excited for PMPL Americas Championship. How's my volume, guys? Is it too low, too high? Can't hear anything? Let me know. You misclicked there? Oh. That means that notification is working. Increase my volume? Okay. Is it better now? I have uni like 5 hours. I'm doing my assignment. Oh, someone's doing their homework late. Well, don't worry. I also have some homework to do. Hi, Malux. Malux J.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Q 瑞，欢迎大家来看 PMPL 美洲冠军赛，支持我的战队 HP。
Hola, buenas, soy Sebastián, jugador de Jaguar. Si quieren ver a los mejores equipos en acción, no se pierdan PMPL Americas.
Olá, rapaziada, quem fala é o Revo. Tô aqui convidando vocês para assistir a PMPL Américas, que vai ocorrer do dia 25 ao dia 28, então torce pela gente e segue o A7, é isso, bora.
Soy Erangel del equipo del Glory y hoy los invitamos a la transmisión de PMPL Américas para que nos acompañen en el día de hoy.
Salve galera, passando aqui para convidar vocês a assistir a PMPL Américas de primavera. Quero que vocês torçam muito pela gente.
I'm doing some UC today? Well, it's your lucky day because we're giving a bunch of UCs today. After this deadline, it's last date after this deadline. Nice. Hey, Anurag.
Welcome everyone
No
to
face
the
cam? No.
PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship Spring 2023. We have the best teams in our region from 3 different regions, 16 teams in total competing for not only the chance to win that lion's share of a $150,000.
Oh, look at that Monster Energy drink in the background. Bruh, I'm thirsty now. I'm actually gonna go and get some tea while they do all the introductions.
Myself, though I have tried in the past and it has not been pretty whatsoever. I got two handsome gentlemen to my left-hand side. You're right on the screen to join. We got Seven Worlds Gaming.
I love when they do casting, like real casting on the stage, not like online casting. You know what I mean?
We've had a lot of couple of months of the sub-regional play, but to see them all
Hey
come
Collins,
together and really
welcome.
see if Brazil is as good as they say they are, which they are.
They are.
We're gonna reconfirm that here.
They are. There's, I mean.
Hi Avenger on N Hyper Esports.
I'm gonna be shocked if Brazil doesn't end up winning this.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think they are definitely coming in as the strongest region. But you know what, you guys at home, we would love to hear what you guys have to say about all of these teams participating. All of our social media channels here down below, where Seven's feet don't touch the ground. You can
It's right now.
It's the first desk.
Well, let's be honest. There's a massive pillow behind him to make sure his feet can touch. But also, you guys over in the YouTube chat, you can vote for your favorite teams and teams you expect to win and see how it stacks up as we continue.
Alright, so these are the teams that are playing.
And honestly, we've been a little bit divided in our picks. I think Cameron actually, I mean, not to harsh on you too much.
And in a couple of hours, the in-game voting for PMWI is going to open. The PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Stars event. And in-game, you can vote for N Hyper Esports to send N Hyper Esports to a LAN event in Riyadh. You'll be here for one match only? You don't want to stay for 6 matches?
And of course, 6 matches per day. And of course, there's no league stage. All the points go straight into the overalls, and that determines who our winner's going to be.
You'll vote without me? No, because we're going to give some giveaways for those who vote, you know. And I think it's going to be some pretty good giveaways that N Hyper is going to be doing.
7 is the point system here too. Because when we did this for
You have to be up in like 5 hours? Bruh, just do an all-nighter. Don't go to sleep.
Yeah, you're really seeing some teams.
I mean, give one vote. You don't have, you can get 8 tickets per day. Just give me one ticket for N Hyper.
But they're able to get a lot of elims at the beginning, so hopefully
one ticket for N Hyper for the NA region.
It's going to be tough, but you know what? With only 4 days of play, Cameron, like you said, it's going to be extremely difficult for those teams who are maybe better at those longer format events, because these. It's technically like 2 different events in my mind.
One vote, 100 pop. Okay, I got a lot of popularities ready in your name, Don.
Well can you play in a short stint?
I even have the Bugatti popularity if you want that.
There have been some shorter events
but that's more than 1 vote, just so you know.
Across the globe have played in, so 4 days is a little. It's not as short as it could be, but that still means that, especially with the different.
So in-game, in PUBG Mobile, in the Esports Center, you can vote for any of your favorite teams to send them to PMWI. So the one with the most votes in each region gets to go play in a LAN event in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, and you have to do, I think, like 8 different tasks, and you get 8 different tickets, and you have to use the tickets before the day expires. So you get new tickets every day.
I thought you were doing this for exposure, but $25,000, man, that's a lot of money for these teams. And then that spot
I really need your shark. Well, I think you're gonna be sad with me because I forgot to buy the shark, and the shark expired, so I didn't get to buy it. But I bought the Bugattis.
That's gonna be the cherry on top of the $25,000. The MVP too.
So you can vote for N Hyper Esports. But make sure you get some screenshots when you vote, okay? I'm just saying.
Well, they have won back-to-back. They won both last year, so it's really up to them.
You guys will need screenshots for your voting for this giveaway. Yeah, so to enter tomorrow's giveaway, it will be on N Hyper PUBG Mobile social media pages. You can win a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna tell you because it's gonna be a big surprise. So if you vote for N Hyper, you are entered to give. You're entered into the giveaway.
Sure, those teams, I think the Brazilian teams could still be able to frag through important situations, but they might not necessarily know. Okay, what's a really secret, powerful dip in this position? What are the spots? How can we charge this compound? And on Vikendi, that's actually incredibly important to know how to attack.
I know, Don. I'm so sorry, but I do have a lot of other popularities. Just let me know which one you want that I have.
I'm just thinking last time we played Vikendi, Brazil just absolutely dominated that map as well. So I wonder if that's going to be the case here again this time around. Even though they haven't really played in a competitive, they have played scrims. Obviously, this is a completely
Hi, Smart Move Dispatch. Hi, Ems. Hey,
We're looking
7.
at 2 Miramars now. We're looking at 2 Erangels.
So if you're gonna vote for N Hyper in-game, make sure you get screenshots. You take screenshots.
Set themselves up with the playing style that I'm intrigued to see which one out of the other regions, right? Which team out of the other regions is going to be able to counter that aggressive style, whether it's in Sanhok or whether it's in Miramar, because Alpha 7 has been actually a little bit very dominant when it comes to Miramar in the region.
Yeah, and Cameron, you mentioned reps, and for me, there's a couple of things we can really break down from that. Reps on a map, but also reps on an international
YSS,
scale.
because you have to submit screenshots to enter the giveaway.
These international teams are at an event like this, and then you have like the tried and tested Alpha 7s who, this is a cakewalk for them. They're used to PMGC, they're used to the strongest teams in the world.
Oh wait, let me...
It's tough for a lot of these teams coming in here, trying
giveaway
to make a
for
name
what?
themselves, but they have every opportunity.
You mean what is the
I
giveaway?
mean, that is definitely a very, very fair point. There were a couple of teams that I don't think are going to be getting away with what they necessarily got away with in their own regions.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, YKG, that's the team that
The
comes to mind for
giveaway
me.
is for
I don't think they're
PMWR
gonna be getting away
voting,
with the
and
mass amount of
there's going to be
the
3
Joey
types
fights,
of
essentially.
items to give away.
I don't think it's going to really work out
Hey,
so
Max
well
Man.
for them, but who knows? Maybe they're going to hit some.
Time to
11th
sleep,
gear.
I mean,
Bell?
for me, for YKG, maybe 7, you have something to say about this?
No,
I
no,
think
no, no,
individually,
no,
they're
no, no.
extremely
It's
strong.
time to be
24K, we
awake.
still have these moments by himself being able to help carry his team.
Yeah.
The thing
What
is, about
items?
that
It's a
roster is
surprise.
anyone
I'm
can
not going to tell
really
you the
be
items now.
star,
You
and
just
that's
have
what
to
kinda makes them
trust
scary,
me that it's going to be great
but it's not gonna be
items.
scary enough when you go against the likes of an Alpha 7 head-to-head.
Yeah, like in the region,
You
they
just
look
gotta trust
absolute
me.
beastly right at certain times. And what you mentioned in regards to 24K, it wasn't just 24K. At times, it was Chico
Trust
being able
me,
to be
they
that
are
standout
great
player.
items.
Whether it wasn't maybe getting those elims, he would at least provide that support for his team to set themselves up, to put themselves in a great position. Man, I just can't wait to see what's going to happen after the first match, because then that'll kind of give us an idea of how some of the other teams are going to be
You're
able
so
to
dead.
counter how Brazil is
How
gonna be
long will the
aggressive,
live
or if
will be?
Brazil
I'll be
decides to
live
be aggressive
for
right off the
all the
bat.
6
Brazil
matches.
usually
So I think
sometimes,
6 matches
yeah,
is
they can be
about
aggressive, but they also have that switch.
4
They have that
hours.
Champions switch. If they don't have to be aggressive, they're not going to be. But if they see an opening, they're going to go for it.
Time to
Let's
sleep
look
for
over
us
maybe
EU
at the
folks.
latter region, right? And Cameron, I think
No.
there's a team you want to talk
It's not
about in
even that
particular with
late, bro, for
Jaguars,
you
and yeah,
EU
I mean,
people.
that's a team
It's
you
like
think
2
has
a.m.
a
for
legitimate
me.
chance
It's even
here,
later.
But I think you've said before that the region you would maybe rank lower than the rest at the moment in terms of what reason?
So the reason why I think it's
It's
really hard
even
to back any
later
Latin
for
American team
me.
is that when you look at their regional play so far this year, they've been
Watching
incredibly
you while I work.
inconsistent.
Nice.
The teams across the board, up and down in terms of
Bravo.
performance in their final placements when it came from qualification to league to the finals here. I think
Bravo.
Jaguar, I mean, they won the finals, so of course there's going to be a little bit of recency bias with
NHB.
that. But when you look at their performance,
Alright,
and
I
the
need
fact
to
that
do
they
some
delivered
posts.
very, very well on the games
I
that they
need to do
were
some
supposed to win.
posts.
A lot of their wins did come off of get favorable zones, of course, but the fact that they were able to get double-digit kills every single time and really milk those rounds for all of their worth, I think is going to give them an advantage here, assuming they can get off on a strong foot and not get overtaken by the aggression of Brazil, as Seven is alluding to.
Yeah.
One thing that worries me though, Seven, they won by 1 point.
Yeah.
So in my head, they're not necessarily the dominating team in the region, but that could be good or bad, right? That could mean the region in general is extremely close, or maybe they just didn't have the strongest of finals that they know they could have.
I think that's what it comes down to. I mean, you know what? We'll go back to that. I'm glad this came up. I'm glad Alpha 7 came up, because this team.
So
you
who
were
do you
talking
guys
about,
think is going to
how
win
Jaguars
the
was able to make it
Americas? I
here
mean,
just by
who
1
is
point.
your
I mean,
top
winning
3
the championship
predictions?
Just by 1 point, right? This team was able to win their championship, their finals, by 39 points, and it's so impressive because with the transformation that we've seen out of PUBG Mobile Esports, it used to be just 1 player to really frag out, and then it went to 2 players, and now everybody expects every single player to be able to put out a great
Evolution, yeah.
Yeah, and now everybody, and I mean especially from that team, from what we just saw in those stats,
A7,
everybody's able to
A8,
perform. And
A9.
what's even more impressive to me is that Senna joining
Energy
Alpha
is the
7
best,
after
thank you.
1
So you
year
want
being
me
gone
to
on a
tell
completely
me
different
you're
team, for them
streaming
to
till
be able
8
to perform
a.m.?
like that is scary, and now that they
Yeah, I'll be
have
streaming
one
until I
full
go to
event
work.
under
I have
their
work
belt,
after
I can't wait
this.
to see what they're going to do here in America's Championship.
And I think what makes them
A7
scary is kind of the
INCO.
opposite of what we see in
I'll be
Latin
back for final
America.
match, hopefully.
They're-
Alright,
They had
Collins.
6 chicken dinners in the finals.
Yep.
Yeah. Next team
Wake up
under them
early
had
instead.
2. They had a big lead going into the finals already from bonus points, but they just
DM me the
extend that
things
lead
if you
even
want my
further.
votes. I am
And I
not
think
gonna
they easily
DM you
proved
the
they're the most
things.
dominant team, but
You will
influence,
want the
I mean,
vote
they
to
won
send your votes in
back, right?
regardless.
This is a team that you can't sleep on.
This
Because
is-
you like me.
You gotta remember, Brazil, all the players are gonna try to get that chip, right? The Alpha
INCO
7's not happy
gaining,
that Influence
and
CHEMIN
the thing is,
got those back-to-back
you have A7 that's
wins
very
last
good.
year.
Then you also have
From
INCO,
talking
and
with
then you
Carrillo,
also
from talking with
have
Mafioso previously, they wanna
Influence Rage.
Make sure everybody knows that they are the
Those
best
3
team
are
coming
your
out of
kind of like top
Americas, as they were able
contenders.
to kind of showcase during PMGC.
Yeah. Well, what about North America, right? We haven't touched too much on them
Hey,
just yet.
Pogo.
The Panthers, Cameron.
When you're going
I
to
mean,
sleep?
A little bit of heartbreak at the end of the finals of the season.
Maybe I'll
Yeah,
take a
they
nap
came into the
when I come
finals
back
with
from
2
work.
bonus points.
Maybe
And
we'll
I
see.
still
Because I'm
got
also
fifth
going out
place. Like,
after
that
work
is
tomorrow.
ridiculous, and mostly
Or
on the
later
back
today.
of, I would say, Nate.
Yeah, Nate was definitely the standout player here. Definitely taking the lead, taking the charge.
I'm
My
gonna
hope is that it's
go
not gonna be the case
to
here
a
in the
book
finals,
fair.
and
There's
everyone
gonna be a
else
book
can
fair,
step
so I'm
up
gonna go
and
buy
sort of
some
match his
books.
numbers at least a little bit. But from the very beginning of PMPL North America, we were watching the Panthers and sort of waiting to see when they can hit that next level and sort of get those big numbers, especially in the elimination category. And we saw that in the finals. And in actual contrast with my point about the Jaguars is that one of the biggest strengths of the Panthers in the finals is that they had one 0-point game. Every other round, they had at least a couple of points coming from eliminations. And once you set that baseline of at least something coming in to your leaderboard every single round, then the higher placements, higher elimination rounds are going to be that much more powerful and really just be the cherry on top.
Well, that's actually perfect, Seven, because you remember on day one of the finals, what happened?
Yes.
They clutching things out to get that spark lit up in the team.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because that's exactly what I was thinking of. I feel like that it could have been a completely
I mean, because fun,
different turnout
thank
for the Panthers
you. I said
if
I'm at
Nate
the
didn't
gym
end
at
up
1 a.m.
clutching
I'm
up
gonna
for
miss
them,
most
and
of
if
the
Nate
stream.
didn't
Rip.
give them that spark
What
that,
are you
hey,
doing
anybody can
at
do
the
it for
gym at
once,
1 a.m.?
And you could
Hey,
tell too, you
Naldo.
could see a big shift when it came to the Panthers after
Me
Nate
too,
was able
because
to
we're
do
gonna
just that.
have a power
Everybody
outage
became a
shortly.
little bit more
Aw.
confident in their team. They were willing to take fights
Hums.
earlier on, and they started winning those fights, and it became a momentum right out of them. They were able to carry that. The big question mark for the Panthers is, are they going to just be relying on that again? Are they going to be relying on Nate to be like this spark for their team? Because if they are, that's going to be very difficult.
Let's be fair though, I think, because we gave a lot of smack to Zuko and Quan, but they stepped up in the finals for sure. They were easily the worst performing players on the team, but when it came to finals, came to like day 2, 3, 4, they're like, okay, Nate, you can rest for now. We'll carry things on our shoulders. And that's another team that has the potential with every player to be extremely strong. But Seven, we got to look at another North American team and a team that you wanted to focus on, Dope.
Yeah, the reason why I want to focus on this team is because if I think out of North America, and might be a shock actually, it's going to be Dope Esports. I feel like they were the most consistent team out of NA when it comes to placement points. This team averaged a 4th place finish throughout the finals, and that was just so impressive to me. Then the big question mark for me becomes, can they actually pick up their eliminations with the likes of Brazil now being in the lobby, with the likes of Latin? That is the big question mark. But if they can narrow down those elements at the end, if they can put themselves in a great position with the consistency that they have shown me before,
Are you losing points? Vote for NHP? Yeah. When the voting is live in game, trust me,
I don't see them winning.
it'll be
to expect the
all
eliminations
hell's
to
loose.
rise to the level of this larger event right now with Brazil. If it was the opposite, if they had good eliminations and they just needed to bring their placements up, that would be more likely here. But Dope did do a lot, did have a lot of rounds where they sort of snuck into the end position, and yeah, they got their placements before they left the server on the map. But to then, you know, I think it's a bit much to ask to them, like, oh, let's also add the eliminations on top when you're up against arguably better teams.
There's nothing to argue. It is a fact that these are better teams, like 100%, and that's the scary thing. Yeah. You look at Panthers, you look at Nate, you look at YKG. Do they have what it takes to beat Alpha 7, to beat teams that have been on a world stage multiple times, who have been playing in a stronger region for years? That's going to be the true test. And one way we're going to look at that is actually by taking a look at our MVP from our regions and really see how they stack up against each other, because honestly, it's going to come down to, I think, still a lot of individual play. I know QZZ is a man we're looking at when it comes to North America. He had, I think it was almost 160 eliminations, which we'll see here in a second. It's tough because his job only gets more difficult. Sorry, 149. His job only gets more difficult when you're playing more difficult teams.
What I will say for QZZ is that, sure, his numbers right now look lower than the MVPs for Brazil and Latin America, but he had another teammate, GK First, who was like right behind him in MVP score overall. And so you could make the argument that, I'm not saying I'm making this argument, but you could make the argument that N Hyper has more of like a team effort behind them, compared to some of the other teams, especially from
Hey, Devil, welcome. How do I vote for NHP? Please guide me. Don't worry, later when the video is out, you will see how to vote. The voting is not open yet. The voting will be in-game. It's not open yet.
Mix of this whole event.
One question, though, for you, Cam. Sorry, Jason. Is going to be, do you think QZZ is going to be able to get away with some of the stuff that he was able to get away with in North America?
Okay.
Because there was certain plays that you and I, if we were in the same room, we would probably end up looking at each other and be like,
yeah. So the reason why I have faith in N Hyper is that I sense a level of disrespect.
Top 5 predictions for America?
North American lobby.
I think it's going to be all like Latin teams, LATAM teams.
There. I fully expect him to make sure that they do not disrespect this lobby, that they go in treating this almost like it is the World Invitational.
I mean, to be fair, GK first on that roster, probably in all of North America, has the most international experience out of everyone. So if anyone's going to be able to do it and give that info, he's definitely going to be the man. But before we can hop into this first match, I got to give a big shout out here to my right-hand side, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And I'll tell you what, right now, we have a little prediction game going on, and Seven and I did confirm this during the PMPL season, that if he does lose in the prediction game, I get to pour one of those bad boys on his head, which I wouldn't recommend because you'd probably want to drink it. It's much tastier.
I'll drink it
Seven,
first,
it's gonna
and then
be
I'll
fun.
pour some.
Well,
And
I'll
then
pour
if you
some. We'll
lose,
pour some.
I'll pour some on you too.
That's not what was agreed on, but you know what we all are going to agree on? It's time to head into our first match of the day here. Let's head over to Zute and Papa Jukes.
Papa Jukes. He just had a baby.
Papa Jukes is here, baby. I hope you guys are as pumped as I am. Of course, I'm Hot Jukes here with
I missed
my
it.
man,
What did you miss?
Zute, the Americas Championship Zoo. Are you as hype as I am, bro?
Oh, super hyped. Americas is always a treat, especially when you get, you know, all these different regions mixed in for the first time for this year. So we got a lot of things, you know, that we are expecting depending on how they played in their own regional finals. But then we also got a lot of things that, you know, who knows what can happen when you throw a bunch of these teams together.
Oh, I do not know. I don't know, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what's gonna happen. All out mayhem, baby, right? Especially right off the rip here, because there's not a lot of time to really put points on the board. Yeah, there's 6 matches per day, right? 4 days of matches. At the same time, you want that first place, right? You want that automatic ticket to the big show. Not just PMWI, but PMGC and Zoo, right? A few teams have competed in PMGC that are playing here today.
Oh, I love that you brought that up. This is how we're gonna set it off for this. In my opinion, the best way to set it
I've been
off
playing Payload
is
whole day. How
look
is
at
it, by
all
the way?
these teams fighting right now and how well they've done historically. And you mentioned PMGC, and there is 3 teams that have made it to
I lost
PMGC
brain
that
cells,
are
a lot
playing
of
right
them.
now,
Really?
and
Is it
those
that
3
bad?
teams have one thing in common. Alpha 7, INCO, and Influence CHEMIN. They're all from Brazil.
Brazil about to
right?
be
People are trying to
dropping
predict
on
who's gonna do better
everybody.
in
I
this
think.
tournament, and there's a reason why, you know, Brazil's name come out on top. 3 of these teams have PMGC performances.
That's nuts, and that experience is just going to be massive, even coming to this stage here right now. And we've seen some teams thrive all the way at the top, right? We're talking about Alpha 7. They have a 3rd place finish on their belt when it comes to PMGC. You know, they want that big gold belt around their waist, but for now, that's in the future. That's in the future. But hey, their rivals, Influence CHEMIN, right? They had a pretty rough performance at PMGC, so this could be their year to really come in hot.
Yeah, their rival Influence CHEMIN, they did great in the group stage in the PMGC, but they finished last in the grand finals. So, you know, this year, I'm pretty sure Influence CHEMIN, they want to be the dominant team coming out of Brazil. They want to show their big brother, Alpha 7, who's always been doing better than them, you know, what's up. And it starts here. And once again, in the regionals, Alpha 7 beat them just over, you know, they took the 1st place, and Influence came in 2nd. So they have another shot at it here. But it's not just those 2 teams. There is 14 other teams, with only 24 games, you know, any team can come out on top.
Oh, and speaking up on top, right? The plane is off. These
Are you
players
going
are
to
on their
start yet?
way.
What do
I'm
you
looking
mean?
right now, first team off the plane
It's already
is gonna
started.
be N
The match is
Hyper
going
all
on.
the way up here in the north. So they're gonna have all this area to loot up and head on over to where that next
First
zone
after 3
is
minutes
gonna
average
go.
matches.
But looking so far,
Oh.
Zute, I'm not seeing any craziness just yet. I'm really trying to keep an eye out if there's that
Dang, we're
chance
far
of
from
a
the
hot
zone.
drop. I mean,
Yeah.
that'd be pretty risky here, starting off with that.
I think these teams, you know, of course, have had time to scrim with each other a little bit, even though they're coming in from different regions. It seems like everyone's got their own set drop spot. No real contestant anywhere. And coming into this stage of the tournament, you know, it makes sense. We don't have a league stage anymore. This is it. This is the finals. So nobody wants to risk it on, you know, a hot drop. If I get a weapon, if he gets a DBS, they're going to play it by the book. Everyone starts off where they want to. And, well, it's just the zones that go from there that shove everyone towards into each other.
Yeah, another team I'm looking at big time is going to be Alpha 7 right here in El Pozo. They are going to have the most loot going into here. That is a heck of a spot to drop right in that pretty much dead center of this zone. So they're going to be set up pretty well. YKG also in Monte Nuevo. They're going to be in a good position here for this game. Everybody else is going to have to start moving on in. I'm looking all the way down south. Looks like just south of Los Leones, we have ATON Esports. Pretty close to Jaguars.
I wonder how many of them are going to be carrying the M16.
Yeah, there could be some
With the
future
new
fights
whatever
down there in Los Leones. We
burst.
saw it out of the North America region. There is a lot of loot there, but of course, you know, with so many angles, there could be some scraps. Influence CHEMIN here, driving over to El Azahar, getting their loot on. Let's talk about the first circle real quick. It's a pretty standard one, I have to admit, Hot Jukes, but it's a good one. You got a lot of, you know, dynamic elevations coming in, a lot of strong power positions, especially on those high hilltops. And one thing that I'm noticing is Alpha 7, right, and El Pozo. That's usually where we saw YKG landed out of North America. They always took El Pozo and then instantly got priority over the giant mountaintops right east of El Pozo. And that's going to come into a huge importance because that's pretty much almost center circle right now.
That's a huge point. That's a huge point. And that's the way it is. You know, when you start going up to these bigger stages, you're going to have some monster squads come in here. And, you know, a place that you just had to yourself this whole time in your region, you're going to have to give it up
For
to your
spray,
bigger
there's already
brothers. And
M4
honestly,
Og doing the
big
job.
bros
Ooh.
in this lobby are going to be
TC
Alpha
already
7,
going
but it looks like
down.
it's going to be the Chosen, Gachi, the first player to get knocked to start
Poor
things off
TC.
here.
I don't think there's anyone near him as well.
Yeah, he's going to hop in that buggy and try to possibly go and lock down that confirm. I don't think he's looking to risk it. So you saw a little hesitation there.
Yeah, these teams are really split. We're only a couple minutes in, so of course no one really knows where everyone's positioned just yet. So that's a huge pick right there. And it looks like Royals of War do spot out another player of the Chosen. Gachi does get confirmed. So the Chosen down to 3. Supik trying to get that player knocked out of the bus. Couldn't get the last bullet in. That'll give Royals of War right there priority over the position that they were both fighting for.
Yo, Dreamzy was stepping on the gas right there and was able to make it out there just in the nick of time. So that is going to be really good for Royals of War. They're not going to lose a player to start things off. And Stellar! They should put a sign on that tree, right? You know, like one of those bridges that just show like, hey, only so much feet can cross? Yeah, that's needed. PUBG Mobile, come on.
They also need to get someone to just cut that branch off right there.
That's true.
That one little small branch stopped the bus. The Chosen right now forced to go somewhere else. They do still get a good position here because I mentioned earlier.
I played thousands of matches. I met what, like 2 to 3 people using the thing. True. That's not very like
taken first, but they can find somewhere else to go to. They will be down to a 3-man, and that's always
easy
a
to
rough
get,
way
in my
start off
opinion.
any tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? You got to be able to adapt and overcome because yes, we're watching PMPL Americas right now, but we got PMWI, PMGC, stronger, badder, more seasoned teams around the corner. So you got to be able to show off what you learned in this time you had this year. You can see some, those look like some nice warning shots, just saying, hey, we're here. Don't come this direction, okay?
He had like 360 5.6, you see right there down at the bottom. He could shoot those bullets all day. He's got more than enough to spare. And that's exactly what he's doing. You mentioned it, warning shots. You know, force them to rotate a little bit further.
Who else does warning shots in game?
Adex
Me, I don't do because I want to be like,
answering right back.
you know,
Dope Slayers. Seven mentioned it. He feels like they were
safe
the most
and quiet.
consistent team as far as, you know,
nobody needs to know where I'm
points
at.
go. So let's see how well this Dope Slayers team can keep that consistency up coming into this stage.
That's going to be huge. That's what this tournament's really all about, right? Is you want to be able to put up consistent points. We're going to keep saying that word over and over. We're going to hear it from the desk, from us, right? Putting some points on the board is just massive in such a small form tournament, right? We don't have 28 days. It's only 4. So you got to put points on the board, and then when you get that opportunity, that beautiful zone, that perfect place, you got to put up some massive points. So Dope Slayers, definitely that squad that can just fly under the radar, sneaking
In
in.
tourneys, we do. Oh, you do? Just let people know that, like, no, don't come near me, type of thing?
Pop off with a 20-point dub, so you definitely got to keep an eye out for them.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they also lost a player. So the first 2 casualties of the game going over to the NA side. North Americans team right now not starting off on their best footing.
Okay.
Saw N Hyper rotating there. Do want to keep an eye on N Hyper and Influence CHEMIN. Both of those teams rotating in from the northeast. So there's a decent chance that their rotation pathing will force them to clash at some point.
And risky to push?
I mean, does go down as well. Yeah, that's gonna be all the way from the top of this hill.
I mean, I wouldn't do the shots if I actually wanted players to you know, rush me. Then I can actually get them off guard if they don't know I'm there.
But yeah, after I think hearing probably that buggy from Robert, decides to kind of just hold this position there. Oh, but Robert detracts. A lot of hesitancy so far.
Yeah.
But then again, yeah, in tourneys, I would be so scared to approach anybody.
17 that's more scared. Yeah, Rojas. He comes right back in. He's got teammates coming in. Rojas going in for the confirmation first. Will they manage to pick up another member? Dope down to 2 already in the new circle, Jukes. It centers right on top of this position.
Ooh-wee. So, I mean, I think we can definitely see the nerves kicking in here. And it's not a surprise. I mean, you work all year long to get to this stage. First game of the day, the nerves are definitely going to kick in. You know, I always say, like, I call it the hot Jukes excuse card, right? You only get so many punches of it. First game, I'll give you it, and that's it at this stage, right? First game, you got to be able to shake those nerves off, and you got to be able to clutch it up. But yeah, you saw just from that movement from Dope, in and out, just seeming to struggle. But it looks like we are seeing some teams get popped early in the feed. I think that was N Hyper getting knocked by Loops.
You say teams, but all I see is
GK First is
getting clapped right
down.
now.
Goodness.
That is
And they got the
four,
kill, I
believe,
think, on him.
players taken out and all coming in.
Yeah, GK First is out.
American side.
How they were caught on
Super
rotation.
rough
We have
start.
also
Loops
Influence
picking up
Rage
that
right
point
behind
there.
us.
Teams are crunching in, and I just want to say
They're
real
like
quick, man,
following us to see where
all
we
the
stop.
knocks we've seen so far, long range, like extremely long range. These players are dialed in when it comes to their accuracy.
Yeah, Hot
Yes,
Juice is
they
a
are.
papa
North America
now.
getting
He has a
picked
little
apart. And there
girl.
goes another
Super cute.
player. That is every single squad of North America losing one player to start things off. Oh my goodness. So things definitely need to get tightened up on the NA side. Don't want to be going in against these squads with a 3-man team. That's going to be the case here to start things off. I mean, you're right. I mean, these guys are laser focused. One misstep and you're going to be on your knees.
Yeah, here comes a clash between 2 non-North American teams, Royals of War and Loops. Close range. Ayala does have the DBS in hand, and oh man, always the DBS so clutch.
Hey, yeah,
Ayala clutching it up big time right there for Loops. One of the players does get knocked.
Obey
That's
Dala.
gonna be another member
How's
here
it
from
going?
Royals of War starting to push, looking to get a little bit of revenge, but with all that time and zone, it's gonna make this push very, very difficult. What do you think, Zute? You think this team's gonna hold on and push this, or just detract?
What a surprise, sir. Yes, it was not planned.
So the next step is to look for some util openings.
It was
They're
not
able to
planned
catch it.
whatsoever.
Dreamsy
But I was
right
like,
there
you know what,
in
since
the
I'm
front
awake
lines,
anyways.
Stuck with Cardoza, and Ayala pops off to the right-hand side to support his teammate. They got a 2-2 split going on. 4v3 situation. Nades coming in. The next opening will most likely be from the util, and whoever gets the next opening, especially if it's Loops, that's going to be pure aggression from there on.
Oh, there we go. Mythic gonna open things up with a beautiful nade. Ayala's not gonna get it done, but he didn't have to worry about it. Cardoson clutches it up, and I believe that is gonna be it for Royals of War. Dreamsy gonna have to make something massive happen. He does have an opportunity. Gets one. Well, actually, no, he didn't. I thought that was a for sure knock, but yeah, with that, he's on the run. Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, Dreamsy, he's about to go dreaming right here. He's about to get knocked out soon. 1v4 situation. DBS, Ayala coming in again. First team eliminated. Royals of War, and that is Loops picking up 5 points already. That is huge. The devs talked about it earlier. Elimination points, much more important than However, this year with the new point system, man, not a lot of placement points go around.
My day is good. My day's been long and busy, but it's been really good.
Here in the PMPL Americas Championship 2023.
This is a new roster of Loops, but yeah, Loops is playing. Like, the organization of Loops is playing. They were banned for competitive for 1 year. The players, I think, but not the organization.
Jaguar, however, first place from their region.
Ooh, YKG fighting Influence.
This is
Oh, that Nate, that Nate, that
One of the
Nate.
PMGC experienced teams getting
No.
good trade right back to the 3-2v2 situation now. It's trades back and forth, Jukes. This could go either way.
Wait, what is, who's knocked? Okay, so it's 2. Oh, YKG is down to 1.
That is going to hurt YKG tremendously.
Because of Carrillo, yeah. Not all the players? I don't remember exactly which players, but
yeah, YKG were the defending teams.
I think they were banned for 1 year. For 1 year from competitive.
NA teaming up right now on Influence
For what they did for their stunts.
Remember, they're only down to 3. They're trying to look for a knock right here, pushing in closer. QZ.
The story was wild. It
Close
was.
now, Jukes.
You can see the hesitancy, you know, even though they have them on the run.
QZ,
they are
kindness.
being very careful. Don't want to make a misstep. Kindness, gonna try and throw a grenade.
They're gonna fight this.
Smoke to kind of eliminate those sight lines. Oh, and Hyper might be disengaging from here.
Yeah, that's smart. They can't see where they are.
Yeah, well,
No.
they're not very aggressive.
Oh, thank gosh.
Just as a team in general. So unless they could get that easy opening, they're probably not going to go for that push. And they do back off. That could hurt them in the long run because they're not in a great position as far as, you know, rotations
Carrillo is
go.
still good.
Right
That's why he's in A7.
Minimap. If the circle shifts anywhere to the east, they have a lot of dead space to cover. So I'd rather see them try
Alright,
and
so
go
far
for
it's the
another
NA
opening or
teams
a
that are
knock right
suffering,
there.
I see.
But we'll see if the zone does favor them on this next upcoming shift.
Let's see what's going to happen. Where's this zone going to go? Is it gonna set her up?
So the main
Possibly
reason
Erange
was
is gonna
because
set her right
Carrillo
up on
was
that. So the Panthers gonna be
cheating
in a good spot. Dope Slayers
with
as
one of the
well,
player's
but, oh,
girlfriends.
man,
I don't know, was making out with her.
Influence, CHEMIN, they all have to
And
get going
the player
in
caught
this spot.
him.
And here comes the push. Yeah, immediately. They're
And
not messing around. Joey's got the DBS though.
because
Oh,
it
he
was such a
misses the
shitty
first shot.
move.
Can he clutch it? He gets him.
Ooh.
He gets the double kill. Oh, but that is
Alright,
gonna be it.
so it's such like a bad move.
YKG are going to get eliminated.
Yeah, with the
So,
teammate's girlfriend.
Influence, CHEMIN,
The
clutching
rest
it
of the
up, getting those
team
clutch
like
eliminations,
wasn't happy
but
with
they
what
do lose 2 in the
Carrillo did,
process.
so in solidarity
in
they
total.
all just like stopped
And
playing
a tough zone
because
to get into, it's going to be a tough start.
Yeah, I mean, you got to respect every team out
Because,
here.
yeah,
Even though Influence
they were
CHEMIN
so tired of
won
his
that fight, as we're looking at some quick replays here.
BS.
It was a 4v2 situation, and they still lost 2 players. I mean, that's Joey for you. Joey backed in a corner. Man, you got to be careful around that guy because he will punish you. even
Wait, I'm
if
getting
you
the
have
tea
numbers
here.
advantage.
Nathira,
Man, can you
welcome. Yeah,
imagine
there's
if
a.
Overnight
I don't know if you know the
wasn't there
story
to
about
stop that
Carrillo
push
and
from them?
Loops,
Could've gone
the ex-Loops
in the complete
players.
other direction. So, I mean, we're very fortunate for Influence CHEMIN to how that to work out. YKG
Yeah, because
definitely
Carrillo
gonna
was still playing. Like
analyze
Carrillo didn't give
what
up
happened
playing.
there and make some adjustments in the next game. But look
The
at
others
this,
gave up
Loops
playing,
still
so
with 5 eliminations up on top. They are looking good with the full squad. Alpha 7 though, stalking, right?
that
Trying
was
to look
such a
for that
big
high
thing
ground,
that happened on
securing
screen.
it into this next zone as things are gonna start firing up here, Zoot, in the next few seconds. Let's get it.
Yeah, I do think Alpha
So
7
this
will
the if
most
you didn't
likely
catch what
end
I
up
said, the
having to
stuff
take a
was
fight
that
with
Carrillo.
Jaguar
So
as first place out of Brazil
the
and
people
first place
that played,
out
they
of
were here in Dubai
America.
for
Next
that
zone,
time.
neither team gets the circle, you know, they have to push past each
What was
other.
it? PMGC?
So we'll see what happens over there on that side.
Yeah, I think they were
Chosen
here for the
just trying to find whatever
PMGC
position
in
they
Dubai,
can
was
on
it?
the edge of the circle. Loops definitely have the high ground advantage and the man advantage here.
It was Dubai.
Still, oh, and there goes in.
Because they had no subs. It was only 4 players there. It was a LAN event.
On the way in. That's gonna be 2 points on their side.
Anyways,
I mean, the Chosen is
so
completely locked down in this spot.
one of the players had
Every
their
direction,
like
so Stella
girlfriend with him
here,
or
he doesn't
something,
even wanna peek this in the
and his
slightest. Don't
girlfriend
wanna make
was
that
the
risk.
owner of
Check
Loops
to make sure his
organization,
vehicle's still there, ready to go.
and Carrillo
Wait, every team right now, this is that planning phase, just
did
trying
the
to
naughty
wait for that
thing
next zone, predict
and
who's gonna
slept
go,
with
and
this
just get on the
girlfriend
move
who
the
is
second it
also
does.
actually his boss. so the CEO of the organization, because it was a female. And yeah, the player caught him and his girlfriend with Creo coming out from the hotel room or something. And in solidarity, the other teammates were like, bro, why did you do that? And I think there was a fight that came out. And I think they punched Creo. Anyways, of course they had to play. There was no subs. It was only 4 players. And in solidarity, they just like stopped playing. They didn't care to win the championship, even though they were in line to win the championship.
They're gonna make a move. I guarantee you, the second the zone pops, the chance of that zone going
yeah,
to them
PMGC 2020.
so
it was somebody else that won the championship instead. But yeah, they were in line to winning. And Hyper lost another player, and we're down to 2.
Alpha 7 are in their vehicles and on the move.
Intense gaming on top of that mountain. With all 4 up, this could be a huge game for them if they play their cards right. We see one of them knocked, and yeah, just like I predicted, Alpha 7, they're gonna go in for this push. They do not want to drop.
Why would they be mad? Because Korea went behind their back and behind a teammate's back to like sleep with someone's girlfriend. So that's a bad thing. Like I would also be mad.
Piece by piece. Jaguar in trouble.
And they were like in a relationship for like a long time. It wasn't like a short relationship. I think they were together for 2 years or something.
And onto Alpha 7 because they know who's there, especially after losing 1 player. But we're starting to see teams and players get knocked
You're not
out
wrong,
all
Don.
over the place.
Oh no, QZ! Got third party.
Push continues, Juice, and here comes the second push for B3. Now they're scaling the walls, they're scaling the building. Time is on neither team's side as the blue is closing in.
I mean, it takes 2 people to cheat, so blame both parties.
Trying to find some angles here, but you know, some utilities coming his way. Does get some nice little shots off.
The girl also saw opportunity and cheated. The guy saw opportunity and cheated. So
Mercy is gonna take him down.
yeah, it's a 2-way street. Both of them were wrong, basically.
Oh, look at this. Rebo with the DBS looking to finish things up.
And basically, they just wanted to hurt the org. They wanted to hurt her for what she did, so they just didn't play. And I think in the end, anyways, Loops, the players didn't get their money from the event anyways. It went to the CEO or something.
Step ahead, but of course they gotta fight into another team. They're gonna go into All Glory Gaming right after this fight. It's not every team that can take 2 team fights in a row and succeed.
When I do my free time, I don't have free time. I do a lot of work.
In the next few seconds, as this zone is already starting to close, so
Oh, it's PMWI, number 3 in PMGC, and so yeah.
On the side of Overnight,
He walked into the mall.
and right into the lobby as Overnight shuts down Dope Slayers.
Alright, Dope is out.
They lost 2 in the process. I believe that was another
A7 is in trouble.
2 players from the 4-man team got knocked and eliminated.
That was a nice finish. You should finish him.
Long range, and that forces Alpha 7 to crash in
with
only 2 players
A7 is out.
To have that second fight victory.
A7 not even gonna get this chicken dinner.
Yes, from this side of the zone, trying to beat.
I have no idea if she's still the CEO, honestly.
While they're defending is not easy. I love the fact that Alpha 7 is willing to commit at any moment's notice, though. All Glory Gaming gotta be feeling good taking down the Titans that are Alpha 7 and finishing them off, so they are in a pretty decent spot. We'll see where this next zone
Yeah, it's only the first match. All the teams are just like trying to get their bearings, trying to figure out what they can do and stuff like that. Okay, NHP have zone.
This is the most I've seen a circle center up every single time, so pretty fair circles to all the teams involved. Let's just see how they manage to close this out. We're down to 9 teams left. There is finally some placement points to be had. I do believe 9th through 16th is actually 0 points, Drew. So, man, all the teams that have been getting those elimination points, they're putting themselves in a good spot right now.
Oh, yes, they are. Let's see what's ATON Esports are going to do. They're going to have to drive it to this next one. And you know, every single player is looking to catch a vehicle, but they are able to make it to this compound beautifully. So ATON are going to survive for a few moments longer as they are setting up for this next zone.
INCO right there, dead smack in the middle. In a
Let's
shack.
go
And
in
yeah, this is why you have to
Hyper.
play in the hard cover because of Intense Gaming on top of this mountain. I called it out earlier. This is their game. A lot of points, especially from
Who's
this
your
position,
favorite
and they're getting it
gamer,
done
like
with those
content
elimination
creator?
points. Only 2 for now. But with all these players forced out into the
Don't say
open,
that, Don.
could
We don't
pick
want
up a
them to
couple
get
more.
20 kills with the
Oh,
chicken
they're picking
dinner.
them up piece by piece. This is Intense Gaming's time to shine. This is that kind of zone that you beg for, right? You want to be able to just clutch up and get
Intense
a ton of
game has a
eliminations
good
in the
position up
process.
there, but if
So
once the zone shifts
definitely
away,
do
they'll
not
have
wanna
such a
let up
hard
on the
trouble coming
gas
down.
as they put another one in the bank.
Blue zone starting to crunch in ever so more. All the teams
Flamingo?
are in zone. Here comes
Flamingo
Flamengo coming in on the
Esports.
backside of Intense Gaming. Now this is a fight that they have to defend. If they get this one done,
Tell Tencent to give me the popularity master check mark. Is that such a thing?
circles, but it's a head-to-head fight.
Imagine you get
4v4 situation. Intense
a
Gaming
check mark for
kind of on the back foot though, as they're
being
forced
a
to be
master
pressured down
popularity.
by the util use out of Flamengo.
Yeah, Flamengo's going to have that high ground, always proven to be so useful here in this position. These nades are very difficult to throw, so much different elevation. You really
It could be a
have to throw
thing.
it just pinpoint accuracy if you want to get that knock. And we'll see if they do happen to have that in the bag. But for now, I don't think they mind just kind of sharing this real estate until that zone decides to move off of them.
Yeah, they gotta be a little
Waiting
bit
for this
hesitant
to
push, right?
shift.
Because there's ridges all
Just to
across.
see
It
where the
gives
zone
defending
goes.
team a little bit of advantage when it comes to that, especially in TPP. So maybe they're just gonna wait for the next circle. They did try though with those nade openings, like you mentioned, but very hard to nail in. All the teams for now in this circle.
See ya, Neptera.
so
Thanks
might
for
be a
stopping by.
stalemate until the next shift.
And
Hey,
that's
cool
exactly what
kid.
we're seeing right now. The calm
HYP or
before the
NHP.
storm. ATON Esports holding down the gas station. Quan!
Uh-oh.
Just moving out into the open. I mean, he thought he was covered from all sides, but you
Oh.
gotta watch out from the heavens, Ute.
You gotta watch from
That's
the
right,
heavens.
keep angle. Oh, there's the opening, and you see just like that, they get the nade opening. They immediately forget about the Panthers because they know this is their priority fight. But here it comes, Diego with the huge defense, two right off the bat.
Also, I
with that
forgot to say
angle just
welcome,
proving to be
Mohammed,
massive. Does get
to the
two.
stream.
Ooh, gets pieced up in the back. Gonna try and find a little place of cover. Here comes Fox though. Oh,
Thank
gets
you for
naded.
subscribing.
That's gonna make things that much more difficult. It's only one player left up, and that's
Strange, I didn't get any alerts. I just now see it on the dashboard.
Man, that push. That's why they were so hesitant. A lot of angles to clear out. It's not as easy
Alright,
as it looks.
NHP
and
have
they're
a
down
good
to one,
position
like you
in
mentioned, and the
zone,
next
right in the
zone shift.
middle.
This fight could have determined a lot in terms of who gets the most amount of points in this match. Intense Gaming looking to be
Ooh.
a great victory. Now they hold it down, they keep the mountaintops for themselves, and now they have reign over
Team Loops
all
on
of the
fire.
teams in the
IG is on fire.
couldn't even
What's their name?
Just gets
IG
instantly eliminated. That's gonna be huge for
with a
Intense
dolphin
Gaming, 'cause
dolphin
now they are gonna
icon.
have all this high ground. If that zone keeps going on them, I mean, they are gonna rank up double-digit eliminations big time.
For sure, points getting taken right now. INCO from the shack with a successful defense. Of course, it wasn't just them defending. Everyone was
Loops
shooting at that
also
rotation.
have a good
Corey
position. They
Oh, no.
have the view of
Vehicles forced to
everything.
run in the open with smokes. That is
Oh,
one
they're
crossbar
out. That was
definitely
not a good
gonna be able to
rotation
make.
from
Loops right now
them.
with 9 elimination point streaks, 9, and they still have 4 up.
Oh my goodness, easy points for
Dang,
them. Nothing you can really
Loops.
do in that situation if you're all Glory Gaming. Loops looking to add more to their
Intense
score, though.
Gaming. Okay, thank
Crazy
you.
eliminations from them. Intense gaming
Or
as well.
intense game.
INCO stuck in the shack,
But
they are in this zone, so
why
the
a
zone
dolphin
locks onto
logo?
them.
Interesting.
be in a pretty good spot
It's
here.
cute.
They're in a good spot to turtle up.
I mean, because
they're
fan
gonna be
think,
able to
yeah,
get many points
hams.
from here, but hey, the placement points do start racking in. We're down to the top 5. Those two
Is it
players not
hams
in
or
the zone. It's
hammies?
just one player from INCO that
Oh,
managed to
no.
get in. Yeah, INCO's gonna go down to a solo.
Just die to
and
zone.
at this
Just
point,
die to
deny the
zone.
points.
Don't give them
Yep.
points.
Deny the points. Points are so precious, especially with only
You're cute.
24 games. You never know that point difference can make
Smart.
difference.
Let Papa Blue
I'm
take
always
those
cute.
points from away from these Titans that are still.
Oh, they want to see how they can jump down without losing damage.
right dead center. And N Hyper is gonna go down.
No.
So that was insane. They're gonna go out. I believe that was in.
Well, 5th place is not too bad considering they lost 2 players very early on.
The Panthers, the last squad up for North America, 3 members to their name.
Nate up. Nate is up.
That was a surprise name. I didn't even see that coming.
But you also gotta worry about
Alright, this is gonna be like a Loops chicken dinner. I can tell.
Loops is in big trouble now.
Either Loops or IG, but I think it's a Loops chicken dinner. Actually, maybe I spoke too soon.
Loops could have won.
Maybe not.
They could keep all 4. Ayala does get that trade back, but 1 player does get confirmed. Cardoson deep underneath.
Mythic might go crazy. Mythic always goes crazy.
But the Panthers, Nate, they want to say something different about that.
This is their chance to really get this third party going.
TP is still in this. North America has a chance to get a chicken
INCO
dinner.
as well down at the bottom. He could spell disaster for a squad if they are not paying attention. So Loops is going to live a little bit longer here as they do have that perfect overhang on this mountainside. That's the perfect amount of cover. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a stalemate
16-year-old,
here for now.
nice.
One little piece of utility, though, is all it takes. Mythic. Man, I mean, you have to really hug that mountain. Otherwise,
They're all hugging the mountain.
And with the next circle, we're gonna head into the last.
I wouldn't mind being 16 again.
Here, and then it's gonna close down to the blue. If it does shift up to the north side,
INCO
we could see
solo.
a zone end on top of this high mountain, giving Intense Gaming almost a free win. But if it goes down south, that gives a huge chance for INCO to just sit tight and let these 3 teams battle it out. And oh, correction, we're already into the last zone.
That's right.
My bad. That does favor, I would say, the side of INCO, because these 3 teams
How
will have
old
to
are
come
you?
down
Me?
and
How
fight
old I
against
am?
each other. And here it comes. They're posturing up right now to get the angles in.
Alright, there's no
so
more
right
zone
now,
now,
you
so
definitely wanna pass off all of your first aids
no more
to
zone
at least
closing. I
one
mean, this is the
player.
final zone.
So that way you can get a little bit of a heal strat going. We'll see exactly what happens here towards the end. You can see Intense Gaming starting to be like Billy Goats climbing down that mountain. And
Refresh your stream if your stream is a little bit delayed.
This nade could be devastating. Oh, throws kind of blind. Oh, it gets taken out. That is huge for the Panthers.
It clears up their backside. Now they don't have to worry about that angle, but this is a more concern for them as they got players over the top. The peak, the lead peak doesn't hit the shots. Oh, he does get it. It's actually Diego that gets it, but there's a trade knock. Still Loops to watch out
Why
for
are they
here.
still going running in the...
Just staying quiet, not even a worry to the
Okay,
win.
finally.
Quad clutching it up for the Panthers, finding the smokes as well. And now Loops is looking to answer here, but Yellow clutching it up. There goes the Panthers. 2 teams remaining. It's Loops and Intense Gaming.
IG and Loops.
2 from the Loops. Intense Gaming with 3 and a 4th player that can get revived. It is not looking good for Loops here. But this Loops team, if they could pull a miracle, would be right here. If they could stall out just long enough to force the players to jump down.
IG, you think IG gonna win this? I think IG can win this. They have a better position, but the zone is closer to them than to Loops.
Yes, he is dangerous. And honestly, Intense Gaming, they're going to have to jump down. So they do have an advantage. They got to use it. That's a huge knock. Ayala gets 1. He's not going to be able to get it.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
Intense Gaming that wins
Wow.
match number 1. Diabolic, you called it.
Intense Gaming, a team that we weren't really, keeping an eye out for, but of course they had an eye out for everyone. And those last few zones,
for
that huge
Intense
successful
Game.
defense against FLAMENGO, that was the make it or break it point from them. And when they won that one, they knew they were in a good spot to, not just pick up a lot of elimination points, but they won the first match as well.
So huge. I mean, the high ground always proving to be the big advantage when it comes to Miramar. And they got the perfect zone in that situation. They still had to fight for it, like you mentioned with that fight that we saw from FLAMENGO, but they clutched it up and got it done here. So they're going to be our victors for game number 1. Still a lot more action left to go, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
And we're back! It's us here in the studio as we did see Intense Game take home the victory, which, funny enough, Cameron Davis, you predicted.
Yeah. In my defense, I predicted because I.
We'll see if the
had
number
confidence that they
system
would make
works
top
this time.
three
We'll also
from
do
that
the
high
number
ground
system
position,
for the
But
giveaway.
they actually handled that very, very well, despite being attacked from multiple angles, and then that final flank at the very end to really get that clutch win. Not really clutch because they were in the lead, but still, that final win against Loops was really good. Thanks, guys. Making me look real smart.
And that's not easy to do.
Not easy.
Let's take a look at the match results here in this last one and see how things are broke down for the teams with the match ranking. 26 points, 16 eliminations.
Are we surprised?
Alright, we got
that
5 points at
Brazilian teams are
least.
getting that
But
many
my
wins?
gosh,
Not at all. I am
26.
surprised though that it is intense game there with 6
For
eliminations,
intense.
but it comes down to what you were saying, like them being able to actually beat FLAMENGO Esports was huge for them to be able to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't like, honestly, any team, not to take away from intense game, but that is the position that you want to be in to get the points that you see on your screen right now. So it was definitely very, very good for them to defend against FLAMENGO Gaming and really keep that spot, because I think it could have easily flipped in the other direction, but they won their fights out. They won their 1v1s. They won their 1v2s actually a few times there, able to milk that. Now the question is, can they repeat that performance, especially if they're not given such an advantageous position?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing we were discussing, right? We were watching Loops in that kind of situation when Intense Game was fighting against FLAMENGO. We're kind of like, why is no one pushing this high ground? Why is like Loops not taking advantage of the fight happening? But at least they closed things out here, and you can see Cielo 950 damage.
Yeah.
6 eliminations. I mean, look across the board, right? It's not one player doing really well for the team, Cameron.
What's good though is that
Also, it's not
my memory serves me correctly,
198
it's actually
UC.
Diego
It
that
will
was the star player
be
coming in from the league. So the fact that it is
300.
not, again, just him
I
putting up
think,
the
one
numbers, it's a
second.
couple of
I have
other
to check
members. And I
something.
mean, again, Jello had, I believe he was the one that had that great flank on the side of the FLAMENGO players pushing on in. He got the 2
It will be
piece. They didn't know that he was
340
hidden behind a rock.
UC, not
So,
198.
like
I
really
have
good
to
performance
update
by
the
him.
command.
7, anything to add?
On that one? No, I mean, he said everything I want to say.
He did justice. He definitely did. But let's be honest, I
340
think this
UC.
first match really set the tone.
Yeah.
For certain teams, you know, I mean, I'm talking Loops up, right? Because that was the team I predicted. Seeing Ayala and that confidence with the DBS, I mean, that's something we didn't even get to dive into if you guys missed out on the PMPLs. DBS you're going to see in every
Alright
single
guys,
match.
guess a
He was
number
clean,
between
he was
1
efficient.
and
Loops, for me, 7 are still off to an
50.
extremely strong start.
Yeah, going with that, I mean, Ayala,
Good luck.
he didn't even have the first shot. The other player from Row had the first shot, and he was able to.
You
turn
definitely
him.
can
And
get
something
3
you were
million
saying, I mean,
tonight.
you were talking about players with a lot of experience. Ayala is actually one of those players, even though
Oh wow.
it is kind of new for him to be
We
in
already
Brazil.
have a
Overall,
winner.
Loops, the aggression that we
Congratulations,
saw out of them was very impressive. We saw
GS
what they
Devil
were able to do to
Gaming.
win Hyper, being able to eliminate GK first
Can I give
was really
can I
good.
have your
And I
ID in
love
the
that they
chat,
continued
please?
to follow N Hyper, even if they weren't going to engage, to make them back off even more. And I think that was something that N Hyper was not used to. And I think they're going to have to adjust that. What you said, like, it comes out. This first
Giveaway
match
has
is
ended,
just gonna
guys.
Set the tone for the rest of the day.
Looking at these numbers here, or the damage dealers overall, the fact that Loops are matching IG,
You were very
had
close,
the high
Lena.
ground, hard high ground position, just
Thank you
shows
for the
how
ID.
successful and efficient they were with just the constant output of damage, because they were doing a lot more of chasing teams down, going for close range engagements throughout
So
the
I'm
early
just
game
now
through the
typing
mid game as well.
PMPL
So if anything,
Americas,
that actually
day
shows a stronger
1,
performance by Loops, considering what
match
positions they were in
1.
and what opportunities they had.
I saw what they were able to do to YKG as well. I mean,
Yeah.
it did end up losing one player, but YKG got smart.
Yeah, I mean,
GS
okay.
Devil
I was
Gaming,
bashing on Joey a little bit,
congratulations.
seeing him whip those first
The
2
next
shots, but it was a great little comeback, and I think that just kind of
giveaway
goes to,
is after match
how good he is
2.
as, like, a
This is
veteran of the
for
game and in this high-pressure
300
situation.
UCs.
But we still saw a lot
40.
of fights like break out across
340
the
UC
board, even
each.
seeing Influence Chemin
So
just have
next
a little
giveaway
bit of a
after
tough time
match
kinda
number
splitting
2,
themselves in
guys.
between 2 different teams. But what's up, 7?
Right there, like when FLAMENGO was taking those shots on the Chosen, Intense Gaming took so much advantage out of that to be able to kind of get a little bit closer and take that fight. And I feel like that was actually what hurt FLAMENGO to be able to try to engage with 2 fights at the same time.
Yeah, here, this is the fight, the Intense Game really controlling that. It was actually Diego that had that 2-piece on the FLAMENGO push that just didn't spot him at all. But a lot of fighting in these little offshoot positions just because of Intense Game's high
Bad
ground
the
position.
gambling,
It was
so my
really
love life
difficult
should
in
be
the end
awesome.
game if you didn't already have a position pitted under.
Yes,
that
you
high
can
ground,
only
like
win
what we
once
saw
per day.
Loops
So if
and
you won today,
Panthers
you cannot
with,
win again
you were
today,
not
but
getting
you can
it.
come back
Why would I
tomorrow
say
and
this,
win
though, about
tomorrow.
Intense Game? 'Cause, I mean, I don't want to talk
And you
them
can win
down
on day 3
whatsoever,
and you
but
can win
they
on
were
day
a
4.
team that I would say
So you
coming
can
into this
win
event, I'm like, okay,
once
they're gonna
per
do
stream.
extremely well. Now I wonder, you take away that high ground position from them. You say there's no high ground position in these zones. Will they have performed anywhere near as well as they did?
Yeah.
I think the number system isn't a good idea. It is a good idea because if I do the raffle system, then a lot of alt accounts can come inside and just enter the raffle with 10 alt accounts. So, since the UC is a lot of UC actually, the raffle system is random. So it's a random number, random person wins by randomly guessing a number. So it's random. And it seems very fair to me because you cannot enter with multiple accounts. It's only one account, so. But you can always ask your friend to come, you know, and join the stream to enter the giveaway as well.
When it's not going to be as easy to confirm those elements.
What's really good though is that they have a really big point buffer after one game. So this means that not only are they going to have more confidence because there is less to lose.
If you get 3 million points, I'll give you mod.
There's a confidence at play here. I think that's going to give them at least for a couple of rounds. You know, if they continue to go out.
The raffle, the old one just saying no. Because the raffle you can enter with multiple accounts. It's super easy.
Performance for at least the rest of today.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope that doesn't happen. This was the team that qualified last from Brazil. And that was because Influence CHEMIN was the defending champions, and they pretty much that didn't count, so he went to 6th place. But yeah, I hope they don't slow down. I hope they just continue on.
Well, speaking of continuing on and not slowing down, I wonder if we could take a look maybe at Alpha 7's player stats. Because while we were watching that match, we saw them playing the edges of the zone. We saw them actually be very quick on rotates, which you were, what's up? You were happy to see that they were.
I was happy, and then they decided to take a fight with Jaguar. It just wasn't necessary, and I felt like it was just Alpha 7 testing teams.
Just do a raffle for 2 million points ticket for the big boys. No. You gotta do it by gambling.
When they didn't have the zone, when they were outside of the zone, there was no point on them taking on that fight. But the way that they did end up taking the fight, 2 players did end up getting knocked. They didn't end up getting eliminated, but it hurt them in such a big way when it actually came to going into the circle. So it was very unlike Alpha 7 for me.
I don't think it hurt them as much as it sounds like you think it did, because at that point it was intense game, field. And so if they were to just try and send it on in, there was a real chance that they would get 0 points off of that. So
No, it was way before that. It was way before that.
There was a lot of field at that point. Once it shifts away from the city on the west, there was a lot of field in that point. And so I think that it was actually a really good call to make of, you know what, let's take this fight. We're going to have an isolated 4 versus 4. We're going to beat these guys. We're going to get those 4 eliminations. And then whatever we get after that, cherry on top. But at least we have a baseline points that we know we're going to get.
Yeah, but then they try to crash into a compound. I just don't agree with that play.
Ignoring the fact that they crashed the compound and we had the field that they had to deal with, the way they attacked that compound.
How I joined the draw. Next time when it happens, after next match, you just guess a random number between 1 and 50. It will always be between 1 and 50. So, and if you're the first person to type the correct number, you get to win 340 UC.
To just completely save that, but yeah, no, even you know, not even breaking down the execution of that fight, the idea behind it with the pincer, I think was really strong.
It was amazing. And for me, that was like a little bit of old school Loops when Korea was back on the team. When they smell blood, they attack like a shark in the water.
You do exclamation mark gamble and then the amount you want. So exclamation gamble, 100 points.
The All-Star event
Ooh, the All-Stars.
However, it cannot happen unless you guys at home get into the client and go vote for your favorite teams. One team from each of these regions will represent that region at PNWI, and then over the course of those 3 days will determine which teams get into the
So don't forget to vote for N Hyper in-game in the Esports Center to send us to PMWI.
Take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here. We are ready to go. Match number 1 is in the books. Intense game. Winning that one, beautifully done. You know, I like what the Death did, right? I mean, yeah, they got the high ground, they got those points, they got that opportunity, right? It was definitely given to them. But honestly, that's how some championships are won, right? You get one good game under your belt, and then you just put consistent points up on the board. Maybe you get another one of those, and just like that, you're in first place, right, Zoo?
I'd rather raffle? No, raffle is too easy.
When we saw that
you have to guess the right number.
Positioning right there is pretty much
that is the true randomness.
We see more hardships that throw things off. It just so happens this time around, you know, coming into a huge tournament, there are no hardships. And, well, they played it by the book. They did what was expected of them, and I wouldn't even say they clutched it out. They just played correctly, and it's great to see at this stage, you know, teams could just play their positions correctly, because we do see sometimes, right, this team is supposed to win. This team has got the best position, and then they lose the fight.
That's true.
And it actually happens more often than not, so we have to give, you know, Intense Gaming credit where it is deserved, and they got the circle, they played it by the book, and they played it correct, and of course, they got the most amount of points, but that's just one game. There's 23 more matches.
No,
don't
don't act up your internet. My sleeping is so messed up. How is your sleeping? My sleeping is messed up. I actually need to go get coffee.
2 times at most.
Well,
especially at a tournament at this caliber stage.
I will say, good luck, right? Getting intense luck.
What? Do you guys have any snacks with you that I can share with?
Going to the jungle here.
Oh, I should make some popcorn. Why didn't I do that?
Fight your way through the trenches.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go make some popcorn. And I'm gonna make some
to squads like Loops, the Panthers, putting up some
maybe some
major
hot
points,
cocoa
even with a tough zone.
or tea or hot cocoa.
Be huge, though,
No, I'll get an iced lemonade.
Drop, right? Which squads have been pushed away from their normal areas? That's where my eyes are.
Yeah, I feel you. Random naps can mess up your random naps can mess up your sleep schedule. A hot cocoa. All right, I'm gonna go make popcorn, guys, and I shall be right back. Loops is playing with 3 players, by the way.
Yeah,
they're missing 1 player, it seems like.
Intense game. Starting to head all the way up here into the northern island. If this northern island finishes right here, if we get that circle right here in this spot, they're going to be super excited, and this could be their opportunity to really even get.
By the way, also guys, Shifan is also streaming, and Farouk is also streaming. We are all doing UC giveaways. I think Farouk is doing Royal Pass giveaways. I'm doing UC. Shifan is also doing UC. So I don't know when they're doing it. I know I'm just doing mine after every match. So go check out their streams as well. They are currently live.
But I feel like it's mental. YKG, if I'm not mistaken, the champions out of North America, they're the ones that take boot camp.
Okay, we're not far from the zone, guys. That's good. I shall be right back. Just make sure N Hyper doesn't die while I'm gone. I'm counting on you guys to watch after N Hyper. And yeah, exclamation mark BRB.
This area right here. But one thing is for sure, Zute. One thing we're gonna see this match is a whole lot of snakes, right? You're gonna be coming up heavy here, sneaking, crawling through the grass. So all these teams, especially all the squads on the outside of this circle here, right, they're gonna have to try to sneak their way in, possibly to that island if that zone goes that way.
Yeah, and you say crawling in the grass, there's a good chance we might even see some water snakes. Like the zone centers up a few times. There's a lot of water in play as well. And back to what I was trying to say about North America, I feel like North America is just starting off this tournament, you know, kind of mentally down. The Panthers, you said they usually take Paradise Resort. They give it up to another team. And YKG, they already gave up. What was that city called? Right to the west in Miramar of those giant mountaintops, right? They gave it up. El Pozo, they gave that position up, and now they're forced to give up boot camp. We see the Panthers giving up Paradise Resorts. Maybe North America just aren't as mentally strong coming into this tournament, but we'll see. They can still make a lot of magic happen. This circle in particular does kind of favor YKG in some sort of ways because they have priority over the island to the northwest, or they could stay center at the bridge intersection.
I'll tell you what, Zoo, you know, it could go either way, though, if you really think about it, right? Because maybe they're not feeling too confident, or maybe they're feeling extremely confident, because if they're not giving it up now, Zoo, chances are they're going to have to give it up, you know, in the stages coming up. So maybe they're possibly preparing for those stages by taking spots that they think that they could really secure and not have to fight for. Let's see if YKG can make the defense, though, against Influence Chem and Kaovsky. He's done his research, right? He has that feeling. He knows that
YKG is nearby. He's going to start throwing off some Molotovs. That's going to give away his position. So now YKG is definitely going to have to mount up a defense.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Both teams dropping close to each other. Boot camp for influence. And I said YKG might have the advantage, but man, they're getting pushed 4v2 right off the bat. Chico, he's got that DBS though. Close range encounters. Oh my gosh! Someone, the nade comes in though, Jukes. And YKG's 2 split up to help. They're gonna get picked apart here.
Fears is here, but is it a little too late? Oh, he throws the nade. It's caught. Nades himself. Oh, devastating for the side of YKG. And Influence Chem gonna get the reses off. And I don't know where the rest. Yeah, Joey's completely on the other side of the map. 24K too far away. Yeah, that's gonna be it. YKG gonna lose 2 members here right off the rip.
One thing I'm noticing is that the pace of this stage, and maybe it's not even this stage, it's just Brazil. It's just Brazil in general. They are rotating about a minute to 2 minutes faster, you know, than what we saw out in North America. This is an early rotation. And
Extremely early.
This is, yeah, exactly. Even earlier than what the North American teams are used to. That kind of rotation, you know, YKG do as well if they had boot camp. But we see that maybe a minute later. Maybe even almost 2 minutes later.
Yep.
Zoe right now, they're just faster. And it's, you know, really catching these players off guard.
They've done their research. They know that, hey, you know what? If we just send all 4, we're going to catch them in that looting stage. And rather than getting, you know, more loot, we're going to take 2 elimination points off the rip. So, I mean, a great defense, right? A great attempt from YKG, especially from Chico right there.
Yeah.
But due to them being so spread out and getting caught off guard, I mean, there's nothing you can really do in that situation.
Unfortunate start for YKG. Overnight versus the Panthers. Nate up close and personal trying to make that opening. Nate, however, I don't think he has any meds. Just got a booster. Slowly healing him up. Overnight mounting the defense here. Circle hasn't even shifted yet.
No.
We're already seeing a lot of scraps going on. And Loops now coming in onto the remains of YKG. 24K though, catches 1. Loops down a member.
Yep. Don't want to get caught clearing buildings by yourself, because all it takes is one little sneaky snake and you are gone. So some bittersweet revenge, right, for 24K and YKG as they do pick up 1 player. Yeah, look at this. Let's look at this replay. Clutch shot right there. Super tight peek, but that nade got off just in time, and there was nothing Chico could do. This is a tough position, though, from Fears. Yeah, you hate to see that.
If Fears won that 1v1, I believe that smoke was partially covering the window too. So he could have had time to heal himself back up, and that would just be a straight up 1v1. But instead, just because of that moment, Influence keep 4 up and get the position for themselves.
Let's see what Nate is opting to do, and the Panthers against Overnight. Next zone's going to pop up. Let's see where it heads to. If it decides to go to that island, oh my goodness. Intense game is going to be screaming for joy. It doesn't, though. It goes dead center. We could even still see a hard shift onto that island, Zeus, so teams have to be really careful, right? What do you feel when it comes to these like nice split zones where a whole bunch of water in the center? What do you think the play is?
I mean, to me, Eastern Island. It's going to go to the eastern side. Everyone on the west has, you know, they already should have a plan in mind. If they don't get the zone on that west island, they got to start, you know, making their plays now. And boot camp, you know, looking really juicy right now as it is dead smack in the center. But this hilltop that the Panthers are next to, that could be a good position for this team as well. And they could just back off. They got to be careful, though. I do think I just saw Alpha 7 creeping up on a vehicle.
Hey guys,
rotation,
I'm back. So
it
seems I see N Hyper with 4 kills. Who do they fight?
Yep. You group up faster.
Wait,
now.
I'm reading chat.
Quan caught out by
Also following Instagram. Thank you, Hums.
Goodness gracious. Split from both sides. Panthers
Hey,
lose 1
Beast,
player
welcome.
as it is all the way from downtown, but now Alpha 7 is on the hunt. Here they come. Quan focusing on that back end. Senna
How do they know?
Dexa.
How does he know?
Senna Dexa with the prediction
Hey,
nade.
Joe.
So on
Josh
point.
Bro,
He's
how's it
throwing out there
going? Long
just
time
in
no.
case.
Long
Now
time
Quan
no
is going to get
chatting
spotted
indeed.
for sure. Yeah, the Panthers are in just major trouble. They're getting picked apart from 3 different squads.
Oh, man. Panthers just too slow. They needed to group up immediately on that circle shift. I don't think they realized the pacing out of these teams. Once again, this is Alpha 7, another Brazilian team. The pacing of these teams, Brazil in particular,
Ooh, one of
just
N Hyper's players is down
nother
by 87,
level.
I think.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you see shots come out from every angle, right? It's loops, it's influence, CHEMIN, it's
Oh yeah,
it's
many different
overnight. I mean,
teams.
It's all over the place here. So when it
Some
comes
rebranded, some
to the side
moved,
of boot camp,
some
this is just such a dangerous position
in,
to
some
hold.
were out.
And now, just like that, it's just Quan left up for the Panthers. A nice start to
I left
game
all the
1.
Discord servers
Tough
now.
one
By
here in
some
Sanhok.
reason, no worries.
Yeah. Playing split right now maybe is not the meta. We saw a lot of splits out of North America. We would commend those splits, you know, a lot, especially with N Hyper. They have some really strong splits. But the playstyle out of Brazil, just fast, grouped, aggressive.
Wait, did I see N Hyper with
Seems like
points? Oh no,
that's the
I
way
must
to
have
go, especially, you know, keeping all the members up
seen
and
something
picking
else.
off players one by one.
Well, N Hyper moving on in towards boot camp.
Oh, the car's gonna blow up. The car's gonna blow up.
Crazy
Ah.
suppressive fire, and they do catch him. So
Why?
Ren
The car
going
was gonna
down to
blow
a
up.
vehicle explosion, and Hyper possibly gonna attempt a res here. Do they have the smokes? Yeah, you can see the smoke wall coming out. Gotta be really careful on this cross. I mean, the shots through the smoke, so on point here, Zute.
Yeah, Ren tagged up heavily right now, down to half. The last smoke comes through. He is going to run over
Oh,
for
thank God.
that revive. And they're safe for now. Their flanks relatively clear. They do have ATON.
Yeah,
as you
PK
can see on that
disbanded.
southern
A couple
side, but they
players,
are nowhere close. We're heading into
the
the
PK
next
team,
zone.
they went
Influence now holding,
to
2-2 splits.
MENA region.
I was saying
So
splits
they're playing
don't look
for
very safe right now, but
Arab
Influence
teams.
CHEMIN, seems like they know what they're doing, but with the new circle shift, they're going to group up on that
They do
eastern
play,
side.
but they don't
Now,
play like
Intense Gaming, they
in
had
any
really good
region.
circles
They
game one,
play like
blessed
either
circles. This
in
time, not so
Latam
favorable. So
region
let's see if
or
Intense
the
Gaming,
MENA
the winners of
region.
game number 1, how they do when the circle is not in their favor.
Oh man, this is gonna
Yeah,
be a tough
Coops is
one, too,
MVP
because
of
they have to
Arabia.
cross that water. You got
PMPL
Influence,
Arabia.
gatekeeping them, so many different teams as well. INCO is going to be meeting up with them in just a few seconds. Overnight, they've been holding this position right next to boot camp pretty much the whole game. They haven't lost a player yet. They did a great job defending themselves against the Panthers, especially from the help from some of these other teams surrounding them. So they're going to still stick to this spot for now. But most likely, Zute, that zone's going to start heading north. And in Sanhok, you have no time. The second that zone pops, you got to be on the move. And with how many teams gatekeeping this area, it's going to be dangerous. QZZ learns it the hard way.
Oh man, taking a long spray wide out in the open. Should have known there was going to be some return fire. And Hyper losing a player, not even managing to get the confirmation. And if anything, it just gives their position away for ATON to go aggressive towards. ATON, I do like to see them push this fight because they know on this southern side of the circle, there's not much space left.
What is he
You gotta
trying to
take
do?
out some teams if you want to inch closer.
ATON Esports looking to overwhelm N Hyper here after those couple of knocks.
You spoke with Mike last week.
Trying to get
What
some
did he
nice
say?
points on the board. Jaguar is in big trouble here with Dope Slayers, but you can just see
What is
right
cool
here
to
with
keep,
this
you know,
particular zone, Zute,
esports cards
right?
still going.
INCO, right? Intense game, in a lot of trouble here. A couple different options that they can use to
But I
really get in the
think
zone. You can see INCO
because
heading all
esports
the way. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go all the way
PUBG
to
M
this
is
kind of hardship
so
side through Paradise Resort. But with the zone, yeah, they do
what's
have
the
those
word?
vehicles. It's definitely a possibility, but I think Intense Game is going to have to be stuck heading dead
our
center for
PUBG
here.
and
That's gonna
esports
be
ecosystem is very fluid.
Ooh. Influence
So there's
CHEMIN
always
still
a
holding the
player
2-2
switching
split.
teams, or
I
there's
like it,
always
'cause if they did
an
group
org
up on
not
that eastern
playing
side, the whole
anymore, or
backside
you know.
is exposed. There's no cover
So
that
I
they
think
can
it's hard
play
to keep
around
up with so many
against
different
Intense
changes.
Gaming. So this 2-2 split, they are gonna maybe sacrifice some players.
What a shot.
Unless if Federal, he can open it up. He does, but does get traded. So yeah, these two players just trying to hold off Intense Gaming as best as possible. Unfortunately for them, Intense Gaming does have the zone to work with here on the edge, so they have more time. to get the revive, to continue on this push.
That would be a good
that
nade, I
nade
think.
looked really good, but it was just a little too short. The Intense Game has the time, and they have the man advantage. These splits, Zute, especially in Sanhok, have just not been working.
Yeah, it was either you hold this 2-2 or you group up and push into, you know, the compounds where Overknights is.
Where is N Hyper?
can't
Did they go
play
out already?
The ridges on the eastern side of the island because there's just no cover. Intense Gaming would slaughter them either way. But on the northern side, we've got two teams not in the zone about to duke it out. It is Dope Slayers and Jaguar. INCO taking out ATON right now.
Yeah, and that's that rotation I showed just a little bit earlier. They did end up getting caught by INCO on the way in. So they're going to have to take this fight. INCO cleaning them up, taking those points and securing them. That's definitely the right play there. Uh-oh. Just like that, though. What a defense there from INCO. Shutting down
NHP went out.
And perfectly on time.
Oh,
15
when?
seconds
I
on the
didn't
clock.
even
They gotta move in.
see NHP go out. They went out
They can move into
first.
boot
Dang.
camp. There's only one team in boot camp right now. They have that eastern side for themselves. Flamingo faced off in another fight right now with Royals of War. Royals down to 3, down to 2, now down to 1. And oh, I love this aggression. Instantly pushing out of the zone or away from the zone to finish this fight up, get the points, and then focus
Did I
on the
receive my
circle.
reward card? I don't
Quick
know. I didn't
switch to
receive
FPP,
anything.
just rushing through that building, and they vanquished quite a few players from this squad here. Let's see what they could do, though. Flamengo, great start, but now they got to worry about the Chosen.
Was it sent like long time ago?
Suppick does get knocked from this angle. I'll tell you what, Flamengo have been peeking this perfectly. They hear those shots. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them press this even further. Nice
I kind of forgot about the reward card actually.
Flamengo's gonna be on their way.
Now that you
ATC guys
mentioned
looking
it.
for those angles.
Man, the defense that Flamingo is mounting is perfect. It's a blend,
Why can you
of
out?
defense and offense. They're just not sitting in the compound and getting knocks. They're sitting in the compounds, getting a knock, and pushing out to pick up those confirmations and force the other team to rotate even further away. Look at this. Yeah, the Chosen.
Oh, no.
They're looping all the way around now because of the offense, not just the defense, out of the Flamingo side. So beautifully done for this team, and they secure their spot in zone now.
Yeah, they do. This is a tough spot to hold, though. I mean, there's going to be people from all over the place looking in that direction. But so far, good for them. All Glory Gaming is playing it very, very safe here on these rocks. And I can't blame them. Intense game! Grelin, let's see what he's opting to do. You can just see looking in so many different directions, trying to pick a spot. Oh, it's going to be difficult to cover. Oh, look at Flamengo.
It depends
on
what
the
you
way
sent
in.
it with.
Yeah. Beautiful zone here for a lot of these
I mean, it
teams.
depends with what
Flamingo coming in on the
courier
northern
you
side,
sent it with. Is it was like with
getting gate camped
FedEx
just a
or
little bit
with
here. And he trying to hit the
DHL
shots,
or
does get the knock. That should be a confirmation as well. He needs to hit the bullets.
Royal
though.
Mail.
Down
All
to
right,
5
now
bullets. He's gonna crawl over. That is huge.
now that
for
answers it.
Flamingo.
So Royal Mail #1 is super slow.
Anying,
Number
trying to
2,
get some shots, laying
if you
down,
didn't put
reducing that recoil,
if
trying
my
to find those
phone number
peaks.
is not
Isn't
on
able to find it just yet. Toyko does find a
the
beautiful
package,
crate.
then
That's
there's
gonna be
no
huge,
way
but
of
look at this,
knowing
Dute.
if
Only
I
10 seconds left on
received
the
the
clock.
package
Now
or
it's
if the
down to
package is
6.
even in the
They're
country.
gonna have to push inward here, and it's in towards the water.
Like my phone
they had a
number has to
couple
be
of
on the
smokes, man. That
package
would make
because
the
that's how they
process so much
call
easier,
to
but it
deliver.
doesn't look like
They
do.
even if the
Chosen
address is
now
written on it,
focus
they
on
don't
another
deliver
team.
it
They're focused on the zone and the
without
team in front
calling.
of them. Alpha 7 is not going to be an easy push by any means, and they have Quan looking
Ups,
to
yeah,
backstab
ups are
them,
kinda good.
trying to pick up any points he can. And here comes a push. Any running up, guns out. So he's switching to some util potentially Revo.
Because that's
laying
what
the
happened
grass.
when I
Here they go,
ordered
the snakes
the
are
PUBG M
out,
cards
But the Chosen
with the
being
Royal
able to pick
Mail.
them out the grass. Ooh, you gotta watch out for the Panthers, though. They
It
do
was
get
in
that
the country
beautiful
like
turn,
for
so here
2 or
comes the
3
rest of the
weeks,
Chosen.
but
All eyes are on
they
to Alpha
couldn't
7.
contact me because my
Anying
number
now
wasn't
having
on
to
it.
deal with Papa Blue to
My
his
phone
back.
number wasn't
It's
on
looking
it.
too dire, and Alpha 7
So they couldn't
able to
contact me to
defend this
deliver it
position.
even though my
Down goes the
address was on
Chosen.
it.
Alpha 7 will hold the
That's the
mountaintop.
issue with
Flamingo on the northern
mailing
side,
system here. We don't
edging
have like
in
an
on the
actual
ridges.
mailing
The
system.
fight between
Everything has
Intense
to be done
Gaming
with the
and
phone
All
number.
Glory about to close out here as All Glory being swallowed up into the blue. Intense Gaming, they didn't get the favorable zones, but they're proving to
Sanatex are the
everyone right now
goat.
they don't need the zones. They can fight in and take the circle for themselves.
Let's see. Intense game. Putting more points on the board from a very tough spot. This is back-to-back games, Zute. They only have 2 players up, but with 8
Because it's also strange. Even like I ordered through the website, and I did put my number on it. When I got the actual package, after finding out it was there for in the country for 3 weeks,
to see maybe a full push out of Alpha 7, even though they
I had to
can
call my
stay
local
on the
post
mountaintop.
office to see if they had the package. They're like, yeah, it's here for 3 weeks.
Always
Your
so
number wasn't
aggressive.
on it.
We've
We
seen
couldn't
them being able
contact
to push
you.
from outside of the zone and just dominate
I mean, it was
their
something
way
so
in
stupid.
so many times in the past, so many different stages. Can they repeat that against
And then
Flamengo here?
when I got the
as Cinetech
package,
is looking to overwhelm this player with some beautiful
I don't know, there was
suppressive
something.
fire. And
The
man,
address was
Flamengo, they
fine, I
can't
think,
peek
but
for
it's
even
because
a-
it
for even a
didn't have
second.
my
Here comes
number
Rebel.
on it, my phone
Instant
number.
knock. Gets 1. Goes for 2. Gets them pieced up. Oh, Flamengo's in trouble.
I mean, you should be able to, because on the website it requires your phone number. By the way, they ask when you on the website when you buy a product and put in your address, it asks for your number. So I assume that okay, when it prints out the label, it will print with the number, you know, with the information of the phone number that I gave or that anyone gives.
Can they get the revive on Senna? That's a big question.
A7 is in
They're
trouble.
gonna do it. They're gonna do it with 28 seconds on the clock. They're gonna be able to regroup entirely. Yes, they are on the edge of the circle, but that's where they thrive.
Overnight,
Alpha
and
7
INCO can win
look,
this.
one more push. That's really all it takes. One more push, and we can see them really take this game. Overnights haven't had to move a muscle. They have been big chilling in this compound. And they're holding
I'm
it down.
surprised they didn't like
Intense
throw
game with
nades
2
or push
players
them.
up.
They had like 2 Alpha 7 knocks.
Adria, 27.
I know it's oh yeah, because they're
7
outside zone.
eliminations to himself. He's
Leave
looking
them
to get
outside the
8.
zone.
Looking for that 8, maybe even more. They're down to 2
He
though.
too skinny.
Just like you mentioned, they get the
7, 8,
zone.
9.
7, 8, 9, indeed. They get the zone, but they have Alpha 7 pressing
Mm.
in, and that zone does not leave
Also,
much room
I'm having
for
ice
2
cream.
of these teams next to the water. Alpha 7 probably looking to wipe the floor with another team. This nade, though, shoots.
Mm.
If Adrian can hit this nade.
Oh!
That's only going to slow down Alpha 7.
Throw
I don't
another
know if
nade.
Intense
He doesn't
has
have
sufficient
any.
manpower to push
out.
Oh, it would have been so good if he had like a molly or another nade, bro.
It would have been huge. I'll tell you what, this is where Alpha
Hello,
7
I'm new sub.
thrives.
Hi, bees.
And Adrian cannot
My friends are just
peek
me
for a
channel.
little
Oh,
too
welcome,
long.
welcome.
Otherwise, he's gonna
I
get
hope you
knocked
enjoy your
instantly.
stay.
He's got the Groza though. That's the gun to have, and you have to tell you these pre-fires from Alpha 7 too strong. Here comes
Ooh,
the
the
DPS,
DPS,
jump
bro.
shot. Goodbye. Alpha 7.
Oh, he was out by the
wiping
M4, not
floor
DPS.
with a tense game. 8 eliminations to their name, and here comes INCO from the other side, just trying to catch possibly a
Revenge
player out on a
knock
third
and
party.
revenge
But man,
finish.
Alpha 7 are looking real good here.
Circle not looking too good for Alpha 7 though. It shifts away from them. They have to run over in the wide open. Both teams gonna be looking over
what a
this
shot.
way. Yeah, and yeah, they are getting cut down
Oh,
to shreds.
so
by
bad.
INCO and Overnight coming in on
Yeah.
the other side. Only one player makes
This is
it
definitely
in
an INCO
alive,
or an
and
overnight
it is
win.
Senna. He gets a knock though. Down to 1 HP. Can he get the next one? No, he does not.
He can't do it. It looks like it's
Oh.
Overnight gonna take this victory. Here come the Molotovs. Uh-oh, you gotta watch out for this spot though. One player from INCO up on top. Could be dangerous. Here comes the DBS. He gets one. Gets the finish.
Oh god, oh
Both
god, oh
angles,
god, oh
they have
god.
to time this perfectly. One mistake is all it takes. But that is gonna be it. It's Overnight. Taking
Overnight,
the huge
GGs.
chicken dinner in game number 2.
Yeah, Overnight got the chicken dinner, but I don't think they got too many elimination points. And with this new format, you know, the
Ooh, it's a
chicken dinner
lady.
is only so many
She pretty.
points. Huge game for them. Still, you know, holding that compound down, getting the favorable circles. This time around, though, I feel like it was the teams that didn't get the zone that maybe inked out a couple more points than the, you know, overall winners of the game.
I'll tell you one team that really stands out to me. It's Intense Game, right? Goodness gracious. They put up some major points. Huge shout outs to Adrian right there because he got some intense eliminations. And if you really look at it, right, they got a great game 1. And just
Shotgun
like that,
versus shotgun, it's all about how you use the shotgun and wish it doesn't miss.
So I think really dominate
Sometimes they don't miss, sometimes they're really on point, but whenever I use a
a
shotgun,
another team take that position
I always
away
miss.
from Overnight, They could have been the victors here, but they held it down strong. Beautifully executed from them.
Yeah, Overnight did a great job. Tense game, showing, you know, they don't just need the circle. They not have the circle and still pick up a lot of points. So everyone, you know, on the desk was saying Intense game got the zone, Intense game got the zone. This time they didn't, and they managed to do it again, Juice. So don't go anywhere, guys. We got more games coming up. We're going to throw it over to the desk.
All right, time for giveaway, guys. Make sure you are subscribed. And guess a number between 1 and 50. Good luck.
E aí galera, eu sou a Kaia e eu tô aqui hoje com o MVP da PMPL Brasil Season 1 2023, Revo da Alpha 7 Esports. Antes de tudo, como é que você tá se sentindo, Revo?
Tô me sentindo bem demais. A gente ficou muito tempo segundo, muito tempo batendo na trave e voltar a ganhar é muito bom.
Vocês raramente mudam a estratégia de jogo. Mesmo em torneios globais, vocês conseguem aplicá-la com sucesso. Como é que vocês fazem isso?
Acho que a gente entra em cada
Congratulations,
campeonato com uma mentalidade diferente,
Astanur.
porque cada
You are the
campeonato muda um pouco
winner.
do estilo de jogo e a gente sabe aplicar nosso jogo em cada estilo de campeonato, tanto em PMGC,
We have the
PMPL Brasil,
winner,
PMPL
Astanur.
Américas.
Can I get a
Quando
have your
a gente sabe
ID,
aplicar
please?
sempre o jogo certo. O Caílio sabe
Congratulations.
muito bem fazer isso, então é isso, a gente sempre tem uma maneira de aplicar nosso jogo em cada campeonato.
Além da rivalidade
No,
que
the number
todos já
was not
conhecem com a
13.
influência CHEMIN, quem mais vocês
The
veem
winning
como
number
um
was
rival nos
number
próximos
1.
campeonatos? E por quê?
Acho que não tem muito essa rivalidade, não. Acho que em todos os campeonatos, todos os 16
Thank
times
you for
15,
the
no caso, colocou a gente 16
ID.
são rivais. Então acho que na PMPL Americas não vai ser diferente. Todos os 16 times têm chance de ganhar. E é isso.
Next
Todos
winner
têm capacidade.
after match number 3. For now, match number 3, I will give
You
away
can tell Revo has been trained well here. saying all
600
16 have a
UC.
chance to win. Come on,
So match
man.
number
I
3,
don't
after
think
match number
anyone
3
out
will
there
be
believes
600
that. As we
UC
do see
giveaway.
Overnight take the victory here in match 2 of our first day on the Sanhok. But as we heard Zute and Hachis talk about, I think for me the story is, again, intense game.
Yep.
They came in from the Northwest Island. They didn't have the zone. They fought their way in. And they're looking like a really good team so far, Cameron.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that they didn't get called off by that coast camp by Influence CHEMIN was really, really strong. And then that, who was it? It wasn't Diego. One of the members had 7 eliminations at one point before they finally got taken out by Alpha 7. But again, 4th place, 11 eliminations. They're 2nd place overall on the match ranking. That's a really good performance again.
7, this is scary. Because you did have a little asterisk to them, right? You said, I mean, they were 6th place. They got in because Influence CHEMIN already qualified from the fall season.
Yeah.
But man, come on. What do you got to say now?
I'm impressed with their performance. I was the one that was saying, like, they weren't just so blessed in that first game. They were able to take the fight to FLAMENGO Esports on the top of that hill, and they actually set themselves up for that play. So yeah, Shute, it wasn't everybody saying that they were so blessed there. By the way, I was impressed as well at Alpha 7's aggression and the way they were able to actually attack on their way down.
Yeah.
You wanted to pick INCO Gaming.
I
talked you out of it, and it was because of the reason of Overnight. I thought that we were going to be able to hold them off, but they actually allowed INCO Gaming to get super, super close. But going back to actually Alpha 7, the way they were able to take onto FLAMENGO was great. The way they were able to take into Intense Game was great as well. But by the time they were done with those two teams, INCO Gaming was just set up in such a great way, they weren't going to be able to get to them.
The timing of INCO's push was really, really good. You saw the players get onto those elevated positions to spot out of those windows onto the hillside that A7 were on just in time to tear them to pieces when they were trying to push down that hilltop. And I don't think Alpha 7 had a real chance of trying to win that once the final zone hit those warehouses. But nonetheless, perfect timing to make sure that there was 0 chance of it. And we sort of talked over it, looking at Intense Games consistency over the first 2 rounds. But INCO Gaming, 2nd place, first on the leaderboard because of the 15 eliminations. Like, that really good performance, even though it might have slowed down a little bit towards the end there. So the fact that it was Overnight in the center, sort of just hanging out, chilling, 2 entirely separate teams fragging out north and south of them to really get a lot of those.
I am surprised though, Overnight decided to allow INCO Gaming to push up to that compound. It ended up working out at the end, but I was expecting them to kind of hold both of the buildings, right? At least try to do a 2-2 split. That's usually what we tend to see. But for them to just decide to back off and wait for the right opportunity to become the underdogs in a way, I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with that decision because I wanted to see a bit of a fight there between INCO Gaming because that's what I was expecting to see. But yeah, it ended up working out at the end. They did end up getting.
You know, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and maybe Cameron's thinking the same thing. I think Overnight should not have won that match because they were not proactive enough, stopping any push from any direction. They got lucky that INCO pushed into that building and knocked Alpha 7 as they came in from the north.
I think the reason why they backed away from that west warehouse is because they were worried about trying to hold too many positions at the same time and perhaps getting flooded from multiple spots. Like if Alpha 7 and INCO pushed them at the exact same time and they were still holding this warehouse, they could have been demolished. At least here
Because
they had
the winner was
final
us then.
isolated engagements. They only got 4 eliminations, but they were able to secure the win from that spot. And you know, it's a bit of like going for the low risk, low reward. But they, you know, if you want to play the
they don't want the elims. They want it to get the win.
If you want to play the percentages, I think that was the way to guarantee you had at least some points.
So let me ask you then a hard-hitting question here. Do you think Overnight deserved to win that match?
No. No.
I mean, depends on what you
No,
define
they didn't
by
deserve to win. They were super aggressive, I
but
felt.
also, they didn't win the match because they got 3rd on the overall points, and this is not a game about chicken dinners. This is a game about
they
points.
won the match.
They got
We're
3rd.
getting semantics now, but
It's not semantics.
Right.
You don't win based off. You don't. This isn't chicken dinner. You don't win based off of chicken dinners on the leaderboard. It's overall points, and chicken dinners helps with that. But both Intense Game and INCO Gaming got more points than them, so they won over them.
I'll go back to playing devil's advocate here with you. Chicken dinners is the tiebreaker. Is the #1 tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have seen a lot.
Tiebreaker is not. You don't win off of tiebreakers.
But you can win.
No, but tiebreaker.
I'm like, hold up, wait,
second
what?
thing to come into play. First,
Well, okay, yeah. Okay, I'll give you that. You are right. But in my, I think what I was going for is like I don't feel like deserve to get that chicken dinner by any means because
Which
the way
team?
they necessarily played that situation out. You know my team 7. You literally talked me out of it. I said I'm feeling INCO, and you're like, nah. I mean, we got Alpha 7.
It
We
was
got
a valid
Overnight.
point.
Yeah, for you to win the prediction game.
No, I wasn't even.
Well, he
going for that
predicted
'cause
the same team that you did. What is
I
that?
almost picked INCO as well, but I was like, you know what? I'm not going to because the way that Alpha 7 might end up rotating and the way that Overnight should be defending that compound, they're not going to be able to get there, but Overnight just allow them to get there. Oh,
Well, let's maybe switch gears a little bit, right? Influence CHEMIN, or CHEMIN, however you want to say. I'm probably saying it wrong. I'm going to go influence CHEMIN. The 2-2 split they had, a trifecta, I think, for me, is a sign of a CCT. A championship caliber team, because they were forward thinking enough to have people anchored on both sides to know if the zone shifts towards Northwest Island, we have a way to get across. If it shifts to mainland, we have a way to get across. The problem was, Cameron, go ahead.
So the problem was that they committed, it looked like they committed to try and gatekeep the teams that were still on that western island, and it didn't look that successful for them. I'm not entirely sure the angles that they, well, yeah, so it definitely failed, but even in terms of the setup for it, the strategy behind it, I'm not entirely sure what the angles that the east coastline players had onto Intense Game, because you would think that those angles were good. If those angles were good, they would have torn them apart.
Yeah.
But to me, it looked like they were trying to go for a couple of elimination points on the teams on that island, and then hope that they can make their way across.
Bottom line.
I'm surprised that Intense Game were able to make their way across after fighting against that gatekeep.
Very true.
They took too long. That's what it came down to. It was a great play, but they took too long.
So that makes it a bad play. Yeah. Yeah, essentially. So yeah, no,
it was a great idea, and then it turned into a bad play because they took too long.
I don't know. I actually think that, especially on a map like Sanhok, which you can never guarantee anything for, you just got to get the eliminations that you can. There's a part of it that part of me that says that, yeah, that's a good idea. At least get those couple eliminations. You can't guarantee anything else after that. Who knows if the circle would continue to fly even further east instead of staying around boot camp there. But the other side of me thinks like, that's sort of just lazy and not going for the full win. And this is early enough on in the tournament that I think you want to throw some haymakers into the
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they should have rotated a lot earlier. Like, it was a good idea, and then they dragged it out for too long, and that ended up hurting them because some of the other teams were setting themselves up to be able to keep them.
I'm getting a little bit worried, though, for some of these North American teams. I mean, 2 matches and now 24, right? I mean, they have a lot of matches to play. But YKG lost players early. The Panthers, I mean, I don't even necessarily know what happened to them at the end of that match. But we're not seeing like the raw firepower, like the freedom YKG had when we were doing PMPL North America, it seemed like every team was almost afraid of them.
Yeah.
Here, they seem to be like the little mouse in a nest full of snakes. Like they're the ones like running for their lives. They don't look as confident or have that freedom or flow in their play just yet.
I'm trying to, I have no idea what's going on. I think they're just talking just to pass time, honestly.
Are you saying that North America could be the weakest region in Americas? I think so.
I mean,
I'll say it. I think
right?
North America is actually the weakest region.
On the contrast, we're looking for a team from North America to step up, to really be the new kings of NA, right? Because there's still a lot of talks and discussions about that. And maybe you guys at home can actually help us decide this by going over to YouTube chat and checking out the voting for your favorite team. Make sure you guys check that out. Get your votes in and let us know who you think is going to reign supreme. But for now, we got to head back to our commentators here for our third match of the day. And it's the first time we're seeing Erangel.
Who's the weakest region?
You said it, Jason. Erangel, baby. Here we go. Right? It's the most tried and true map, the one that we love to see. These players love to see as well. Zute going into Erangel after seeing these first two matches. How are you feeling so far?
Well, you know, out of these two games, three things actually proving true and consistent. Brazil, fast pace, fast. Woo. I said fast twice. That's how fast they are, man. And aggressive. Super fast and aggressive, intense game. They don't need the circle. They cannot get the circle and fight their way in. They got both on defense and offense. And the third thing, North America struggling. They're on the struggle bus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right now, the highest ranking North American team is going to be the Panthers, and that is in 8th place with only 7 points. So they are definitely struggling. YKG all the way at the bottom, only with 3. Intense game. 41 points to start this one off, Zute. I mean, could you ask for a better start?
Yeah, intense game. It's a great start, but we've seen so many tournaments, you know, day one leaders, they end up getting knocked out. And as I say that, right, that just bears in mind HVVP and PMGC. They were doing so good. They were first place for like 3 days straight, and then on the last day during the group stage,
Sanhok is nice.
They didn't just get knocked out of qualifying to the grand finals. They got knocked all the way down where they had to fight for their survival.
With 41 points.
Intense game, looking good, but can they hold
Alright, let's
that?
go.
Well, this is going to be tough, Zute, especially with the playing path looking just like this here, all the way on the right side. My eyes are obviously going to go right here into this area because we're going to see a lot of teams possibly hunting down some vehicles, so that way they can possibly loot all this area in this direction, especially when you have a circle like this. So anytime you see a plane path in this area, you could possibly see some teams drop on each other, and you can just see that happen pretty much right here, right? The Chosen are going to catch some of those vehicles and start heading out in this direction. Doesn't look like we see an engagement so far, so it looks like they were able to get away with that. But also, Zute, right?
Yeah.
Take a look at this area right here. Goodness gracious, right? A ton of congestion. They're going to have to send it into this direction here. It's going to be pretty tough because they have a lot of squads to go through.
Yeah, that's ATON Esports and Dope getting into a potential scuffle down there. Both teams a little bit split up there. Might see a knock to open things up, or they might just leave each other alone. No hot drops here. Alpha 7 on that northeast. Oh, I say no knocks, but it looks like one already happened super early on. And Dope is going to come out ahead and get the first opening. And, he's got a scope. Nesquik does have that scope to challenge it. He's playing it a little bit safer and not taking the peak battle. Kanor going for that revive, but Dope has them kind of surrounded. Nesquik, however, getting pushed by himself. Fending off a 1v1 situation.
How he managed to look for nades, I want to know.
Can he thread it in through the window? He does, but I think Nesquik is just far away enough to survive that nade.
That's just a good threat right there. I mean, beautifully heads up plays there from ATON. I wonder if Dope is going to go ahead and challenge this other side. It looks like that's what they're headed to do.
Yep.
So great, great challenge and return from Dope Slayers. They're going to start picking up these knocks. And it looks like ATON's going to be in really, really big trouble here.
Yeah, it's all up to Kanor right now. 1v2 situation about to be 1v3. Nesquik does go down though, so they're gonna trade, sides. However, Dope pick up 2, whereas ATON will only pick up the 1 player. Are they gonna continue fighting? That's a big question. 3v2.
Man, I think I would have really liked to see Nesquik just jump out of that building, right? And just start headed for the hills there. You try to head towards his team and try to get some cover fire. He tried to make a defense, but unfortunately does get finished. So Dope is definitely, on the nicer side of the coin, right? Getting 2 eliminations compared to 1. But, where Dope Slayers is currently at on the leaderboards, it's still going to be a pretty tough start to this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best start we've seen out of any NA team, so I'll take it. I'll take it. 2 quick points, and ATON will rotate away, it seems like. So there shouldn't be any more fighting with the way the teams are moving around.
You're almost there.
Oh, hold on. Jaguar, where did Jaguar come from? Jaguar is actually coming here from Milta. So they've done their
Jaguar
homework.
doing
They see it in the kill
Jaguar
feed.
things.
They know exactly where these points are being, taken, and they're coming in for that third party. And I don't think Dope is ready for this.
I definitely don't think they are. I mean, I don't think NA is ready for this level of commitment we're seeing from these teams, right? Especially this early on, Zute, right? Like, is there even a looting stage at this point? Like, they just grab the first gun, vest they can find, and they are just headed looking for a third party, trying to pick off some squads. And NA suffering, right? Because they're losing 1 player getting picked off because of the strategy so many times.
And with the way they just rotated out in the open with that buggy, they don't know Jaguar is hunting them. If they don't find an opening,
well, that's just
Jaguar.
Seba.
Are they gonna keep continue hunting them? I mean, it is just Seba, but you see all 4 players moving away from the circle towards the side of Dope. And with no opening knock, yeah, all 4 players, they are gonna back off now. No knocks happen, but that is scary to see. That is very scary to see. And I don't even know if Dope, they're gonna ever realize how close they just came to being eliminated.
This is something you learned during the VODs. You're just like, you look at it in the VOD and you're just like, oh, like that was so dangerous. Yeah, they got away from it and they didn't get hurt by it at the time, but it could have spelled disaster, right? If they just got a little too loose, rotated in the wrong direction, we could have seen 2 more players go out just like that. So, NA in general really needs to keep their eyes out. It's extremely early on. And, I mean, just to kind of prove that point even more, Zoo, just think about the last game, right? Look what happened to YKG. Same thing.
Yeah. The YKG and the Panthers, right? The Panthers holding a big split on the hill. The second that circle shifted, instantly get it crunched in by like 2-3 different teams. So I feel like NA, they need to take whatever they did in North America and just do it faster. Like they just have less time to work with the pacing of the teams coming into this, PMPL NA Championships. Or not NA Championships, America. There's that knock we missed in the beginning. Oh! Hit him in the shoulder.
Ouch.
Great shots.
Beautifully done there. So, yeah, Dope gonna pick up that nice little double. Beautifully done by them. They did lose, I believe it was Nesquik in the process. But still, right? One of the best starts we've seen from NA so far. So some signs of life. Let's see if they can continue it on here. Here comes one of the baddest teams in the lobby. It's Influence. CHEMIN on the rotation. And they're going to catch some smoke here in the next few seconds. Little boy, he said something as he popped that U-turn real quick. Yeah, Royals of War, they were waiting for him.
Must have spotted a player or a vehicle. Quick reaction, and they're going to loop right back around, taking the safe route all the way out of zone. Some shots coming out, but look at that. Wow. How Whiskey just already set up for a potential knock. Taking every opportunity they can. That was a pure disengagement with how fast the players U-turn around, but they still leave a player just in case, right? They get that opening. So, really like seeing that out of Influence CHEMIN.
Was that just like a little bait play there from Karofsky?
I feel like that's almost textbook for them, right?
Right?
Like just they have it written down. Yeah. And whenever they're rotating on the edge, we don't take a straight up fight. But when we do rotate away from the enemy team, set that one player just in case you get that opening. And the first hard shift we see out of the tournament all the way to the east. Look at the Chosen and YKG. They're on top of each other right there on to the west of Potato Hill.
Yes, they are dead centered up. That's going to be a huge battle for this area. So 2 NA teams holding it down just on the side of Pachinki here. Oh, here comes the Chosen. Pressing Joey, cooking the nade. Does he get in time? A little bit off the mark. He's got another one. Actually, that was a smoke he was ready to cook. And here comes YKG. It's a full press, full send. YKG versus the Chosen.
Yeah, I mean, if NA doesn't stand a chance against other regions, why not just fight amongst yourself for the points? Gachi will get the knock onto Chico. Oh, and from the off angle, 24K also goes down. The Chosen
Poor
with 2
YKG.
openings.
It's
There's
looking
an
to be
answer
very
right
tough
back,
for them.
Jinx, but this is dead center circle. They have
5 teams from
and
NA.
Loops is coming in for the third party.
Oh my goodness, the clock is now ticking. Fears with another knock, but Stellar finally shutting them down. But goodbye, right? You want to take a fight like that early on, Zute? Good luck. Easy pickets for Loops.
Yeah, it was dead center circle, so very risky fight to take. And even though one of the NA teams technically came out on top in that fight, neither team in the long run came out on top. N Hyper, they're chilling for now, and I think they just saw in that elimination feed, oh man, North America's just getting picked apart.
Yeah, I think YKG and the Chosen are going to go home after this, realize that, I mean, a fight like that is just way too dangerous to take. Even if you get it on top, you know, these Brazilian teams, with how fast they rotate, is second you take an engagement in that kind of position, you have to expect the third party is going to come your way.
Yep.
And Loops just didn't disappoint. That's a pretty big lesson to learn early on right there. Dope. Oh, this is against ATON once again.
Yeah.
So that's 3 players down. Fran does make it out alive for now, but he is headed right into N Hyper. He's in trouble. I say 10 seconds, he's gone.
You think so?
Ooh. Shots coming in. He's in the buggy though.
Make it 20 seconds.
Come on.
He lost the wheel.
Give it 10 seconds. Oh,
Aww.
Fran, survive.
He's good. He's good for now.
Is he though?
There's a lot of dips that he could play in and snake in right around that, you know, center zone. So he might be able to survive for a few more circles.
I don't know, because I think I saw it Hyper hop with a vehicle. Maybe they're looking to pick up that point.
Yeah.
I just all the way. Let's see where this next circle is going to head on over to Potato Hill. Take it up, and it's going to head on over to Pachinki, baby. Can we see
we're going to have a Pachinki finish?
Here, Zute.
I love to see it, and I love the circles this game around. A lot of hard shifts, so it's not just centering right up and blessing the team that picked center in the previous circle. Gotta make do with the rotation, the pushes. Alpha 7 in a great spot. Isolate down there to the southwest. The eastern side, though, getting very congested now.
Hey, the Panthers, big chilling in the city. They're gonna have to watch out, though, because All Glory Gaming have now invaded Pachinki. Maybe looting up the side here. Panthers, this is always a very difficult city to hold. Every single team is going to be expecting those rooftop plays, things like that. So the Panthers got to focus on not just getting too split up, focusing on too many different directions. One team at a time is going to be the key to victory here.
Team at time, INCO on the southeastern side, trying to rotate in. And N Hyper, yeah, forced to move away from that center spot. They will.
I wish I was good enough to play in these, Pachinki and Hyper.
Eastern side.
Oof,
yeah, I
It's a good
wish
spot
I
to
was
stay,
as good as
you know,
them, you know, by
alive,
being like a pro player.
But not much more.
Every time like I
than that.
watch esports, I feel like, oh, I want to go and play, you know?
Because, you know,
it gives me that energy, that hype, that motivation to be like, oh, I can do it. It's like so pro.
And if that's
but then I get killed by a bot, so
it can make things that much more difficult.
nothing pro there.
And Hyper, gotta protect those vehicles for now. The zone is way too big to lose them early on.
Yeah, I think they're just playing for the circle ending up on them because they are relatively center. So maybe that is their game plan. Of course, INCO on the southern side can really punish them from the hilltops. If INCO get control of the hilltops all for themselves, and it looks like that may happen as no one else is really on the southeastern side. It's just Alpha 7 and INCO. We do have FLAMENGO also on the south side, but they're just, you know, chilling in a compound, minding their own business right now.
Gotta remember Zute too, right? We've already seen 2 hard shifts so far, so this zone has been pretty jumpy in this Erangel match, so you gotta plan for the worst here, and you know that's what these teams are doing. Here comes Influence CHEMIN, all right, just trying to find a better spot into this zone as Jaguar right here on the edge of Pachinki Hill. Royals of War setting up in this dip. This is a really good spot to hold, but it looks like they're going to be driving right by Influence. A nice knock on the low. Going to start things up. Federal with the run over. Little boy coming in hot.
Oh, I don't think Kawiski got the memo. Yeah, second drive by. They're trying to find another knock.
One more.
I mean, they got one. I think they got to back off.
One more.
Yeah, they're backing off. They're going to try and reset to 3. But Royals of War, they're going to get the man advantage now after getting a revive. And hold on, no, maybe not. Jaguar coming in with the third party.
Oh, nice defense though
from Dreamsy, but gets knocked right off the bat here. They're on the run. Oh, I thought Royals of War was going to take off, but instead they decided to hold their ground.
Waiting for the next match if you die early is a pain.
If you're Jaguar, you're going to want to get this finish done early because Influence
and you cannot go anywhere. You cannot do anything, you know?
Yeah, Influence CHEMIN, they hear the
it's just boring to
wait. They want to take a part in this third party. Now look at this. Look at on the minimap. They're coming in from the top side, trying to flank both teams. And there we go. Another knock onto the side of Jaguar. It is almost dead even between these 3 teams as far as how many are up. It could go either way. An intense game. Look at intense game. They're on the north, maybe looking to fourth party all of this. And they are. Intense game are getting the knocks onto some of the influence players.
This is insane, right? First party, second party, fourth party now. I mean, players from all over the place. Little boy is the last player up for Influence CHEMIN. And he's in full laydown mode. He's going to get a nice knock here, though, with that DBS. Yep. Catches Adrian, but goes down to the run over. Little taste of his own medicine there from Intense Game.
Dude, Intense Game. They've got it all. They know how to play the defense, they know how to play the offense, and they know how to take advantage of third-partying, fourth-partying teams. Beautifully done. Royals of War stay alive with all 4. I don't know how they made it out of that with all 4. And if they keep all 4 up on this YOLO rotation into the zone, that's a strong spot in the circle too. If they could keep 4 up right there, they just pulled off a miracle play. But they run into N Hyper. They will lose some players for that.
Pushed in a little too far. I think they should have just had right at that edge of that build where the rest of his team did. But I gotta say, right, big heads up for their drop.
Have you got the new Carol G set? Yes, I do have the new Carol G set.
Really needs to push this.
Not the red one. I have the other, with her black dress.
They gotta take these points when they can get them.
Yeah, they only have 1 elimination point so far. Can they pull off a clean execute? I want to see them keep all 4 up. I mean, it's just one member
to be like, if you're not IGL, if you're not like IGLing, you have to be really good at taking
forces, you know, and Hyper to be exposed. So they're gonna bide their
instructions.
Time Hyper. Getting closer.
Here we go. DPS.
Finished. Well done.
Good shot. Beautifully done. So N Hyper gonna secure this location. And this is going to be a good one here because this zone is dead center of the zone right now. So they are
my luck is amazing. I think so too, actually. I do.
Trying to catch Hayuya from Dope
I was
Slayers.
lucky with that crate.
One of the 2 players left up from them. 4 eliminations so far. So they did put some points up on the board. Good for them. And Hyper, definitely the team from North America looking to get some major points on the board. The Panthers have been quiet. They're still sitting in this zone. And it's going to be a tough one to defend because, I mean, everybody's starting to group up here in Pachinki.
Yeah, the circle's still big enough that it could shift in a way where it goes completely off of Pachinki, but that requires a hard shift down to the southern side. I want to see that hard shift. I don't want to see it, you know, center in Pachinki where everyone's just going to be turtling up. Actually, no, I want to see it go up north to Pachinki because that gives a chance for Alpha 7 to crash in, and I love seeing Alpha 7 pull off insane pushes. Where's it going to go, Jukes?
Uh-oh. This is dangerous because it's going to go to the Pachinki hillside. I mean, this could definitely head towards them. And Alpha 7 on this edge with this amount of oversight is going to be dangerous. INCO really has to watch their back here.
Yeah. I don't think INCO's going to get pressed just yet. Maybe in the next circle, Alpha 7 should just play on this hilltop and take some, you know, long-range engagements. If they get a knock onto FLAMENGO, I do see Alpha 7, you know, being how aggressive they are, sweep down to the southeastern side, give up that high ground, and then come back to it after they finish the fight. Loops on a sweeping rotation onto the south.
Straight towards him.
Go, yeah, right into FLAMENGO.
Possibly even Alpha 7 here. Uh-oh, Fox, full lay down. Instead of Texas looking to possibly blow up that vehicle. Uh-oh, Chief. He's gonna spot A7, and they're gonna start that firing.
He potatoed that spray.
Putting on his dancing shoes.
He could have got him.
Those shots. Beautifully done there from A7.
Yeah, and they stopped some of the Loops player from pushing in. Cardozo, one of them knocked. That's not gonna slow down Loops. Loops is still gonna go for it. They need.
Oh my gosh.
Zone.
Loops
Wow.
with the slowest rotation. It's like watching a snail in Formula 1 there. Those shots slowing down. That Lambo, that's going to be pretty tough for them. But Alpha 7 doing a great job at defending this hill.
Not just defending. It looks like they're going offensive too. They're pressing into FLAMENGO, getting closer. I don't think Loops realized FLAMENGO was here because FLAMENGO was pinned down so much that they didn't hear any shots from FLAMENGO. And yeah, that really cost Loops dearly. Alpha 7 looking to make space for themselves. They're pressing FLAMENGO further and further back into a corner.
Let's see what the play is here. Alpha 7 up on the hill looking dominant. Where is this next zone going to go though? 1 minute on the clock. If it heads towards this hill, Alpha 7's going to be sitting really pretty. If it goes to Pachinki though, it's anyone's game.
FLAMENGO, so lucky, I would say, to not get a single player knock, because if one knock came through, that's the go-ahead for Alpha 7 to full press that. Looking back in Pachinki, not much has changed. One of the players of All Glory did get knocked, should be able to get revived. Next circle is going to determine
Who are your
a lot,
top
though,
4 NA
Juice.
players? If you had to pick 4
It's
people
gonna
to
be
represent any finals, who would be, or 6 actually, because yeah.
Let's see what is going to happen. Anybody's game here so far. All Glory Gaming still alive.
I would probably pick
in this position. And Overnight having their backs. Gotta be really careful here because this is a tough cross to make if you're Overnight. Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to get it done with nades. A nice defensive one though.
Chico
is going to stop that push for just a little while longer.
Here comes the push. Overnight. They do get that no confirmation actually. All Glory has 4 up. Overnight did lose 1. And next circle centered right onto INCO.
Tough.
Alpha 7 still with the high ground. And I don't think any team's going to manage a full-on crash into INCO with how congested the northern and northeastern side is.
What have I done? Alpha 7 getting that zone is looking real good. Let's see what happens though. Let's see what happens. Hey, the Panthers looking to make some moves here on the edge of the zone. This is going to be an all-out brawl here. What's going to happen?
It's a meat grinder.
Yes, it is.
Pachinki now.
We're going to see like 3 squads go out the second the zone shifts over.
If not 3 squads go out, we're going to see 3 squads with only 1, maybe 2 players left. And FLAMENGO,
so probably, yeah,
like
QC,
this is their
GQ first,
to make. If they can,
Joey.
they get the opening, a trade right back. 1 for 1, nades, Util, bullets, Senetexa, DBS goes down.
Revel, gonna have to clutch it up. DBS is coming up huge here. He's got the nade. This could be it right here. It's gonna be perfect. ACG. GC God survives a little while longer. He's got to make the push. He has to commit. He's got the nade. Quick throw. That's going to put a little bit of pressure. That's going to.
I think that's it. Those are my teams.
Get that res off. Revel trying to make a decision on what to do here. Does he go for the res or does he commit in the push? He's going for the 1v1.
The MVP. Revel's got to win this. The MVP out of
Oh, he's missing all the shots.
Am I jinxing this? I do jinx it.
This is why I don't trust the DPS.
FLAMENGO take the win, and they'll be able to get a reset up to 3.
Oh, goodness gracious. Alpha 7 go down. The DBS unable to connect. Here goes the Panthers against intense game. Nate getting knocked by that nade is gonna be devastating. Quan has to get this finish, and he does. So clutch for the Panthers.
Oh, huge game right now for the Panthers, keeping 3 up and pretty much claiming the Pachinki side. It is just one player out of Overnight that they have to worry about. And Kyun doesn't look like he's looking to get aggressive here. He is pinned down. That smoke dissipating. Does he spot Zuko?
The toes.
The toes, the hands. Zuko stays
Watch
alive.
the toes, the
Zuko
toes.
Crawls right back to the sidelines. It's okay though. The Panthers still have 2. And yep.
1.
There we go.
Monstrous for his squad right now. So clutch. Saw him clutch up a couple plays earlier too. This is a huge game for the Panthers. They already have quite a few eliminations on their side. This is gonna be a tough zone though. INCO sitting pretty dead center. Not a worry in the world.
Yeah. Dope is still up too. We have 3 NA teams coming into this late game.
All right, about
Definitely a turn of
time.
events for North America in general. But the winner, I feel like it's gotta be INCO. They still have 4
Nice.
shot. Oh, that's a go-ahead to push. I mean, they kind of have to. They don't have the circle, and they got an opening of all openings.
Oh, they're all gonna go in one car. Oh, it's a clown car.
All in one vehicle.
We don't see N Hyper usually win these, not gonna lie. And they're actually gonna
Sheesh.
go around this
One vehicle.
side.
This is dangerous. They have to hop out. Kindness has to hit these shots. Beautiful. Just enough to suppress and get GC God off their back. GK first trying to get this first aid. If he does,
The nade's
it's
gonna
be
get them.
good. Gigante with the huge nade. Gigante
Yep.
for 3. Oh. Bang. One more.
Yep.
Got him. GK first.
Yep.
1 HP.
Yeah, just one more. Just tackle him. And he is down. It looks like he will get the med off. 2v1 situation. GK first can potentially turn this back around, but the Panthers coming in on the western side. It's getting messy out here, Jukes.
GK first, not able to
That
handle
was such
the
a
heat,
bad
and that's gonna
way
be
to rotate in,
Flamengo
honestly.
getting better of N Hyper. 4 squads still remaining. The
But we have
Panthers,
5 eliminations, so
Quan
that's
goes
not
down
bad.
to INCO. That's going to be 1 player up for them. It is a 4 versus 2 versus 1. And 1.
Yep. I respect that push out of N Hyper. That was the potential game-winning push if they could take that over the top and keep 3 up, but it was definitely the riskiest of pushes. They had no openings onto that side, and they went for it. That leaves Flamingo with 2 up still on the high ground. New zone about to come out. Hayuya snaking out here. I don't think anyone knows he's out there. And yeah, look at Nenebete. His back completely exposed to Hayuya.
GC God using that buggy.
Nate. It's Nate. Anyone can do it for the Panthers. It's Nate.
For those of you guys that didn't watch the NA finals, we saw Nate by himself, right, take on more than a dozen players on his own and win the game. So if any
Like
player has
12?
proven, it was ridiculous.
By himself, 12, if not more. It might have been 12 to 13.
So the impossible has definitely been done before. Hayuya denying the point, going out to the play zone there. That's going to be a top 3 finish for the Panthers with 7 eliminations. It's going to be a good start for them. Is he going to catch GC God off guard here?
Oh, he's got a nade.
Oh, he does.
Sees the buggy.
Yeah, GC God has to know it's coming. Yep, he is on the move.
Oh, flies too far.
The push was ambitious, but also they must have known that there was somebody there because they were shot from that direction.
Oh my god.
I don't know why they were not more prepared.
Oh, the booster coming in clutch. However, he's got to go more clutch if he wants another extra placement position. There's only 3 teams left, and no one's taking down INCO. That's for sure. Nate gets in the zone. He's going to stay alive. And I think Flamingo, they know which team to go ahead and fight. And it is going to be the side of the Panther. Nate is going to mount a 1v2 defense here.
I believe it was Cameron Davis that had a nice INCO prediction. I think it was you too, right, Zute?
Yeah.
I mean, beautifully done. This position proving to be the most dominant. Nate gonna have to clutch up a 1 versus 2 here. He's not taking down INCO, but he might be able to get at least 1 more point in the board if he's able to catch GC got off guard. But yeah, I mean, FLAMENGO, their ears are as high as they could be. I mean, full on alert mode.
It looks like they're backing off, though. They don't know how many are up from the Panthers, so they're playing this cautiously, but it might just... Oh, did they really just put themselves on? They did, Jukes. Once those smokes are out, Nate is big chillin', and FLAMENGO's gonna just get ripped to shreds from INCO.
That is true. It really depends on where this next zone is gonna go. If this zone somehow goes up to this mountainside, that could make things really, really dangerous. Yeah, INCO just, like you said, those smokes, just a big red alert to say, come on over here. And I think INCO is starting to mount those vehicles, and they're starting heading up this hill here with those smokes. Nate actually threw a smoke. That is so dangerous.
Oh, Nate, no, just chill, Nate. Oh, he doesn't stay alive for the second place finish. He will get the third place finish. That's huge out of them. And look at that.
Good
FLAMENGO
morning.
instantly going down
GG's
to the
INCO.
pool. I think the last point did get denied. INCO get the win, however, and that is a big chicken dinner out of INCO.
GG.
Yeah, and they got some really solid eliminations there as well. So INCO Gaming, this is another one of those situations, right, where they get that perfect zone, but they don't disappoint, right? They get the chicken dinner and they get some solid eliminations as well.
Yeah. And I don't think there was any other way they could have played it. Like, they could have gone aggressive at some point and pushed up, but that exposes themselves, you know, to all the angles. So they just did it by the book, I'd say. Another team winning because they get the zone in the end, but I think that's because every team not getting the circle, Jukes, you know it's go time when they don't get the circle, and they are fighting for every point they can.
All right, speaking for fighting for points, right, NA finally put some points on the board. Let's go ahead and take it over to the desk to see what they think about that one.
I woke up and now I'm hungry. Well, it's time for breakfast.
Yeah, I don't know where to touch that one, Hot Jukes. You're not wrong. NA putting some points on the board, though, just not as many as we are hoping, as it seems like Brazil and even Latin America are starting to run away with things. And we'll check with their overalls in just a little bit of time. We also have to check in with Mr. Cameron Davis here. Has a big smile on his face because someone got his prediction correct.
Let's go! Prediction god here. Yeah, get that zoom in on me. I see the camera preparing. Come on. Yeah, victory! V for victory, baby! INCO coming out on top. It was close for A7, though. It just FLAMENGO swooped in from the side. I actually almost regretted my decision, but hey,
I wanted to
my boys.
a party before and be like, so how's N Hyper doing?
Hey, listen, that's old. That's in the past. This is now, baby. INCO is now, baby. This is 2 wins in a row for INCO.
All right, 8 points for N Hyper. Not bad. Breakfast is in 2 to 3 hours? No.
But technically.
Breakfast is no.
But technically not.
No, not technically.
No,
How
but
do you win
no,
prizes from broadcasting?
No.
What do you mean?
1 chicken dinner, but
8
2
points this time around.
Oh, you mean how to win UC from this?
What?
Stream? After each match, we will do a giveaway where you have to guess a number between 1 and 50.
Hey,
And then we'll do the giveaway right now.
Exactly what I thought they were gonna be doing, which is
So guess any number between 1 and 50.
Should have been doing that from the
Good luck.
But they're just.
I will say this: Influence CHEMIN.
Yes.
I've actually been kind of supporting their performance. Not necessarily in like the theoretical part of what they're doing, like again the 2-2 split on Sanhok.
Yeah.
But they have not lived up to what I expected coming to this event so far. It's been 3 matches.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, congratulations to Beast.
For us to say, and we will say it with
Beast,
reasonable,
you have
backing behind it,
won
that, it's only been 3 rounds, but at the same time,
600
this is
UC.
3 of 24. This is the beginning seeds being planted. Of
Can I
like
get
how
your
performance
ID
can
in chat,
continue.
please?
If you're a team that hasn't really been performing so far, you don't have a lot of time to really rev up your engines and get up to speed right now, because you have INCO performing well, FLAMENGO performing well, Intense Game performing well, like routinely from the first 3 rounds.
Flash forward to day 4. It's only the 21st round.
Yeah, there's a time that you had to really sort of like.
Please send
cut
your
that out.
ID,
But
Beast.
real quick, head to head here between INCO and FLAMENGO. You saw FLAMENGO's points.
Yes.
Were like the damage and everything was a lot higher than INCO, because INCO did have the advantage of being in the center of that zone and not having to deal with a lot of fights. FLAMENGO had to fight through a couple of different situations. But hey, again, you're not always given an advantageous situation. It's your job to get all the points that you can from it.
I was surprised FLAMENGO was actually able to.
1
beat
minute?
Office 7. I
Okay,
thought Office
I'm
7
waiting.
Was able to kind of clutch that up.
Yeah.
They didn't. They just kept missing shots.
It was a little
The
awkward,
lucky
yeah.
number was
Both
number
sides missing
14.
shots there, especially from Alpha 7 side. But I mean, yeah, FLAMENGO, I think the important part for them is that they show they
The
can
number was
contest against the
14.
best in Brazil, right? They're able to fight head-to-head against Alpha 7 and come out ahead here.
Especially after what happened in Sanhok too, where they pretty much had Alpha 7 eliminate them, right? Go to them when they were holding the spot. They kind of turned the tables here, and they were able to take on Alpha 7 when Alpha 7 was holding the spot.
And actually, what
Thank
I'm
you
liking,
for the
sorry, it just hit me
idea
right now
of
about Flamengo
match
is that
number after
the
match
first two
number
rounds that we've seen so
4.
far, they are
We'll
contesting
give
strong positions
Yep.
every single round. They might not be winning every single fight. We saw them get eliminated by Intense Game and then Alpha 7 on
after
Sanhok.
match number
And then here they might have beat
5.
Alpha 7 but took a lot of scraps
We'll
against them. But
give
the fact that it's consistently they are
340
trying to fight for
EC.
strong positions.
And
They're
after
kind
match
of
number
starting to become a little
6,
bit of a dark horse. If they
we will
continue to
give
commit onto this
600
and take these
EC.
fights and start winning them more consistently, they could actually
So
start being a
next
sleeper
winner
team.
will be
To be
after
fair, more
match
like a
number
dark bird, I would
4.
say,
Oh yeah.
Nice.
But I think
This is why I paid the big bucks here.
you guys gonna make me feel self-conscious now.
It was your joke.
No, but I mean, the fact is, right, is that we are curious to see what team, like what new teams we'll see, right?
Yeah.
Your typical Alpha 7, your Loops,
Yeah.
your INCO, your Influence, CHEMIN. We're starting to see some newer teams come in here and show what they've got. Now, I do kind of wonder long-term what we're going to see out of a team like them. For instance, let's just say, theoretically, they come out first, they're into PMWI. Are they going to be able to rise to the occasion against teams from regions that are even stronger than Brazil?
No.
You know?
No, it's you can't expect a team to come out of nowhere, win their region, and then also win. Like, that's absolutely insane. That is a story that you rarely ever see in any title, in any sporting.
Hopefully
whether
you're
it's
not
e-sport
losing
or
points,
T-sport.
Don, but you're getting
It's-
closer.
That's so out of the ordinary. But if a team does come out, surprise us with a win of a team that we didn't expect here, whether it's Flamingo or not, to get reps at a larger global event will already put them on the path to be able to perform
We're
even
not
better next year.
even in
And
the
that's what we said a
top
lot when it came to
8.
PMPL NA as well, for the teams who we knew wouldn't get through.
And the
But
top
7, Cena
6
looks like
are
our
all
overalls for the first time here.
top
so
6
far.
is all
2
from
NA teams in
LATAM,
top
from South
8.
America.
Yeah. Remember when I was saying that NA is the weakest region? So far, after the 3 matches, I'm still going to stick to that. I feel like the Panthers, I'm actually surprised to see that the Panthers are the 7th place team and the highest team for NA, because I was kind of with you. I wasn't expecting N Hyper to win, but I was expecting N Hyper to be the highest placing team for NA. So I am surprised about that. By the way, going back to Flamengo, third place, 23 points. That's impressive too.
Maybe you
for INCO
jinxed
Gaming with what
yourself.
you were saying, how back-to-back chicken dinners now. Actually, no.
No, I didn't say back-to-back chicken dinners.
one chicken dinner.
Back-to-back wins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's break some of this down, right?
Yeah.
We got like about 2 minutes, 20 seconds. I think one thing that's developing that's kind of interesting to me is an intense game. They're very similar to the way like Flamingo and Loops are playing, right? Heavy on eliminations, not really high on placements. Yeah, I mean 15 is the second highest amount of placements we have, but they're really frag heavy so far.
Yeah.
And then you look at like INCO, they've been really consistent at being good at both. But then to see Alpha 7, I think looking at just the overalls, to me, this says Alpha 7's just maybe being a little bit too aggressive so far and not playing out the long game. Maybe they're trying to push their weight around in the lobby and show that, yeah, we're still the team to beat.
I think going back to the first Miramar, they're still testing out teams. They're trying to see how they're going to react, and this is usually what Alpha 7 does. And what's impressive too, I mean, the top 5 teams, I don't think nobody was going to be surprised about this. All Brazilian teams. That's wild.
I don't think we're going to continue to see Loops and Alpha 7 in 4th and 5th place for that much longer, because
up or down, you gotta,
up.
Okay,
because
you got me there in the
again.
first half.
No. Oh yeah, no, come on, I'm not that insane. Just because of the fact that this is only 3 games, and I don't mean that in the sense of like, oh, give it time, but in the sense that every single round, its placement points will have that much greater of an impact. The more rounds we get, the more it'll be evened out, and you won't have a single game that will like. So like, let's look at Overnight for example. They had 1 win, that's 10 points, which means a lot now. It's not going to mean that much later on.
And they only had 13 placements, I think, overall. So
yeah,
far.
exactly. They're not going to be able to sort of like quote unquote sneak themselves into a higher position based off of 1 round in the way that they are here.
The odd thing is, if you take a look at the Kings from their region, we're seeing the Kings, oh, you laugh at 7. Kings of NA, unfortunately, are down here towards the bottom. 16th place, the current worst performing NA team. Again, it is early, right? There's 2 points to separate them.
YKG at the bottom of the list.
Points in the match. But interesting to see that, like, what teams
My
are
prize and
struggling
thanks,
so far aren't necessarily the
GG's.
teams,
Don,
at least from
you
NA
got
side, that I thought. Like,
3.
honestly, I didn't really expect much out of Dope and the
Million,
Panthers.
is it? Or
Just because I felt like
yeah,
the
you got
Panthers'
3
final
million
push they made,
points.
or the finals push they made was kind of like something they wouldn't necessarily replicate.
Yeah.
In a
Did
more
you mark my
international
words? You
scale.
marked your words.
But they are the best
My
performing
ID said
team
yes,
so far.
Beast.
I did expect some
I got your
out
ID.
of Dope Esports. That's kind of why I picked them at the beginning of the show,
Wait, I
because they
need to
were
go
just
to
so
my
consistent. I
YouTube.
feel like if there was going to be any team out of NA to at least try to push for like a top 5 situation, it would be Dope. So far, Dope is starting to improve a little bit, but I'm with you. I'm actually disappointed with the
Also,
way
guys, don't forget to like the
at the bottom.
stream.
A lot of people were hyping them up in NA, and right now they're
Thank
just
you,
pretty much
Frozen.
running into a wall of reality. And that
I
wall
can't see
is
numbers
Brazil.
when there's
I
no
think,
commas.
It's not just Brazil, it's also just the fact that even if you ignore the regional balance, or like what regions are stronger than other regions, it's still the fact that these are better teams because they've won their separate regions. And YKG, I think they got away with a lot in North America by being able to take so
Welcome
much
to
free
the mod
space
squad.
from other teams that sort of gave it up to them. Joey, especially again with those big wide flanks, like if he starts to continue to do that more and more and more, which he hasn't even had an opportunity to yet, but if he wanted to, he would get punished on that and get isolated and taken out. I don't think they don't have nearly as much freedom to even try for the plays that they got away with in North America.
Well, you know what? They still have 3 matches left to go today. Before we can hop into our next match, I remind you guys once again, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And if we somehow be the worst predictors so far, we get to pour Monster on his head. I think we might be tied, actually, 7, to be fair. So maybe we both get monsters poured on our heads. But you know what? It is time to head into Miramar. We got a little bit of fire before we get into ice with Vikendi thereafter. Let's head back to Hot Jukes and Zute.
Hey, boy, settle down, okay? Settle down. Let me tell you what's happening, all right? Look, Joey, he's a generous man, a glorious man, even, right? Okay? He's just giving Brazil a head start, okay? Start popping off here any second now and take this championship away from everybody, okay?
I can see because there
So
was a
you heard
park
it here
on there
first.
for
That's the strategy.
my roomie
Joey,
always-
it's a
it
bold
was
one.
the
I will say, Zute,
MCB that
one I
tripped.
wouldn't do
Oh.
myself. But hey, you never know.
Next up is my
Great job.
Discord
I
role,
don't know.
yeah.
I don't know about that. The way I see it, here's my analysis. Here's my analysis of NA, and I feel like I'm pretty spot on, okay? The Dust kind of hinted at it too. YKG, they're an aggressive team. And in NA, sure, they're the kings. In this region with Brazil, YKG, they're getting slapped. They're trying to get aggressive, but they can't. Right? Brazil's just
Now you
better.
got a
And
nice
hold on. N Hyper,
Discord
they're doing
role
okay, but
with a
N Hyper's
nice
always that team that
little
does
icon.
better as the games progress. Like if you think about it, they're a team
What?
that
30
really
minutes of sleep
thrives
only?
off of intel and studying teams. Once they get a few games, get some VODs, you know, coming in, feel like N Hyper's gonna get more comfortable. They're just gonna start pulling ahead just by a little bit. And the Panthers and Dope, both of those teams, they kind of
Alright,
are
we're gonna
like
switch
a
to
jack
the
of
big
all trades.
screen.
And same with what they did in NA. They kind of just played consistent, played their game. The Panthers started popping off, of course, in NA, but that gives them, you know, where their positions are at right now. They're a jack of all trades. They can kind of just mesh in there. So we'll see if, you know, YKG can start getting that confidence and really
The
pull
blue
ahead.
looks good
And
on
as far as
Edon.
in Hyper, if they could get that intel, start,
Congratulations.
getting a little more comfortable, start reading these teams better.
I
and start
I
playing
tried
the
hard
position
enough.
game
Yes,
that they
you
always
did.
do.
That you did.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to have to start making some plays. 'cause
Done with
right
gambling.
Now, if we're really looking at it, right? NA, this is them right now. Right now, they are currently in this kind of position, right? But if they're able to make a rotation, right? Especially catching El Pozo first, I'm looking at you, YKG, then we could finally see them in this position here, Zute, right? And that is the place that you want
they
to
enjoy
be.
drawing.
But they're going to have to make some big plays because we're seeing all these squads here in this area have to make that stretch due to that
What?
plane path.
Popularity-
A lot of them are gonna also be
popularity
looking
battle
for
is
those
bad. Wait, I have to
vehicles
check in
because they're
game.
going to have to head into this area sooner rather
I
than
have to
later.
check in
Honestly, I'm
game.
even looking over here on the side of Alpha 7, right? And Overnight up here up top. They are going to have to go ahead and make that rotation. They can come right here through the top, take this hardship side, and they can be set up here quite early on. You want to be able to secure that high ground as fast as possible. Now, for teams that are going to have a little bit of a hard time on the way over, right? It's going to be the Panthers all the way in Impala. They got a big, big rotation to make.
Yeah. Team furthest away from the zone. They're going to need some circle blesses, maybe some hard shifts to the east. That will definitely help them out a lot. But I feel like this game, It's going to be a little bit slower, especially with the way the plane path was and how far away the circle is. A lot of teams have a good opportunity.
By the way, is
you
the
highlighted it
PMWI
yourself,
voting
to
out
prioritize
now
not
on
fighting
in-game?
early on,
I don't
but
see it.
rotations early on, and it being Miramar, you know how important those rotations can be coming into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, you can just see them, right? Hunting down those vehicles early on is going to be the most important thing. Royals of War, they knew it, right? They instantly hopped in those vehicles without a piece of loot to their name. They're going to go ahead and head
Also,
into
guys,
that
if you're going
zone
to
early
vote
on,
in
possibly even taking
PMWI for NHP,
Nuevo, but
make
YKG has the same
sure
strategy, right?
you
They're
take a
in vehicles
screenshot
and
because you
could
will need
catch them
screenshots when you
pretty
enter
quick
the
here. And Hyper
PMWI
making
giveaway
that
with
tough
N Hyper.
rotation on the bus. Gotta get that good gas in this one here, because it's a slow mover in Miramar.
Yeah,
it's Just also saying.
That's even slower.
Feels weird to see US. It feels weird to see monster truck too.
I don't know about
he's done
taking those shots. I mean, he almost got
they're
the knock.
rushing.
That's
They're
surprising
rushing.
But it gives him a little bit of a warning to get prepared. And he gets behind the tree. And intense. This is an intense game.
Oh,
he
only
be
has
able to set
smokes.
up to defend now.
Oh. Yeah, you can't defend that.
Luckily.
And they're going to take the vehicle away from him, too. Real smart. Oh, Kaidisk and actually Rin hopped in the wrong one.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the rest of the squad isn't going to be there to possibly mount a defense against N Hyper. But, man, N Hyper needs some points.
Yeah, it seems like
To start
Pop
off with a
Battle
nice
is back.
elimination, it's definitely got to be
They both make sense in Miramar, yes. Especially the monster truck on Miramar.
Yeah, that's
Definitely.
what it takes. You know, we see Brazil play at that pacing that N Hyper just did, and it's working out. You got to go fast. You got to go hard. They pick up that 1 point, and they are not in the best ideal position yet, but that is a fast rotation, and hopefully they could get to the spot that they want to without losing any players.
Yeah, let's see. Tons of rotations coming up early on, and that's what happens when you have a hard shift on the circle away from the plane path. The Chosen rotating safely away from Royals of War, and they're going to do so very beautifully. So far, the team that was able to really get on that most hard shift side, Zute, it's going to be All Glory Gaming.
Wide
right?
stretched is
You can't even see them
Uzi
here on this
power.
map feed as we look at the rest of the teams on their
Monster
way in.
doesn't
a
fit
lot of
anywhere. It
congestion
kind of does on Miramar.
here. This is that map
For the
where you
terrain, it will be so
sometimes have
easy to
make
drive
that,
on with.
what I like to call the rotation player sacrifice, where it's such a deep rotation. You have to move so quickly. You don't really have time to leapfrog. You just kind of have to send it, and sometimes you may just lose a player in the process.
Yeah, and we see sometimes teams just go into mutual agreement where they both just full send. They know if they stop to take the fight, it sacrifices so much time, and you're not even guaranteed to get a point stopping to take the fight. And you get third-partied as more teams rotate in behind you. So I think this is one of those, you know, smart decisions out of both teams to just not fight at all and just keep rotating next to each other.
Yeah, you know what? And that's something that's really kind of difficult to prepare for, Zute, because a lot of
Do you want
times,
to enter
you
the
know, when
giveaway?
these players, they scrim all day long.
Which
against
giveaway?
various
I feel like
teams
there's
in
like a
their
million
respective
giveaways
regions
right
to
now.
prepare for this tournament. And a lot of, you know, newer squads don't really understand that level of play, right?
Yeah,
so they're
they'll
so
stop and
used
take the
to,
fight.
yeah, they take those fights super early on. But at this high level, teams understand that, hey, you know what? We're trying to win some money, okay? We want to go to PMWI. Taking this fight early on is bad for both of us, right? Let's just head on in, get a nade, and take down Gigante. That's what the Panthers said, take an early point here. And since Miramar is so big, when you have some obvious points, definitely, right, take them, secure them, but you want to do it quicker rather than later. That's exactly what we just saw from Chronix.
See, that fight I'm perfectly fine with, because that was the Panthers' plan. They are sacrificing their rotation from the get-go. They didn't leave early. They took their time. And so now if they run into a team, that's their memo. We are taking these isolated fights. We're not getting anywhere close to center as, quick eject out of that buggy. That could have been bad.
That was dangerous. But you're right. Yeah, they were so far outside of the zone that that's exactly what they did, right? They decided to go ahead, take that fight, go to steal one of those points, and they're so far out of position that the risk of getting third-partied is so low. So smart for them, and a nice point to pick up early. Maybe they're starting to learn from these Brazilian teams here, Zute, right?
Yeah.
Take off early, catch a player off guard, steal a quick point, and then move on. We've seen Brazil do that all day today. And speaking of Brazil, look who's close to each other. Two monsters in the lobby.
Alpha 7 and Loops. Alpha 7 playing very quiet here. Looks like they might not know Loops is up here, but they understand the map enough that they will definitely get a team rotating on the hillside. So they are just prepped for this. It's Loops gonna be ready for this Alpha 7 defense. There's only two though. The other two are way further down south in El Pozo with not much sight lines to cover the 2v4. Next circle about to shift in. The Panthers running into FLAMENGO once again on the eastern side. We might see another fight break out. But where is this circle gonna go?
Yeah, that's the question. Oh, center right up.
There is one
Okay,
for
I
iPhone
really like the
14 by
Chosen's
Undon.
position here. They're going to have a lot of high ground in this spot, and there's just congestion all over the place. I believe we're seeing, I think that's either
Really,
N
the pros
Hyper,
use the
right there at the
bicycle and
bottom,
comp.
getting knocked. The Panthers still all the way on the side of San Martin. Not a worry in the world. Zuko does get knocked as well, so the Panthers actually in big trouble here against FLAMENGO.
Yeah. FLAMENGO took down 2-3 now out of the Panthers.
Oh my goodness.
I believe there's only one up as we look at this fight with Loops. Loops got some warning shots, and they are forced to back off. YKG and N Hyper fighting as well. I think N Hyper lost one or two players. And, ooh, man, they lost the 4v3.
Panthers
That's
is
not looking
out.
good for the Panthers whatsoever.
Nope. Just got caught off guard here. FLAMENGO just setting up a nice trap for them. And the trap was sprung and executed beautifully. So the Panthers, first team out, another bad loss for them. That's going to be tough for them on the leaderboards. But right now, it really is Brazil dominating all over that top three. Let's see Alpha 7. Yeah, playing things very carefully in this high ground. This is right near El Pozo. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them stay here until that zone shifts off.
Algorithm Gaming crashing onto INCO, and they are answered by a DBS. And Alpha 7 getting a long range steal. That was a steal right there.
Wow.
With the mini. Great job from Alpha 7 to pick that point up.
Super huge play right there. Every single point counts. And Alpha 7, man, if they see a player knocked, they're taking that all day long. YKG getting into it with Jaguar.
Okay.
Nice couple knocks there for them. And I believe we saw them get into it with N Hyper as well. So YKG did take one of the players from N Hyper down, and one from Jaguar.
DPS scared me.
Good start for
It's so
YKG
scary to come up
as they
against
look
someone who
towards the map.
will
They're
shoot
gonna
through
be
the
on that
DPS,
southern
honestly.
side. ATON is actually pushing into them right now. Yep, you can see that
There we
right
go.
there. That's going to make things really interesting. YKG definitely love that high ground, but, you know, I think they actually got their position due to the fact of where the plane path was. They didn't have to give up a pulsar for free.
Now,
Look at that
Zuko.
trap set.
Caught in the car.
Oh, Quan. Way too out in the open.
Yeah, out in the open. Oh, yeah, the way those highlights played out, that was a trap play. It did not look like the Panthers was ready whatsoever. Jaguar coming in. Joey, traded 1-for-1. There's only 2 up for YKG, and ATON coming in with the third party.
Yep. Jaguar Seba on the drive, trying to catch an angle here. He's going to get into a 1v1 with 24K. Gotta have to watch your back, though. 24K super beat up. The jump shot. Too strong. YKG goes down.
It was intense game.
YKG goes down.
That one
Jaguar
first
about
match.
to go down. If
YKG's
ATON
out.
presses in, but something slowed ATON down. Looks like they're fine with just picking up the 1 point. Maybe too much going on in the elimination feed for them to read that Jaguar is extremely hurt.
I think it was a team from Brazil.
ATON will back off and just prioritize the circle instead.
It was a South
The
American
zone
team
does shift
regardless.
once again to the center. Miramar getting a lot of central shifts today.
Yes, sir, indeed. The Chosen spread out real far, right dead center of the map. But you can see right there, we're looking at this edge. ATON pushing up in. Dope, having to make that rotation. Nesquik starting to serpentine. Gets knocked down in the process, so one player down from Dope. Oh, this is a full blind sand from Hayuya. Very dangerous.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
This dip, take in, brother. Goodbye.
Full blind indeed. And
can't do it.
Wow. Oh, he finds a rock. don't see this position played too often. I do think he's completely exposed over the top. Yeah, he is. But he's center enough that no team should be
kindness is
overpeaking
down.
that too confidently, because there are more teams on the
We
north
already
side
lost
that
one player,
they would have
and
to
we were
worry
down
about.
to
The
2 now.
Chosen, you mentioned it earlier, in a great spot once again with this circle. But can they hold this split? It's a very wide split, and the Chosen, not too veteran of a team when it comes to holding wide splits, in my opinion.
Yeah, honestly, they should really push AGC here after losing.
Actually,
that
that's a
vehicle,
very
he's
good
got nowhere
hiding
to run,
spot to
so
hide in the
this
tunnel.
is a free point if they decide to take
That could
it.
be the next move,
If there's any
guys.
time to get aggressive with a player like this, it's now. But they are so split, as a matter of fact, that it's going to take a little too long, I think, for them to try to make that play together.
Yeah.
See what the Chosen opts to do. Yeah, Subpigs has all eyes on him for now. And I think we're finally starting to see the rest of the team come this way. Yep, here they come.
Okay, I like that. They are going to give up, you know, one of their positions to group up at least 2 to make a 2v1 push. And here we go, Stellar coming in close. The Penguin, like, uh-oh, I think we're in danger, bro.
Yep.
Nade's out. Stellar, he might eat that nade.
Oof.
Oh, GC God survives from now. Oh, that's a nice smoke from GC God, actually, that he threw.
DBS.
He isolated it. Can he get the finish, though? He doesn't.
Oh no, the Penguin having to watch his master go down. You hate to see that here, but it's Miramar, right? You got to be able to make those plays in the desert, and Penguins definitely struggle there. Here we go. Let's see what Loops could do with the high ground now. Starting to throw some nades onto Influence Kevin. Ayala really pressing the action here, pushing down with the UMP. Little boy waiting for him. Does he have it in him? UMP versus UMP action. Nice defensive play there. Oh boy, with a jump shot, gets a couple, but it's not enough. Ayala shuts him down.
Ayala, the spear tip right now for Loops, coming in huge. I think he's a newer addition onto the team, and he's fitting in comfortably, doing what needs to be done. Influence CHEMIN. I heard Jason say he was disappointed with how Influence CHEMIN has played so far, and the disappointment, I feel like, is going to continue. They were in a great spot. They could have done a lot, but it just falls apart. Alpha 7 coming in for the third party, but Loops are so ready for that. And
Loops has gotten way much stronger.
Alpha 7.
And Loops gonna have to turn their heads completely into this direction. And it looks like they're doing exactly that. So Loops head on a swivel so far. Nice defense and offense. So Loops looking to put some more points on the board. They're gonna start this one off with 4 so far.
Has Revo going down for the side of Alpha 7. Revo, feel like, you know, he lost that 1v1 in the previous round, missed a lot of shots, and first to go down, and he's wide in the open on that flat top. I feel like Alpha 7, they're either a little nervous or they got too much energy in them. They need to start cleaning some things up to be that champion representative out of Brazil.
Man, speaking of clean up, right? Intense game. Up on the highest of high grounds. Let's see this play right here. Oh,
that was a nice one.
Bopped
With the
right
DPS.
out the vehicle. But, you know, his teammate does get that revenge here. Sup, Pig, in the monster show.
Sup, Big, coming in right now. Oh, TC lost a player, so they're down to 3 now. That highlight we just saw earlier, that reminded me of, what's it called, squash or something? Where you like fling a disc into the air and then you shotgun it out of the sky? That's exactly what happened. Rose of War coming in here on the eastern side. Nade flies out, falls too short, way too short. Stellar will stay alive.
Let's see what Stellar opts to do with this nade. Can he hit it? This is always a very difficult one to do. Yeah, and he just says, you know what? Not worth it. I don't like my spot. Let's just get moving away.
An intense game. Ever so vigilant, trying to pick up some points here. Down to 3 players. Mini spams coming out. No connections. Oh! Almost.
Got him.
Oh!
Perfectly timed there from Stellar with that DBS. He's gonna try to get that first aid off. Here comes Dreamzy. A little late to the party. He's got that UMP. He's got to hit those shots perfectly, and he does. Knocks Stellar. Where's the rest of the Chosen, though? Coming on in. Here comes ES12K. Riling things up. Oh, and that's gonna get blown up. Beautifully done from the Chosen. Down goes Royals of War.
You don't see that too often. M16 on burst close range. He makes it work though. Yeah, it's silence too. It's beautiful sounds. Next circle about to shift up, and taking a look at things, not much has changed. The Northwest still with Loops and A7. Down towards the center of El Pozo, the same teams are still just hunkering down, waiting for the next zones. And Overnight, a team that sneaked in a chicken dinner, I would say, on Sanhok, might sneak in another one if they get a couple more zones.
Okay, we have a nice little northern heavy shift here. Still a lot of real estate available. Anyone's game here at this point, but I'll tell you one team that it's not going to be. It is Influence CHEMIN. Gajovski in a lot of trouble down here. Just trying to survive, add some more points onto the board for his team. Looking at this zone, I want you guys in the chat to predict who do you think's going to win this one.
This needs some popcorn.
It's a pretty interesting
Every match
circle
needs
here.
popcorn.
You got Alpha 7 with a lot of real estate.
I'm telling you.
Loops could come down on them at any time and make things more difficult. Plus, you know, you got Intense Game, just so vigilant today. They're going to have to come off that mountainside, though, and head to the zone. Yeah,
He
down
turned his
goes
back.
Gajovski. If you bet Influence
Oh,
CHEMIN,
that was such a bad
GG.
move.
GG. I'd have to go with
Oh,
Loops,
that
man.
need.
The northern zone right now, if they could just get that hilltop position and take it away from A7, they control the whole entire zone. Literally,
The only
whole
bad
entire
thing with
zone, they
monster
get
trucks
sight
that
lines up.
if
And the
you
rest of
you
the zone
cannot use it
does
as a
not
good
have high
cover.
ground to work with at that point.
Maybe the wheels, but you can't use it as a good cover.
Definitely could be
Oh,
their
get him,
game
get him,
to
get him, get him,
win.
get him, get him, get him.
Let's see what
Ah.
some of the teams down south have to say about it, though. As ATON
Could have gotten him.
making the rotation on upwards. They're going to have to deal with Intense Game and Jaguar. Jaguar really late to this rotation.
Ooh. Oh, they're going to go right in?
Yep. Oh!
Incoming. Oh,
Coming in
dang.
hard. Jaguar. Hard
What the
buy.
heck?
Wow.
That
Delete.
happened like out of
Intense
nowhere.
Game though. That nade, did it connect?
Imagine
Oh, it
dying
didn't.
to somebody flying
Could've
in.
ended everything for ATON. What a push. You know, that's stuff you don't see.
Can you remove
out
the
of
wheels
NA.
on the monster truck? I don't
'Cause,
know.
I mean, talk about aggression.
Ooh, third party.
Beautifully done right there. I mean, ATON with a beautiful commitment. They get those points. Intense Game was looking to clear them out, though. And now, ATON, they made that play. But how are they going to get out of this position? That is the question, because all eyes are on them. Oh, nice shots there, but maybe a little too early. Yep, Robert catches them all the way from downtown. Milos full sending it on in. He's not making it across this field.
Yeah, definitely not. I respect it though. ATON went for the play to get some elimination points, and they knew after that, very low chance of them making it into the next circle.
Let's see what's going to happen here. As N Hyper
Oh, it just takes more
still up
shots.
in this game with only 2 players, 1 elimination.
Okay,
to
yeah,
their name.
yeah. That's why I never
It's gonna be a
tried
tough
taking
one for
the
them to
wheels
finish
out for
here
the
on
monster
top.
truck
I mean,
because
this
it's like it
entire
takes forever.
southern zone is just so congested with a lot of beat up teams here. You gotta also watch Overnight. They have been holding that position. If that zone gets locked onto them, we could see them with another dub.
Yeah, Overnight just chilling right now. The Chosen readjusted to the northeast side. I do think they get some of that high ground now. So they're going to have to watch out for Loops. Loops deciding not to take care of Alpha 7. They're going to share the zone one more time. It could come and bite them in the butt later. But with this new circle, it gives all those teams on the northern side a bit more time to work with.
And Hyper trying to put some shots and suppressive fire on Tico on their rotation. Uh-oh, here comes the Rojas from All Glory Gaming. Not enough gas to get over the hill. And that's going to be another point for N Hyper, as they are using all their utility to pick up these. Oh, Intense Game. Looking to shut them down. Easy points for them. They have the big man advantage. GK first. Going to have to pull off a miracle here.
Shots peppering in from INCO as well. Intense Game. They got to be careful. I love the patience. They slowed it down. They're getting some more info as they crest this ridgeline, and they realize it's another team, but Cielo does not care. He is going to bat down this
NSP
player
down
of
to
INCO immediately with
one
that mini.
player.
Goes for some more shots. No connections there. And look how fast this player is moving.
NSP is only down to one player. They're not going to win
Mechanical
this
skills
match.
right there, Jukes.
Beautifully
But
done
they're
with that
doing their
midi. Oh
best
my
to
gosh, the
survive.
taps are on point here today.
Considering
this is a big battle, though,
they
here on
have
this
like
side of the
really
map.
bad
It's going to be
ping.
between Loops. Wow, what a spot from Mythic. I mean, these guys so experienced. One pixel out of
And
place.
there
They're taking
goes
shots.
GK first. I think we go out.
Back to intense game. They eliminated the side of N Hyper. They cleared some space for themselves, and now they'll go in, get some more info, and look to do the same once again. This intense game, they have the fundamentals down on every aspect so far from the games I've seen. This team, definitely a team to watch out for as far as top contenders go for this tournament.
They move so well, so well. They've proven that when they get zone, they get the dub, and even when they don't,
Yeah,
they
NHP
still
went out.
put
At least we got one
consistent
more kill.
points on the board.
So we got 3
That
kills
is what
total.
a championship caliber team does there.
But I think
Loops
no
in trouble
placement
here. Okay, they are
points.
very
1, 2,
grouped
3,
up
4,
on the edge of
5,
this circle, and they are starting to
3,
receive a lot
5,
of
6,
pressure
7,
here
8.
from
I
Alpha
think
7.
maybe 1 point placement. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
if
thought
each place
Loops would be
gives
the
any
one taking
placement points.
control
Maybe
of
1
this
or 2
side of the
points.
zone. They got the opening onto Alpha 7. They know it's a 4v3, but instead, like I said, they let Alpha 7 survive for a little bit, and now they're sandwiched. It does come back to bite them in the butt like I was predicting. They have 4 up, so at least they have the numbers advantage, but they don't got much
Dope is
angles to
still
work
in
with.
this,
They're all stuck
okay.
in one spot. And Alpha 7, I think they're trying to billy goat their way up there and come up over the top of the Loops team.
Well, Sanhok, it looks like he's got his climbing shoes on. He does find that perfect spot to move up the hill.
Mafioso cannot
Loops
climb up.
smoking it all out, having to defend themselves against
I would
the
be so
Chosen for a
frustrated.
little
I'd be
bit
like,
longer.
you know
Take a
what?
look here at
Forget
Alpha
it.
7.
I don't need to go
Now
out.
they've
I'm
got
doing
their
somewhere
eyes
else.
locked onto INCO Gaming. That's going to be for Carrillo there. It's going to be a tough rotation. If this zone centers up Zute, it is going to be devastating for these teams.
Yeah, I would argue the south side actually has an advantage because they could work that ridge. You see in front of Carrillo, there is no cover really. That's actually a deep dip that they could get into if they have the vehicles.
Oh, the zone is
or
so
they might have to
open.
make it on
Middle of the
foot.
road,
Robert
actually.
Been in the shack for a while. Dope has not
Middle of
thrown
the
anything
sand
in here,
road.
so they might think it's clear.
Robert's not moving a muscle. I guarantee you he's holding his breath at this point. Just trying to secure some points for his team. They do have 2 elimination points. They're trying to surpass 7WG's goal of 4 placement points. Let's see if they can do it. Robert, can he spring the trap onto intense game? Like you said, they have no clue. Yeah, it could happen. They're right on the edge of the zone. I don't think Robert's in this next circle. So I think he's definitely going to have to leave that shack here in a few seconds.
Here comes Loops. With that new circle shift, Loops are forced to press into Alpha 7 now, but however, Alpha 7
Barely
has a
hasn't moved a
favorable
bit from the
position,
hut.
especially with this defense.
If you
from
have
the
if you found
slightly
your safe
higher
place,
ground.
trust me, you're gonna
See
stay
if
in
they
your
can
safe
pull
place.
off this 3v4 defense. Carrillo on the front. This gets tagged up huge. That could be the disaster for Alpha
versus
7,
Lulu.
especially if this nade hits Jukes.
Oh, catches a Mafioso. And now he's going to have an angle here on his Sanhok. So that was almost perfectly cooked. Alpha 7 now on their heels. Going to have to make a play here against Loops.
Oh, it's a little bit too far.
It's all up to Carrillo. Nice start.
Carrillo!
Trying to get that headshot. Doesn't get it. He's going to have to mount a little bit of a defense for now. That S12K is so dangerous.
Yeah, Carrillo not overextending himself. He knows there's more players right behind Mythic if he shoots any. Oh, they're getting caught out in the blue. What is going on? Loops is actually going to lose 2 to the blue. It's going to be a 2v2. Senna goes down. Another big nade and the DBS, or not even the DBS, the S12K
A7
comes
is
out ahead.
out?
Loops
Wow.
won that fight.
But
They
Loops
turned
just
their
losing
back
a
to
couple
Loops?
players because they weren't able to get on top of that mountainside. That's
know
going to
what
be
happened
tough. Yeah, this zone is making things even more difficult for them. Loops may not survive any longer as Mythic goes down. The Chosen in a really good spot, especially if this zone heads towards them. This is a huge circle though. Does it center up or favor? Down
Even though
goes
Loops went out now, Loops is
and
actually
it's the
very
Chosen
strong.
who have the advantage when it comes to the zone.
TC
Just
is still
barely.
alive.
INCO though,
And Dope is
with
still
4 up
alive.
and looking aggressive. This INCO game playing so well, knowing when to go fast, knowing when to go slow, intense, just surviving and sticking true to the fundamentals. Loses a player. This could be anyone's game because no one really has control of the zone. And sure, the Chosen have the high ground, but they're kind of exposed from all the angles on the south side.
Yeah, and INCO is playing it really aggressive. They are full sending it onto that side of the Chosen, trying to battle it out here. Can they hold it down? The Chosen playing it a little too defensive, have given a little bit of an open door to INCO to press here. That nade could be dangerous. Oh, it was. That hurt.
Yeah. Squash
though. No more nades, so that's going to be tough for Squash. He's going to have to just hold this spot for now, as the Chosen are in full repair mode. This is zone, 45 seconds left on the clock. Here we go, Overknight starting to press the action. Intense game, does see Nenebete and gets the knock.
Gets the knock, but here comes Overknights pushing from the side, and is intense game out. We're down to 3 teams, Jukes, and Overknights have 4 up. The Chosen down to 1.
Either an INCO or Overnight win.
Can he put some damage in?
He does a little pre-Molotov to try and hold them down, but Squash, look at to squash the dreams of the Chosen. He does get knocked, but they shut him down. It is Overknight versus INCO. Who's gonna win this game?
Oh, one of the Overknights player got knocked. That is huge. Whoever on INCO
now it's 3v3.
Got that knock, slows everything down, and now Overknight trying to go too fast for their own good. INCO
2v2.
Looking games in a row.
2v4.
3 games. I mean, they won. Technically, this will be 2 chicken dinners in a row, but 3 huge points.
This is an INCO's game to win.
It's looking like it, Jukes.
It's looking real good as they are just having their way with this. Overknight in full
hey,
defense
Sukan.
mode.
Welcome.
Not having any priority at all. It is
Oh,
INCO's
dang,
game
they're
to win
losing.
here. One
It is
more
done.
left. And back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, definitely.
Baker's doesn't have points.
INCO
You can just
wins.
see him trying to deny the point. Did he do it?
GG's
Wow.
to INCO
What a finish.
Gaming.
INCO on a tear.
That was insane. Like, how fast INCO flipped the switch, it caught me by surprise. They were playing so slow and technical, creeping in on the edges of the zone all the way up to the last 5 minutes of the game. And when they saw that opportunity that they had to go fast and take advantage of what small sliver of terrain they had, they went for it extremely fast, blitzkrieged the Chosen, and even went faster against Overknights at the end, Jukes.
I'll say it for all my Spanish fans out there, right? INCO te brinco. They will jump on you real fast, right? If you just give a little bit of an opening, they are going to take your whole hand, and they have done it 3
They did
games
move inside
in a
end zone
row.
very
Jason,
fast. They were like,
what you feel about INCO,
they knew what
brother?
they wanted to do, so it's actually was very interesting
before
to
I get
see.
into INCO, I'm really happy to see Hot Jukes, you've been working on your Spanish. Because the last time I saw you speak Spanish here, it wasn't the prettiest of things. 7, you were supposed to crack up. I told you, don't laugh. And you did. But INCO, man, you know what? I don't even need to say anything about it. Because, man, at the end here, you can already see his face. He's smiling. He knows. INCO have won, what was it, 3
in a row.
Matches in a row?
3 in a row.
3? Ridiculous, man. Let's actually take a look
Listen,
at their ranking.
they are on fire here. And it's not even just on the rounds that they do
INCO is
have
farming.
the round win, the chicken dinner win. They're getting elimination points behind it every single time. It's like they are, at this point, they've overtaken Intense Game. And if they continue to play like this, and Intense Game continue to have sort of middling performances on the final 2 maps that we have, this is going to be a really strong lead for INCO ending day number 1.
Yeah, there was a gap already starting to get created there.
Go ahead, do a little throw back there. Go ahead, 7.
How are you gonna throw it to me after that? Because we're totally... All right, never mind. Alpha 7 there with just those 3 points. Man, I thought Alpha 7 was gonna be able to do a lot better against Loops, especially with the position
They
that
need
have.
to in case of a bad match. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to go all out because you only get 4 days of competition.
There was some interesting
4
stuff that I
days
saw
of
that was happening there
matches,
between those
6
two teams.
matches per day.
Yeah, I mean, the
so
fact
you
is,
have
we've
no
seen them going
room
head-to-head
to
was
make
very
any
interesting.
error.
But for me, as I was just, I mean, not even like a minute ago saying to 7, like, Nenebete, actually maybe it was a couple minutes ago, he was
All
almost
right,
getting caught
let's
out,
do
and
the
I was saying
giveaway,
to her, like, do you
guys.
remember back when he first started playing in his first event that we saw him with B4 at his breakout event? I feel like he's been a little bit quiet since, but nice to see he's been able to keep up here in terms of the damage.
So for this giveaway, you can win 340 UC. You just have to guess a number between 1 and 50.
They win it.
Good luck.
Just dodge bullets.
So, like, I mean, you look at the numbers, it's obvious that Becker there was playing the more supporting position, probably watching backfill, making sure that no one was sneaking up behind them. He definitely wasn't the tip of the spear there, but to still only receive 17 points of damage.
Kind of a randomish number, right?
It is. I think it does show how low and slow they played and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike where, like, they could finish that win instantly, which we saw them happen. But the head-to-head,
yes,
Alpha 7, these were the two teams that a lot of us had our horses behind to win this whole thing because of that shift. Keeping that ridge around
we have a
Crater
winner,
in play.
Phoenix.
But,
Congratulations.
Loops did a lot more work out of it than Alpha 7 did. I think because Alpha 7
All
lost
right,
a member early on.
Phoenix.
They sort of just relegated themselves to hiding it.
Well,
Can I get your ID,
the main thing for me that I
please?
noticed there is the first player that was actually leading the charge for Loops was actually Mythic, and if we go back a little bit more, Mythic is the next player of Alpha 7, and I felt like he knew exactly where his ex-teammates were going to be going because he was throwing those nades perfect. He knew that Korea was slow at the start, and he decided to throw the nade a little bit farther, and then earlier on we saw some of the other players coming in, knocking down Mafioso, and keeping on those angles. So it was a lot of familiar stuff that Mythic might have experienced with his previous teammates that he was able to take advantage of it. At least that's what I was being able to see there.
Possible.
The winning number was 38.
We can see INCO taking the most eliminations and highest damage spots, but Dope, top traveler here. I mean, Dope, we've been able to see being one of like the top teams from NA at the moment in our overalls. And as well, Mafioso, of course, be getting the longest eliminations. I mean, some little cheeky information to be seen there, but the fact is, like, INCO still dominated yet again. The question is,
He did
can they
39.
maintain this kind of performance over the course of the
I'm sorry,
next
it was
20
38.
matches?
I can see it. I can honestly see it with the way they're playing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, even what you were saying, they are winning.
I'm
the
just waiting
games,
for
and
Phoenix
they are winning
to
it
send me
with
his ID.
double-digit illims.
Yeah.
That's impressive. And on top of that, I mean, if we went back to the match report, they were ahead by 12 points to second place team, which that's
All
really
right,
impressive.
thank you, Phoenix. I got
I
your
also do
ID.
want to also reference that Dope stat as well up on the travel time or whatever, but reference the fact
So,
that 7, you were saying that
next
Dope is a team that
giveaway
is
after
really good
match
placements. They had highest
5
placements in the
is
North America finals.
340 UC,
They're still not
and
really
giveaway
getting the
after match
eliminations, which is what you want to
6
see out of them, but they are
is
still put themselves
600
in
UC.
sort of late game situations, and I think maybe if they get more used to this lobby, we could start to see them grab a couple of more eliminations as time goes on, put themselves in a better position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I feel like if they have a good game where they're able to get a lot of eliminations, maybe that confidence will come out of them and they'll be willing to take more fights. But right now, it seems like they're playing exactly on how they played PMPL North America.
All right, guys, I am going to go get some more snacks, and I shall be right back.
Now, I want to go back. So we were actually talking about this a little bit more with the Panthers, how we were saying, yeah, the Panthers are currently first.
No, you can only win
more illims, if we can start
once
seeing some
per
of those
day.
pop-up performances out of them, that could be the top team.
I mean, on the ID.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks that
YouTube
we're
ID.
talking about them after they win out first.
Yeah.
With only like 1 point from a single elimination, right? But even if you look back on their previous games, they haven't been going completely elimination crazy.
Yeah, they were playing super passive.
Super passive.
But you can come back and win tomorrow if you want.
Control of the round, but they're not
Hey, Devil,
popping
welcome.
off in the early game that you see Loops and Alpha 7 do, which granted, those are the teams that played a lot looser in the early game, but here's the overall ranking right now. As I said, INCO has overtaken Intense Game, 10-point lead right now, but there is still that big gap from second to third with even Loops' okay performance last round. Gonna have to have a lot more of those to try and take the either gold or silver at some point.
I mean, I'm looking at Overnight. I remember after the first game, right, you were saying maybe they're going to be able to play a little bit more confident, a little bit more freely. Like, that's going to stop because that whatever point lead they did have, it's absolutely gone, and now they're going to have to worry about FLAMENGO Esports, Alpha 7 Esports too. If the Panthers, if they decide to become a little bit more aggressive, which to see right now, for the Panthers to be tied in regards to placement points.
No, you can't win again.
Points, that's
because the bot will not allow you to win.
I think there's a lot of shocks, to be honest, when it comes to overall rankings.
Your
I mean, we are in
YouTube
early
ID
days. Yeah. Look at YKG
gets,
again. If we, I mean, not to bash
taken
on them.
out if you have
Currently in
won.
last place, so they finished in first in NA. Influenced CHEMIN. They finished really high, actually, but considering already qualified, they
We are
ended up
10th
anyways.
place
But they're like
with
kind of
16
here
points.
because of the fall 2022 season. But they're also having a massive underperformance considering the caliber of players they have on their team. And then Jaguar, like the Latin American representative that you talked about at the start of the day.
Schizophrenia likes to be funny.
You can go harder on Influence, Kevin, I think. Because yes, the fact that they were going to be here anyway because of that they won the previous fall event, But even if that wasn't the case, they would have qualified on their final performance.
Yeah.
So this is, either way, a big drop from expectations from them. Granted, we still have Alpha 7, we still have Loops performing very, very well from that region, not to mention the other dark horses that are in the mix at the top of the leaderboard. But for Influence CHEMIN to be the odd one out from that mix is really, really shocking.
I'd actually say Alpha 7 is not performing really well. They're playing. I thought that we're going to be testing out teams like on the first 2 games. And then that was going to stop. And then especially with the lead that now INCO Gaming is starting to create, I think Alpha 7 is going to just snap out of, okay, we need to actually start playing our game because we cannot allow them to create such a big gap. Somewhere like 40 points, if I'm not mistaken. I got to go back and look at it.
Yeah, it's like a 20-ish point gap between like second and third at the moment.
Yeah.
But we are seeing, I think, something that a lot of teams are struggling with.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some snacks. I'll put on the big screen in case I don't come back in time to shift
How the hell
it.
do you get your confidence back right now? Because you're being slaughtered. You're used to being able to have.
Make sure when the match starts, don't let N Hyper die in the beginning. I'll be counting on you guys to keep N Hyper safe when I'm gone.
But I don't know.
Exclamation mark BRB in the chat.
You'd want to try and have a read on an opponent, set up a little bit of a gatekeep, and then try and go for an early game isolated fight where you don't have a risk of third partying. But that's really hard to do when this is a new lobby. You can scrim as much as you want, but it's not going to be the same thing as the real thing. You're not going to know the expectations and the tendencies of your opponents on day number 1.
For me, it would be just wait until tomorrow. Kind of go crazy on these last 2 matches that we are going to be playing because everything that you're trying to do is not working out. So try out different stuff. I think they're being shocked right now by how aggressive these teams are and how they're not being able to get away with what they were able to get away with in NA.
Okay, well, you know what? We are going to be heading into Vikendi, and as you point out before, Cameron, this might be the advantage here for North America to have a solid chance. So let's head back to our casters here to kick off Vikendi.
All of y'all are wrong, okay? I've never seen y'all so wrong in my entire life. How YKG gets that confidence, right? All that has to happen is that Joey just has to see his shadow, okay? Once that happens, the tides turn instantly for YKG, okay?
So when's that gonna happen though, Jukes? Is it gonna be now? Is it gonna be?
Hopefully.
Is it gonna be tomorrow? Like, when is it gonna be? This is a champion team out of NA, and they're dead last. Another team, Influence CHEMIN, right? You heard the desk talk about them. Hey, just to throw it out there, they finished like 15th place or 16th place, dead last in the PMGC Grand Final. So this is a team that has, dare I say it, experience in choking, and they're choking right now.
Oh, you hate to hear it, but you know what? The numbers do not lie. Well, let's see if things can turn around here in the icy tundra of Vikendi. A nice, beautiful plane path, dead center here. Still a small enough map where no matter where that plane goes, pretty much everyone's able to land where they want to, but it definitely helps for those teams that land like in Villa. Right there, dead center. They're going to be able to hop off that plane pretty quickly here. Now, my question to you, Zute. What are the chances we're going to see a big, thick water circle, possibly in this area right here?
30%. We do know on Vikendi, the circle does like to favor the water, especially the first one for some reason. But we've seen some huge landmass ones as well. And with this being Vikendi, it's a wild card. Anything can happen. I'll tell you one thing though, there won't be any hardships because we like never see that in Vikendi.
That's true. That is true indeed. Well, we are starting to see these teams stretch on over. I do see, you know, of course, 2 monster squads from Brazil. That's going to be Alpha 7 and Influence. But hey, you know what? We haven't really seen Influence pop off the way we expected. Now, it looks like we did get that water circle. Just happened to be on the other side.
Yeah, that is a far southeastern circle. The tricky thing with this one is there's 4 bridge access ways into that area. And also, yeah, that's the big one. Castle. That's going to be locked down by a certain team. We're going to see a lot of wrapping rotations, I feel like, over the top down into the south.
I'll tell you what, though, when you look at this squad right here, you look at INCO, right? They have been the team dominating this map so far, and they are very beautifully spread out, covering this entire gatekeep point into this zone. So, right, all of these squads here have to keep a close eye on because INCO do a great job of gatekeeping these teams. So, It's going to be a tough rotation for these squads that just landed right on that west side.
Yeah, INCO could do one of two things. Both work out perfectly for them. They could gatekeep, like you said, or they could take center zone priority. Look at how close they are to the center. And there's that giant mountaintop. There's a lot of strong power position. Compounds as well. I mean, INCO, they could do it all. So it just depends on what their playstyle is for this match coming up, or coming up right now in particular.
Oh, take a look here. FLAMENGO on that looting phase, nice and early on. This circle isn't too dangerous because it's not a lot of water in there. The great thing about Vikendi is that even if it's tough, like we don't have much real estate to move, there's so much cover, right? There's hills every single area, so many trees, rocks, so there's plenty of place to rotate. And you can see Ani playing this very carefully to possibly steal early elimination away from Influence.
Yeah, Influence has been struggling right now. It would really be a downturn for them if they lost one early on here. Seems like they'll be able to get away pretty freely as the Chosen. Very split up, just looking to get their own loot. And the way Vikendi usually plays out, as far as, you know, NA goes, is that it's slow on the beginning couple of minutes, and then we'll see some isolated 4v4 compound crashes, and then we'll get into a very slow period, right? Because the circles typically just center up, no hard shifts, and then it's all out chaos. So we'll see if the same thing happens here.
Let's take a look here as INCO is on that move early on. We've seen it so many times, right, where Brazil so quick on the rotations, and you can see Nenebete and Beckers doing that same thing. They're going to try to get that center position really quickly, and they are going to be set up beautifully for this zone. So INCO, I mean, could we see 4 games in a row with top points? Uh-oh, big battle out to start off. Strap, trying to hold things down.
Isolated fight. Strap, oh, goes down. Jukes, but the DBSs are raining out, and All Glory Gaming are getting picked apart just like that. Oh, down to 1. Can they get the revives in time? Is there any teams looking at third party? I think they're in the clear.
Wow, just like that. All Glory Gaming out of there. Now you got Dope Slayers up on top, trying to possibly third party the situation. And yeah, we finally see some vehicles. It looks like that is exactly what they're looking to do, but they may be just a little too late here.
Yeah, a little bit too late. They could get closer though, and maybe if the Overwatch Pro, he gets a good knock, get some good info, some good reads, Dope could take this fight. It is, like I said, Vikendi, we'll see isolated 4v4s in the very beginning, and then it will slow down, and it'll break into all-out chaos. And Alpha 7, they're a team looking like they want to maybe get in on the action. And look at the FLAMENGO throwing smokes out. I don't think Dope shot at all, and they just have the wherewithal to throw smokes down before going for the loot. That is experience right there.
What experience Alpha 7 has is they're going to be looking to sneak up on these battles just on that edge. Dope and INCO, you got to be really careful in this situation. One misstep, if you take this fight too early on, you're going to get third-partied heavy. And we're seeing a lot of teams really late on this push. Coming on in, full sending it. Not to mention you got YKG, Influence, Overknights, all the way from outside, having to push on in.
That's a huge grenade toss for Simple. Doesn't get a knock though. Choco wide out in the open. Trying to put out some suppressive fire. Manages to make it back in time. That was really risky for the side of Choco. ATON backing up further and further away. And it looks like they're trying to just disengage here. Jaguar, however, getting better and better angles. And the Panthers, I think 3 of them just got wiped out in the elimination feed by Intense Game.
Next. Yeah, this next zone centers up right in this position, so this is a huge battle here. ATON on the defensive. They try to get checked, but they get ejected from that vehicle. Seba shutting them down. Beautifully done. I mean, these players so quick. to get those shots down range. You try to eject just a little too late, it's over.
A lot of teams going down, and it is only zone number 2. Uh-oh, ATON, the last player, trying to drive away. Will they chase that player down? Loops looking like they are, making a little U-turn. They're hunting this player down. Oh, with the DBS out on the passenger side too. Oh, don't blow! Oh, this could go badly. He's got to go aggressive. Chief stalling for time. Loops should be able to hold on. Oh,
wow.
Third party? Anybody?
Is it coming?
I mean, there's 2 teams looking their way. Maybe that's actually what's stopping the third party. Too many teams around here. Loops will get the full reset.
Wow, and Hyper not opting to third party that at all, playing it real safe. You said it earlier, right? They do love that real safety kind of play, and they're looking to just find a nice compound to just lock themselves down in by the fire. Nice little cup of monster energy to get ready for that end game. But that end game might not come if they keep playing that kind of play style. They're going to want to take those points when they can get them. Let's take a look at this replay. Quan, here we go. Making some nice plays with a nice little double elimination there and gets the finish.
Oh, wow. Quan clutching it up right there. Last I saw, it looked like the Panthers was getting fully cleaned out, but they put up a huge fight. Actually, look at the points on the right-hand side, Jukes. The Panthers have 4 points and 3 up. An intense game is actually eliminated. They're the ones out of this match.
Wow. Just like that. I mean, beautifully executed there as the Panthers are still up and alive. A tense game going out early is a shocker, that's for sure, because this team has been popping off, especially early match. I'm not gonna lie though, the team that you really got to keep an eye on is INCO, because the goal is first place. That is what everybody wants. And if INCO keeps going with how they've been playing so far, they could run away with this one early on.
Indeed, Jukes. And INCO right now, they're just centered up pretty close to the center of the zone on a mountain, I believe. Yeah, they're at a hilltop position in a compound. It's not the tall hilltops like the giant mountaintop that Dope is currently on, but it's still a good position. More teams rotating out, and yep, as we're talking about, there's INCO. Loops is going to be their neighbors on the low ground as we head into the next circle shift.
And where's that zone gonna go? Is it gonna center up? Hard shift? YKG's up on top, finally looking to make some noise, possibly. They have been dead silent this entire tournament. Let's see what the play is going to be, though. Loops down there at the bottom, still looking pretty. The zone is going to center on up nicely, so things are going to slow down, I think, for a little while. But you never know. We might see some squads just decide to full send it. Alpha 7 on that ridge line there at the edge. Always dangerous. And let's take a look here at YKG continuing with this position as they are holding it down. And they are looking right down into Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN, another one of those squads that we really expected to see heavy points from. I think when it came to the top 3 predictions, this team was in pretty much everybody's. And so far, just not able to get it done.
Yeah, top 3 predictions for most of everybody, currently sitting in the bottom 3 in the overalls. That is not how anyone was expecting this to go, but it is still only day 1. Jaguar coming up, pulling up on Loops, will get evicted right away, losing a single player there. And oh man, Loops, they're in a dangerous spot. They got to worry about Dope over the top, and more dangerously, INCO right on top of their heads. Jaguar right now down to 3, holding up in a position on the southern side. And with the way the circles are centering up, we're going to have a lot of the high ground that Dope is playing on come into the late game. So This could be a huge game for Dope as long as they manage to hold everything down correctly here. This is the quiet happening in the mid game. A lot of action early on like predicted, and then we're going to go into a very slow period as teams start adjusting and prioritizing the stronger positions left in the zone. Overnight, so far, not a bad performance out of them, but with the way they've managed to gain their points, it's mostly placement points with not a lot of elimination points, and that's due to the favor of the circle, I would have to argue. So Overnights, they keep themselves in a good spot to be a top 3 contender for sure, but they're going to have to make something happen, as I don't think they're going to be able to get that many zone blessings into the late game. They're going to need to rack up some elimination points here. Next circle about to shift out here. We see Alpha 7 once again on the edge on the eastern side. Definitely need to keep an eye out for them, because as the circle closes in, Alpha 7 is going to be looking to make some plays. And I said there's not a lot of hard shifts on Vikendi. I am completely wrong. That's a huge shift to the north. That's a shift in a way where the Dope's position on top of that giant mountaintop might not come into play at all towards the late game. And there's a lot of compounds still left open on that northern hard shift side. But can some of these teams manage to find a way in and wrap around? Here comes the rotations. INCO, Loops, Jaguar, Alpha 7. These are the teams that need to make it into this zone now. INCO driving by. A lot of teams. We see this INCO team being so consistent. This is definitely the most wild of rotations they've been forced to make so far. Instant pro now by Vitali does manage to stay alive. And oh, they're sandwiched in a 2-2. Got 2 of Influence CHEMIN on either side. A knock comes out, and it's actually FLAMENGO to get that opening. And the rest of INCO is going to regroup to try and hold this fort down. They might have just sealed themselves, though, in their own coffin, as shots are peppering them from every which direction. Somehow, they stay alive, and maybe this is just the consistency shining through from INCO, but they don't lose a single player. That is wild to me. Influence CHEMIN trying to get an opening. Maybe might go for the push, but with FLAMENGO and Alpha 7 on the wayside, even if they get a knock, it's so risky to push in. So INCO Gaming is going to just be the thorn in the middle of both of their splits, and they're just going to have to deal with it. Loop's the only other team edging into the zone now. Everyone else set up, and they're going to wait this one out. So we got some brief actions and chaotic rotations, and not a single player goes down. We're back to that lull period. Next zone, however, should force at least 2 to 3 teams to collide with one another. But where will it go? The north side still very, very open. I see like 6-7 compounds right there on the northern side, not occupied yet. But will the circle center up or hard shift north once again? The Panthers dead in the center in a great spot. And I do believe the Panthers still have their 3-player team. Yeah. So they're looking okay for now. It shifts to the west. YKG and the Panthers in great positions. Influence CHEMIN. They're going to have to regroup their 2-2. But it's going to be hard because INCO is going to try and cut down the other 2, forced to rotate past them. N Hyper rotating in. Not a lot of info to work with. They don't hear a lot of suppressive fire, so they're going to take this compound. Even if there's players here, they know it's not a full 4-man team, and they're going to wrap right in front. I love this rotation at N Hyper. They're going to cut in front of the split and take priority over the side that controls more of the zone. And Nate, he does it all for the team. He pulls out a lot of magic, but not able to do it this time. And N Hyper will get an easy rotation into probably one of the more favorable positions in the zone with very little resistance out of the side of the Panthers. Definitely dropping the ball, I feel like, out of the Panthers. They should have grouped up on one side, especially as a 3-man team. Hard to hold a 2-1 split this late into the game. And we did it last time. Gonna ask the chat once again for their predictions. You can see here now, I'll tell you guys, YKG and N Hyper in the two really strong positions. Question is, do we start trusting in NA now? Yes or no? Loops, looking at the map, crashing in to Infinite. Influence CHEMIN. 4v2 situation, I believe. Oh, no, there's 3 of Loops up. This could go either way. INCO's still not in the zone. They're waiting for a third-party opportunity, and this could be it. They see a lot happening in the elimination feed, but they're getting pinned down by INCO. No, they're getting pinned down still by FLAMENGO down on the south side, and Loops taking the brawl with Influence CHEMIN. Loops loses 1 player, another knocked, only 2 up. Influence CHEMIN staying strong with 2. And INCO yet to strike. They're waiting this out just a little bit longer. Taking a look at my map feed. Alpha 7 actually have wrapped all the way to the north, and here comes the push, the third party out of INCO. They did not have the zone, so they just waited until other teams started clashing, and the new circle does put them on the edge of the zone. If they win this fight, it'll be huge. One of them gets knocked by YKG in the distance, though. That's going to slow down the push out of INCO. Squash, knocked. Risky area to get a revive. So many angles exposed on the outside of the walls. Looks like Dope has also pressed in, and oh, another team presses in right there. Royals of War trying to hold that southern side, and we see FLAMENGO on the south side as well, on the high ground, and just shot right in the face by that DVS. That player will go down. It is so messy down here, and we have the Chosen and Jaguar on the western side edging into this side of the circle as well. They're looking to clash into here too. This is a 5, 6, 7-way fight potentially. And nades coming in, and actually N Hyper throwing that nade from across the side, gets 2, maybe more out of the side of Dope. N Hyper holds strong, still with 4 players up. And that southern side, so many teams crashing in. N Hyper's 1 play to cut in front of everybody on that little compound split pays them in dividends. Jaguar taking a fight with the Chosen on the outside of zone. This is a fight to the death. Both teams locked in a deadly battle here. Neither team with the zone. You're gonna just have to take the points here. The Chosen definitely in the advantage for now. Can Mercy find anything? He does make it back to safety, but they are down to 2, and the Chosen are looking to clean this out. They don't want to rotate for free and get shot in the back, but they gotta watch out for the other side, and that forces them to press in. 3v2 situation, 4v2 situation. They need to clean this one up quick as the blue zone is closing in. Popping some pills here, get that boost on. Jaguar, they're just playing spoiler at this point. They're making as hard as it can for the Chosen to clean them out. Maybe get an elimination point. Another Jaguar goes down. It's down to 1. And the Chosen leave a player behind to scout for info. That is actually really smart heads up for them. Trusting in the other 3 to finish off the fight. They'll clean it up without losing a single player. Here comes Alpha 7. They made that wrapping rotation all the way around to the north side. And if they win this fight, that wrapping rotation will be the clutch play for them here. But it's a 4v4. YKG versus Alpha 7. All 4 of YKG up. This is where YKG shines. Isolated 4v4 fights. Is their confidence shattered though from such an abysmal first 4 games, and they're against Alpha 7. We'll see just in a little bit. The Chosen running in now with only 1. It's all down to Gajia. He gets cut down by Overknight. Overknight showing signs of life, picking up elimination points this time around as they have to fight their way in. That's the way Vikendi works. And did I say all-out chaos like 10 minutes ago? Yeah, this is all-out chaos, non-stop fighting all around the map. So chaotic. Just as Hot Jukes is forced to drop out. So I am on a tear right now with the commentating, just as these teams are. INCO back on this fight. This fight never even finished up. Loop's still alive with 2. INCO down to 1. And oh, FLAMENGO is here as well. Don't know when they showed up, but FLAMENGO shows up just in time, looking to clean this one out completely. Flamingo with 4 up, 8 eliminations. It's all down to Chief. Not much he could do here, and the nade comes in, and Flamingo with a clean wipe. Back to the Alpha 7 YKG fight. YKG down to 2. Doesn't matter though, because they already have 2. Nog looking to get a third one. That nade reigns in, finishes off one, gets the confirmation on another, and they're looking to clean this one up. YKG actually not down to 2. Now they're down to 2. Senatexa, 1v3, 1v4. YKG so split up. Joey looking to save it for the team, but Flamingo coming in on that mini-map side. Flamingo playing this Vikendi so perfectly. 4th, 3rd partying every single team fight in the late game, picking up so many points, uncontested. Joey now just forced to stay alive. Alpha 7 with 2. And Overknight's playing quiet with 4, and N Hyper still in this as well with 4 players up. This game could go any way. Flamingo have to be careful that they don't get third party themselves, that they lose too many casualties. Overnight's fighting with N Hyper in the kill feed. Senatexa still alive with his teammate, Mafioso. The dynamic duo here, and Flamingo, I love how they slowed this down. They realize there's too many players up alive still, and if they go for this third party and mess it up, they could get third party themselves. And Hyper from the blue zone, QZZ with a great nade, gets knocked, and oh, the blue zone will finish off Overknights. And Hyper stays alive with 1. Might be able to get a reset. No, QZZ and the other player goes down, and Hyper down to the solo. Flamingo looking great to win this game. Is actually down to Flamingo and Alpha 7 4v2 situation. And Flamingo's got all the advantages in the world on their side. The blue zone, the manpower, the advantage. Senatexa gets only 1, and that is Flamingo. And a blitzkrieg in the final, I would say, 5 minutes of the match, picks up maybe 10, 11, 12 eliminations, and the chicken out of nowhere. With so much going on, Flamingo cuts through all of the chaos and just rips the win away from everybody with a massive amount of eliminations, 15, 2,600 damage, and of course, the winner chicken dinner. What a chaotic game once again. That is Vikendi for you guys. Absolute blast of a match. And well, that's a lot to dissect. And I think the desk has more than enough to talk about as we head over to them.
Actually, joke's on you, Zute. Can you continue along here and do the analysis? We're just going to take a quick little break here. Flamingo coming up big here, getting the victory, and another team who has been doing pretty damn good all day. They've had a trip up like in one of the matches, but they have proven to be another solid team.
Yeah, like I said, they're here to fight. They're here to take engagements, and it's not just about that they got the win here, because Vikendi is its own fickle beast. They had 15 eliminations while doing it.
Wow, we got 9 eliminations.
15 eliminations. What?
One became second.
I'm not talking about Flamingo. I'm talking about N Hyper.
Yeah, I was trying to give Flamingo their flowers first, but yes, also N Hyper coming out with a really good performance. 9 eliminations for them. 3rd place overall is actually Alpha 7 with 2nd, but because they only got 2 eliminations. I was actually okay. So I picked Alpha 7 in my own prediction for who was going to perform well that match, just because we saw that rotation on Phase 5, the big northeast to northwest rotation coming on top of who was it up there? Overnight, I think. Someone was. Anyway, it was a relatively dead area of the map, but they only got 2 eliminations. Still, Alpha 7.
Alright, let's do a giveaway. Guess a number between 1 and 50.
Anyway, what you were saying
You will
last
win
segment,
340 UC if you pick the right number. Good luck.
Really delivering.
They're not playing like Alpha 7.
They're doing better than Influence for sure, but it's still not the same team at all.
I mean, a lot of teams are doing better than Influence, to be honest. But yeah, Alpha 7, they're
YKG.
just... there might be. YKG actually got points this time around.
I was actually... I wanted to say this,
Schizo,
actually. Just imagine
congratulations.
coming in, star of the show, N Hyper to win the event, N Hyper as the team, because we have Vikendi, and you
Can
don't
I get your
even
ID,
N Hyper on
Schizo?
Vikendi.
Yeah.
He wanted to switch it up. He said that was all news, to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right. I just wanted to bash
We'll
him.
hold
I wanted to bash on him
We'll
instead
hold
of
them
you
to it
for
when we
once.
get to Sunday, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Schizo,
And if it
can I
doesn't
have
pick
your
N
ID,
Hyper one
please?
time for Vikendi, that's going to be crazy.
That's true.
Listen, you win rounds by having like really good rotations. You don't win events every single round. So, you know, picking a team to win an event does not mean I need to pick them to win a single round.
Schizo, you already won.
Okay. So, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. QZZ, we talked about being the MVP of the finals for N. I didn't say there wasn't.
Bro, just give your ID.
Because I'm pretty sure the audience is confused about what
I'm so confused right now. If they want to 7 on me, they will be pretty much still looking at the audience.
Yeah, anyway, N Hyper, let's
yes,
look at them. Let's celebrate them. They're doing good.
Well, I mean, 1 out of the 5 matches they've done okay. They've done well. Let's be honest, right? I don't want to talk them up because they are like the second team coming in from NA. They have GK first on the team, so they have that experience out of him to bring to the roster. Yep. But again, it's another team that hasn't really lived up to it just yet. I mean, I think when we get into maybe the end of tomorrow, that's it'll start being a little bit more critical of these NA teams or teams in general of not performing because you have to take
what happened
this
to Nova? Did N Hyper
when you're done
replace
with the
them?
matches, you take the time tomorrow in the morning, and you have to revamp and
Hey,
figure
Patrick.
out what to improve on. Because if you don't, you're never going to be a CCT. You're never going to play at PMWI. You're never going to compete for world titles.
Yeah, Nova,
the
the previous roster for Nova Esports got signed to N Hyper Esports.
Fakes losing a player early on. It has happened way too much so far today. And I feel like it's something that's been happening since
Can I have your
that
ID,
we're pointed out all the
Schizo?
time. Whether it's JK first, whether it's QCC,
You
whoever it is that's
won.
getting knocked first.
If you
they
scroll
need to try
up,
to
you will
maintain
see
those
your
top-
name.
all 4 players to at least
It
a top 6
says
situation.
I will say this stuff
Schizophrenia
for
has
Hyper
won the
is good to
giveaway
see them
by
get some
Nightbot.
limbs on the board, right?
Can
Get
I
some
get your ID,
damage down.
please?
Seeing a team
Thank you.
go out with like 1 elimination, 200 damage done, like that's not the N Hyper that we know. And I think this is maybe one of those matches that gives them that little bit of confidence back. But Cameron, what I do worry about is it's the Vikendi you were talking about. And this is the only match so far today that they've been able to show up.
That is, 100%.
All right, I got the ID. Thank you very much. Next
When I
giveaway
said the opportunity for them to
after
win
match
would be
number
through
6
Vikendi,
will be 600
so far,
UC.
the reality is that the opportunity for them to do anything is Vikendi. So, like, but I think the most important thing that you said is it's not necessarily about how well teams are performing today. It's how well they can recover and start performing tomorrow. Because you can get a good lead, and sure, maybe some of the teams that are at the top right now, FLAMENGO, INCO, etc., they could very much win off of the lead that they've developed so far. But I think the bigger test will be what can you do having be in the middle of the pack today and come up even stronger tomorrow, because the chances of any team being like top leaderboard 4 days in a row is very, very unlikely. This is not, there's a little bit of an endurance to this. It's not a pure sprint.
Yeah. I mean, I think also if you're talking about the middle pack teams, right?
Wow,
who's
the
gonna prepare for
DPS.
tomorrow. I think if you're one of these top teams like Intense Game, you kind of put a bullseye on your back, right? Teams are going to be more aware of you now and kind of like really look into your rotations. And that means you have to either adapt your play style again or be more prepared for extra competition coming there or extra engagements that you're maybe not expecting.
But I feel like if you're one of those teams like not even middle of the pack towards the second page, right now with the gap that's being created, they're gonna have to come back tomorrow and have an amazing day, or at least an amazing first 3 matches to set the tone for how they need to start performing. I think you mentioned it perfect too at the beginning of the show. You were saying there is 4 days, it's not 3-day final, so they do have a bit of a buffer. I feel like for all those teams that are in that second page, pretty much towards the bottom, that this was your buffer. After tomorrow, you guys need to pretty much play perfect.
Yeah. More or less. More or
We
less.
take a look here actually and start calling out some names here.
All right, we came to page number 7. Not page number 7.
Nice.
We came to the first
56
page
for Vigo
in
at
7th
52.
place.
Overnight, I will say this. That one victory they had on Miramar, I was kind of like, okay, that's just a one-off. But credit to them, they've still been able to get 12 place of points outside of that. If you take away their 10 points, they're still in technically like 7th place, right? They're still not doing that bad. They've been able to do decent eliminations. So for me, it's good to see that that wasn't a one-off match. They're able to keep up. But the real standout, beyond any other team here for me, Loops. 30 eliminations, 11 placement points.
No, the gap is not too bad right now.
I'm curious what's
It's
going
pretty
on.
good.
Are they losing players in these engagements while wiping teams?
Teams are
able to
close
come out
together.
alive, all
Anyone
4
can
players?
be
It's-
like
I think
anywhere
it's
right
not
now.
clicking there.
I feel like they're too aggressive at times, and a perfect example of that was actually
If we
in
have
Miramar
good
when we
games
saw the
like we
fight
have on
between Loops and Alpha
Vikendi,
7, because
I mean,
before that
even with
fight,
no chicken dinners, as long as we get a lot of kills and get good placement like we did now in
they
Vikendi,
still decided to take shots in that, and then it kind of made
we
them back
can
off
be
because
like
now they had the
easily
Chosen
top
looking at
5.
them, and on top of that, Alpha 7 looking at them, so they could be being a little bit too over aggressive.
there is a level of loops that what leads to their success is their laissez-faire approach to the early game. Well, they'll just take fights, they play super loose. It's what led to them being so successful in their own regional performances. And I think that their mechanics are allowing them to continue to get away with it to a certain point. But with the amount of
Alright, we have
not
the
even
last
just
match,
mechanical skill, but
match for
game
today.
knowledge that we see in the lobby right now, it's going to be harder for them to be playing loose in the early game, get a couple eliminations, but then also try and come in late to get a good controlling position when here there are going to be teams that are like already in that spot.
Okay, well, we are getting very close here to our final match of the day.
Final match, yeah.
You blew my mind. And I got to remind you guys once again that we do have our all-star voting currently going on for PMWI. Remember, there's two.
I didn't see
there's
it
an all-star event, and
live
then
in game, by
qualifying to
the
main
way.
event here, and each of these
The
regions you see
voting.
on your screen will get one
Right?
team to
It wasn't
represent them.
live
All you have
yet.
to do is head into the game, into the client, and make sure to go to vote for your team. But also,
they're playing from China. They didn't move to Canada. I don't know why not. They had the time, but I think visa issue.
Here we are, baby. That's right. I hear Zute. Way to go, bro. What a crazy last match indeed, dude. The Vikendi. What did you feel about that last one?
It went from 0
Hey
to
Venom,
1,000
long time no see. Welcome to the stream.
And I think Flamingo went from
No
100
boom.
to
Not
1
this week,
million.
not this time.
That last match. It was all out chaos like I was predicting, but man, you just had to be there.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. I'll tell you what. I hope you guys are as excited as I am because this leaderboard is getting spicy here.
It's getting
Zute.
spicy, it's getting close.
As I take a look at it, Flamengo, right? Rocketing themselves up all the way to 3rd place in just one match. And Hyper finally getting in the mix right there in 7th. So it looks like we see a little bit of sign of life from
Yeah, they should move
some North
to
American
like
teams, but I will say
anybody's
one thing,
like
and this is the most
location
important
for
thing,
good
Zute.
ping.
INCO Gaming, nice.
Very nice.
I think
And
QZ
Hyper,
is like
I
on
said,
350
it's,
ping.
Taking some time for them to warm up, you know, get the feel for other teams. And it's just
the only
Hyper,
one.
classic N Hyper style. How far can they take it?
So
though?
like GK first is
That's
in
the
Italy.
question to be
QZ
had.
is in China.
That last game, Jukes, I just
Rin
wanna say real
and
quick,
Kindness.
I didn't feel like a 16-team lobby towards the end.
Rin is
I felt
Canada,
like
I
we
think,
had
and
like
Kindness is in America.
22 teams left alive with how many fights there were and how
So
much
only 2
fights
out
there
of
were
the
to be had. I was
4
like, when would
is
we get
at
so
least
many
in North
players in the
America.
lobby?
One is in
Goodness
Europe
gracious. I mean,
and
hey,
one is
that
in
the
China.
Candy, right? I mean, there's so much coverage everywhere that you're able to really secure
Just
yourself.
busy with
even when
exam
there's
stuff. I
hardly
hope the
any
exams are
real estate
going
at
well.
all. So, what a crazy match! Last one here
Ooh,
of
the
the day. And, ooh,
zone.
what a beautiful circle all the way off the plane path.
I
So all these
predict
teams stretching right now
open
are gonna have a
field
beautiful,
between Mansion and
beautiful time here in
Yasnaya.
this match, because they're going to be pretty much dead center circle. Now, some squads that are going to have a little bit of maybe a tough time coming on in, right? You look at Alpha 7 all the way up top. They
I'm
should be
good.
able
I'm
to
just
stretch in
sleepy
here
right now.
pretty simply. And
I have
from what
work
we've seen in the past,
in
they usually do it pretty quick.
like an
but,
hour
I
and a
mean,
half,
look at this,
so
all the way down here at the
today
bottom,
shall be
right?
interesting. Let's see if I will survive work today.
INCO. That is going to be the tough one because they have to decide which bridge do they want to go in, or maybe we may even see INCO do a nice little, you know, boat tape to Lipovka, but that is dangerous here, Zoo.
Yeah, you definitely want to have your vehicles secured
Preparing for mains.
heading into the
I hope it
mainland.
goes well.
And pushing from south to north
Study,
is
study,
more
study,
difficult
study.
than north to south with that northeastern circle, simply because all the power positions kind of gatekeep out teams trying to rotate. Whereas you got more
Alright,
high ground
already
coming in from the
influence
north,
going
down
straight
south.
to
I
Yasnaya.
predict we'll see Alpha 7 take advantage of that. They've been doing okay, definitely not to the expectations from a lot of players. Influence CHEMIN here will get a good start in Yas, dead center of zone. And there's a lot of crucial power positions depending on the way the circle's gonna
Alright, for
shift.
this match,
And if
I'm
the
gonna
team
go
locks it down
and lie
early,
down for a
they
bit,
could get heavily
just so I
rewarded
rest
for it.
Oh,
my
yes,
butt from
indeed,
sitting too
here,
much.
Zute. I mean, this is going to be a huge one, I think, for
I'll watch from my
Influence Kemin to
phone.
really
I'll
just
chat with you
rocket
guys from my
launch
phone.
themselves up these leaderboards. This is
In
the
bed.
last chance for all those teams at the bottom.
And then I'll be back
make
to
some
do
noise
the
here
giveaway
today,
after
right?
this
When it
match
comes to
ends
these
for
squads
600
that have been
UC.
struggling all day, what do you feel like they really need to do different in order to kind of put some points up on the board?
For the team struggling all day, I just say keep that confidence up. Like, don't get too discouraged. It is only day number 1, and there's 3 more days to go, and it happens all the time, you know, coming into championship stages. Certain teams that we expect to do really well just have a very rough day 1.
Yeah, it definitely happens. I mean, there's still plenty of action left to be had this tournament. Still anyone's game. Panthers on the quick rotate, trying to possibly catch Robert off guard. And oh, Chronix, he's on the hunt here. He's headed for him. Could be dangerous.
Panthers moving in
Got a
the pack
UMP
together.
and a level 3 vest.
Yeah, I think he's going aggressive because look at how close his teammates are. They're right behind him. So even if Chronix runs into more than one player, he knows he's got the backup. The Panthers trying to chase him down. Too long of a chase though, so they're gonna go back to their rotation plan. And like I said earlier, a lot of power positions that could really change the way this game plays out towards the late game. So these teams are prioritizing their favorite spots here.
Definitely. Here go the Panthers, just trying to pick up a little extra loot as well. I think we're already seeing a big difference from them, just compared to how they started off this this day. Well, I think I've noticed, right? The Panthers are starting to adapt. They're rotating a lot faster because, I mean, we just see it, right? Alpha 7, all these Brazilian teams, they get on the move real quick. And you can see it's a lot easier to be moving quickly when you're in a Bugatti, huh?
Oh, man, that thing is very pretty. However, I will say, definitely draws a lot of eyes if you're being shot at. So Carrillo, of course, always rocking it with style. He doesn't care. He's ready to take fights with anyone, especially rocking that Bugatti right there.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. Rose of War looting up all the way in Severny. So they're going to have the northern side of the zone pretty well set up. Alpha 7 have decided to join them on this side of the island. And it looks like Alpha 7 might even be headed towards Stalber. It's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, get that high ground vision, pick up that loot as well. Not a bad idea. We're going to still have to see that rotation, though, from the dominant team of INCO. Man, INCO has had a heck of a day here today. Can they get one more good game in? They're going to have to get through Jaguar, ATON, and all these other teams gatekeeping them, though.
Definitely so. With the way the games have been playing out today, I feel like all the team, or majority of the teams, all playing on point. We've seen a lot of teams execute things where they should win, and they do. We see a lot of teams where they get the good circle and they play the defense correctly. This is pretty pristine, top-level PUBG Mobile action that we're seeing here. And Hyper getting shot up, Ren almost going down, and Hyper, you know, they always lose that one member early on and almost, oh, hold on.
Ooh.
Might end up still losing Ren with how aggressive, FLAMENGO, they are fired up from that last game. They are not scared to take fights. This is like, not very center zone, so maybe that's why they feel a little more comfortable extending out this far. Ren, he's left to his own devices. Is N Hype gonna try and answer back? It looks like they are. This could go either way.
Ren busted out his DBS. He's trying to hit those circles real quick, but couldn't catch the snake. That is GC God. Yeah, where's the rest of N Hyper? On the other side of the hill here. Here comes Kindness. Looks like they're just caught off guard completely. FLAMENGO just seems to have the big advantage here. Kindness just forced in every direction.
Yeah, it is a blitzkrieg fight right here. And Hyper try to get the wrap around the high ground. But they leave themselves exposed. And GC God pushing up. That's a mistake out of FLAMENGO. I think they got too much adrenaline from that chicken dinner from last game. That is a clear-cut mistake, I would say, out of FLAMENGO. He didn't even have any smokes down to cover in case he got knocked. And it will slow things down for both teams now.
Kindness about to get ran over. Yep. Oh, what? He jumped over and knocked him out the buggy. But here comes Jaguar, the third party. Just so fast. And yeah, you can see Toiko just on the run. GK first looking to possibly do the same exact thing. That's going to be dope. Bray putting those shots down range. Ugh, just a bad finish for all these teams.
Yeah, a lot of teams getting involved. Dope coming in. I think a lot of these teams are getting more and more comfortable. A lot of extended third parties, not a full commit. You can see Dope right there with a huge 2-2 split. And that circle, Jukes, I always asked for this. Every single tournament, a Stalber finish. We rarely see it. I love the way the matches play out as teams have to fight uphill. Maybe we'll get a Stalber finish.
How did Alpha 7 know?
I mean, even if it's not, maybe it's a Yasnaya finish, which is always fun to watch as well.
Crazy, crazy turn of events here. The Chosen knocking into each other, a little bumper car action, trying to find a spot in this next zone. A lot of blind rotating happening. And it looks like they're going to start heading up the mountain. All Glory Gaming might be poised to do the same thing. They have a long rotation ahead of them, but it looks like they are able to get away from Jaguar. Yep, they do. So Jaguar going to try to pick up all the loot they can from all those boxes and start heading into this next zone.
More rotations happening. Jaguar looking okay right now. The champions out of their region definitely want to pick up more points on day number 1.
Oh.
All Glory Gaming. A lot of teams on the south actually coming in. We have Loops, INCO, YKG, N Hyper, and All Glory Gaming that we see here, all forced to rotate north. The circle shift, however, was north enough where the question mark of, you know, do we need to go past Yasnaya or not is kind of taking out of the equation, as we see, you know, majority of the teams all going above the city of Yasnaya.
Good. Wow, we're starting to see a great migration from the south here. A really interesting path trying to get into this next zone. You know, Alpha 7 had that instinct early on. They got the Stalber real quick, and so they're just holding it down right now. But everybody else just trying to make this rotate real carefully here. We're about to take a look at it right now. Here is what it looks like. And INCO, they went all the way down, right? All the way down from Military Island, and they decided to take that western bridge. Most likely going to head up all the way through here. But look at how many squads had that same idea. All Glory Gaming, right? And all these teams heading right up here to Stalber because they know that they're not going to have to cross any of the bridges here. If they go in through this side, they could always take and lean up until Stalber. So a really interesting play from all these teams.
And the cool thing about this zone right here is the game starts in this next circle. I feel like everybody is going to get their game plan, you know, determined by this next shift. The way the circle shifted before, it changes everything each subsequent shift. Now this one is where things are really going to get locked in here. Where's it going to go?
Wow.
Down south. This is going to be an all-out brawl, especially with that river just kind of separating the north and south side, and it could go either way right now still, Jukes.
How fortunate of a rotation was that for INCO Gaming, right? They now don't have to rotate all the way up through squads. They can literally just kind of lean in and even take that bridge right there underneath it. It's a risky play, but you can just see them right now scouting out, trying to figure out the next move. The Panthers and the Loops getting into it here. DBSs are out. Chronix trying to make a play against Chief, gets shut down, but a nice comeback play from Zuko to shut things up. Mythic, right? It's just back-to-back action, player after player. And it does look like Loops will get the better of it. Mythic running out with that DBS. Jumps out. Looking for the play. 1v1. Nate, ooh, nice shot. Pre-fire from Nate. Ooh, Nate, too good.
Came down to the 1v1, but I don't think either team is happy with that. No placement points going out this late, and I don't think either team got too many elimination points either. Yeah, Loops with only 3. The Panthers picking up only 2. It's a win, but at what cost, Jukes?
Yeah, that's the question. That is the question. These early fights have just been so devastating. Let's see what YKG could do with one. Joey up on the roof gets knocked. 24K trying to throw out some utility. And it looks like we're going to see those nades come out back and forth. It's Jaguar versus YKG. Who's going to get that crucial next knock? YKG really needs to hit a nade here to kind of even things up. 24K up front with the DBS. Oh, over peaks. Tries to get that knock. Doesn't hit the mark just quite, but Fears able to shut down Victix. And now YKG have the advantage.
Oh no, YKG down to 2. The trade happened right back. Still have 3 out of Jaguar. Amali goes down. 24K knock now. Now it's just only Fears alive. He's got the DBS. We need a YKG moment if I've ever seen one. It'll be this 1v3 out of Fears, but not even a single knock. That is an abysmal way to end the day for the champions of North.
Oh, not able to hit those DBS shots. It looked good for a second, but man, the patience, right? The absolute patience we saw was just too strong. And YKG going down. So Joey and squad gonna have to hit the lab tonight because what they did today wasn't good, right? Did not cut it. They're gonna have to come in hard tomorrow.
Not at all. Next circle, is it north or south? Which way will it go? INCO just on the cusp of either. And oh, that's still a huge question mark. Into the city or not into the city? That's a lot of questions these teams on the north will have to deal with. And Alpha 7 still playing in from the tip-top edge, looking to come in and hammer down some teams. As we take a quick replay of that Loops versus the Panthers fight. It came down to that 1v1, and everyone and their mom had a DBS here.
I honestly don't know how Chief survived jumping that window. That's crazy. I mean, I think he just timed it so perfectly. He was able to kind of jump that window unscathed. I mean, he did get pieced up a little bit, but was able to run on up. Quan just wasn't ready for it. And just like that, it's only one player up for the Panthers, and that's Nate. He's still in the zone hiding, but let's see what Dope Slayers could do against ATON, as this is a pretty interesting spot. But with this plateau not being in circle, it's going to make things pretty difficult for him. Can Bray? Oh, are we going to see it? Oh, we're going to see it. Please. One bolt action headshot. I got to see it in this tournament. Quick one. Quick scope right here.
Nade. Back to the sniper. Hold up.
Oh!
Influence CHEMIN and Alpha 7. This is huge, Jukes.
Here they go. Carrillo trying to do what he does best with this play here. Oh, gets the knock, but just too much for Alpha 7.
Yeah, not even close. Influence, just one member knocked. That was it. And that was a 4-man push out of Alpha 7.
Shut him down.
Influence CHEMIN finally showing signs of life here.
And that is their huge Brazilian rivals, so that's got to make them feel good. Here comes Dope Slayers. Let's put some boys on the board. Bray getting suppressive fire from both ends, trying to get that confirmed. Milos got the Scar. He's also got that DBS at the ready. He's going to come up with it. Here he goes. DBS up front. Misses the first shot. Gets a chance, but shut down pretty quickly. Dope Slayers putting some nice points on the board here.
There's still a nade coming in from the side of Zohan. Can he make it work? Doesn't connect. Dope is looking good here on the defense. They still have 4 up. And yeah, ATON down to 2. Looks like they're going to have to give up this fight and just play somewhere in the zone.
Yeah, and that's quick. Uh-oh. Yeah, just gotta creep up this mountainside very carefully. Oh, this is a tough position to hold if you are, Dope.
Oh,
you have no angles at all. Nesquick now in big trouble. It's only a matter of time. What could Zohan do? Robert's got to make a play here. The 6-time spray is not gonna cut it. That was actually from behind Influence CHEMIN, making things much more difficult for Dope.
This is why you got to play at a faster pace. They need to finish these fights quicker. Maybe on NA, you know, you get the chance where Influence is still fighting another team, but with the way these Brazilian teams play, not just Brazil, LATAM, they play at a much faster pace and you don't get as much time to make your decisions and you will get punished. That is Dope, looking like they were going to win that fight against ATON to losing the fight, and ATON still alive.
NA needs to realize that you just can't reset. You know, like you think you have time to even just go for a quick reset, res, and fight again? No. Like you have to full commit the fight and just finish it. Otherwise, you're going to get third party and taken out anyway. So Adaptations are going to have to happen big time for North America in day 2 going forward, because day 1 was just not their day.
Not at all. And earlier we saw Brave with the Bolt, right? I realized we don't see many bolts at all this tournament. Maybe because the pacing is just that much faster in other regions. In NA, we see a couple more bolts, but it is just not finding anything in here.
Who needs a bolt when you got some laser M4 sprays like that? And let's see what Intense Game could do against Royals of War. The pressure is on. Those smokes allowed him to push up for free here. Here comes the utility. Royals of War trying to mount up a defense. Looking pretty tough, though. Agrelin coming in with the DBS. Here he comes. Full send on in. Only one player up left. Royals of War in big trouble. It's Diego.
Pops out the window. Stuck in a 1v4. Not able to find anything. Intense Game. Showing why they're so far up in the leaderboards. Taking fights outside of the zone simply to just pick up the points because they have an advantage with the opening. And then going in later, that is some high caliber plays right there, and execution above all.
Well, let's see who is going to win this match. You got an Intense Game right there. You got Influence CHEMIN as well, looking really strong. Kaovsky with 4 eliminations, feeling himself at the moment. This is going to be an all-out brawl here on the north side. Who's going to win this fight between Intense Game and Influence? That's going to be the big question.
This is for the entirety of the northern side of the circle. Everyone else has already picked their compounds down south. So this is the 4v4 to dominate the northern half. Influence, of course, have a slight advantage on the higher ground, but not able to get good sight lines because everyone from the city, if they overpeak too much, they'll expose themselves and potentially get shot from a third-party team way down south. So it looks like they're going to back off here. They're just keeping tabs, and Intense Game, they're in the zone as well, so they don't need to fight much further either. Might have to wait for the next circle for something to really pop off between these two teams.
The calm before the storm. Last final match here for day 1 of the PMPL Americas Championship. Wow, here comes Influence coming in hot. Long gets taken out though. Here comes Diego. He's got that DBS. He needs to get this next knock. I think it's a here comes another DBS actually. It's DBS versus DBS. He's got to hit that shot. He goes to the elimination. Uh-oh. Influence in big trouble. Ooh. Little boy!
Influence.
Little boy! Oh, what?
Hold up. Wow.
Oh.
Almost.
That was scary there. Just busted out that buggy. But it is going to be Influence CHEMIN that goes down. Intense Game. Gonna have to res up and get into this next zone. And it's gonna be tough because Overnight is looking absolutely in their direction.
Intense Game also lost a member down to 3. Influence CHEMIN did so well against Alpha 7, and then they sadly disappoint once again. I was surprised they pushed like that because I thought they had some real estate to work with to at least gain info on the next zone. Maybe they actually didn't. It's hard to tell with the hills up there. They are taken out. Not the way to go out. And yeah, we even had some people predicting Influence CHEMIN because they were looking like they were in a good spot.
I'll tell you what, this DBS has changed competitive PUBG Mobile forever. I don't know if we would have seen them make that push if the DBS wasn't in play. Sometimes you just gotta full send it and you gotta hit that shotgun shot. Now, Overnight, gonna have to mount up a defense against Intense Game because they're coming in their direction and they're gonna give up the spot, sending it on in, and they're gonna make it to safety. Dead center circle.
Yeah, there are some stray neighbors around here they have to worry about. INCO coming on the backside, picks up 1. INCO with only 3 members up, same as Intense Game. They're both fighting for this western side now.
Let's see. Intense Game stalking their prey, trying to find out a way into this next zone. Nate from the Panthers, big chillin', hasn't moved a muscle. Trying to possibly catch one of these players from Overnight off guard. Maybe looking to steal a couple points on the way. He does have 2 to his name. He does spot a little bit of a head. Tries to catch it. Doesn't. He's got to watch out for those nades coming in. As Intense Game is now trying to spread out. They are going to take this radio tower, but they're going to lose a player on the way in. Not looking good for them.
And Intense now cut down to 2. All Glory Gaming right there with 4 still up. Pretty much dead center. This might be their game. They're the only team with 4 members alive right now. We have 2 3-man teams out of INCO and Jaguar, and everyone else pretty much cut down to scraps.
Can't give it up to Jaguar. 7 eliminations so far. Intense Game. Regardless if they go out now, they're going to be feeling good because they've got 9 to their name. Overknights haven't been able to put anything on the board. And now they're trying to push their way through Nate. He's mounting up a pretty strong defense tier by himself.
The Chosen eliminated now. INCO still pressing in. Overknights stuck in a very tough position now.
Is the bank open? It isn't. And I bet they're trying to sneak in a grenade off that railing there. Let's see. Next zone about to pop, so another little calm before the storm coming up here. As everybody's just getting ready for that next circle. Where is it going to go? Dead center? Or possibly we'll see a hard shift. I'll tell you what. Oh, Jaguar. Real happy
so
that this went south for them.
They might only have 3, but that circle pretty much almost adds a 4th man, maybe even 5th man, as all the teams on the north forced to get ever so closer to each other, and that is just more opportunity for Jaguars to third party from distance, or at least just wait it out and have the other teams soften each other up.
Let's see what the plan is here as Overknights looking to make their way in. Nate did go down as one of the members from INCO got that perfect angle, catches him off guard. Oh, Glory Gaming, definitely a huge threat here. They're dead center. Everybody's up for them. The real tough part about this, though, is picking up these eliminations, right? They're going to have to be able to find a way to get a little bit more. Diego, wow, picking up another point. That's double-digit eliminations for Intense Game.
What a spot to be in, to find that player. INCO definitely not expecting a player still stuck out there. So INCO will lose 1, down to 2, I believe, for INCO. And if Intense can regroup as 2, that could be actually huge. 2 people in a close-range urban combat environment is a huge difference. All you need to do is get the trade in the midst of all the chaos during close range, and you could get a revive potential too.
Ooh, Rojas got naded. Yeah, he didn't like that. So he's going to be a little bit more careful. Diego is done for. Yup, he had no choice. Just that position he was in was really tough. Adrian is still up for Intense, as one of the members from All Glory Gaming gets knocked, but where everybody else is, they're not in a position to push him at all.
And Hyper's still in this lobby too with 1 on that western side. And I think we have another solo out of FLAMENGO. 3 solos.
Becker.
2 duos. And it's so hard to even push with these openings, right, Jukes? Because you just have players everywhere looking out their windows. The second you cross into the open, it's a hail of bullets that might come in.
Yeah, nobody wants to leave that building. They just want to stay in there for as long as possible. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see this go all the way to the final circle. Zone 8 now pops. Teams like INCO are going to have to make their way a little bit further south. Jaguar still in this zone. And Hyper GK first. He's been big chilling, so he might be able to get some nice placement points for his team.
Any points is good points, especially for N Hyper. All Glory Gaming. I'm looking at this team to take the win at the very least. I'm hoping they get more elimination points before they get that chicken. Jaguar with 3 could be the ones to steal it from underneath them. Shots going back and forth as the circle is starting to close some more.
Jaguar taking the roofs, trying to get those sight lines. Adrian from Intense had to leave his building. Does get pieced up in the process. It's going to be a tough one trying to get into this circle. All Glory Gaming dead center, not having to move a muscle. All eyes are on them, but with that much cover, even if one of them gets knocked, they should be able to get the res up pretty quickly. Trying to cross and get to that place and push them is going to be really difficult.
And Ebete, 5 nades. Could make something happen here. Oh, INCO, Becker goes down. And that is intense game. Finish out of the lobby. 6 teams left.
Yeah, forced out into the open. Nothing he could really do in that position. Let's see what Overnight can do as they're trying to push inward. Hopping on out of the building now. FLAMENGO. Toiko looking to possibly catch a nade. Oh, and this is what we're talking about. If you're forced out, you can get just shot from so many different directions.
Yep.
And down goes Overnight.
Overnight tried their best with just 2. Now, All Glory Gaming looking in a prime position here. This is the last zone, though. It's going to cut down straight into the middle, and All Glory Gaming have a little distance to cover, and Jaguar on the building tops could have an angle to catch some players of All Glory Gaming off, but the smokes, they have so many smokes. This is going to be huge, and FLAMENGO's still alive, and he's using the smokes of All Glory Gaming against them.
No way they're leaving. Are they actually going to run towards that broken wall? That is so dangerous. Toiko, and you can see him throwing out those nades because he doesn't want to make a sound, but those, yep, those little shimmies was enough audio for David to catch him off guard. Let's see what Simple C can do. Dude, All Glory Gaming is on the hunt. Jaguar now forced to be on the defensive.
Surely Jaguar can get at least 1 out of All Glory Gaming. They're just all running over. So much smokes, though, to obscure sightlines. And this nade could be the opening that Jaguar needs, and they do get it.
And the confirm. Does he have another one in his book? He doesn't. The pre-fire is good. Seba with the DBS gets 1. Not able to get the other. All Glory Gaming. Wow. Shutting down Jaguar just like that. INCO still up in this one. They could steal this game away if they're not careful. Don't forget, GK First is still up.
Yeah. And Hyper staying so quiet. Now he decides to strike, steals 1 away. A 2v2v1 situation now. It could go either way for these 3.
Uh-oh, there goes 1 down from All Glory Gaming. This zone is going to go all the way to the middle, guys. It is not going to stop at all. Becker, now All Glory Gaming is in a terrible position.
They're done for.
They're done for, yep. Here we go. GK First on the roof.
Can he hop over the other roof? That would be huge if he makes that play right now.
Oh, he's got the shots. Down goes All Glory Gaming. Now it's just him versus INCO. Oh, no. He doesn't have the right footing. He jumps down. Oh, and Hyper goes down. But INCO Gaming get the dub. And that is Cameron Davis's pick. I mean, how many chicken dinners is this squad going to get here, Zoo?
That was a very challenging win for INCO Gaming. Keep in mind, they came in from that western side, not even in Yas, and had to fight their way in from the north down into that whole mess. And they didn't even have a full squad by the time they made it to the city, and they still get that win. INCO Gaming just not stoppable.
Man, GK First, I guarantee you, is screaming right now because he was stuck in between that roof. And I've been in that position. You just float all the way down, right? He had no position left, was forced down, and INCO
That was so good from
Can
GK
this
First.
team be stopped? Let's go ahead and ask the desk.
Well, I have a simple answer for you, gentlemen. Not when Cameron Davis picks them. They cannot be stopped. He gets himself another victory. INCO get themselves another victory. And again, push themselves even further into first place here. You got to be happy about it, but I'm sure as hell they're even more happy about it.
Listen, my boy is performing well, but I'll be honest, though, that was a Hail Mary for you to pick them because with that much of a city, even when we picked around phase 5 in the zone, you just do not know what is going to happen. Everyone is able to get so close with each other, all the crossfires, all the third parties, and to be completely honest, INCO only won that because of GK First's play on the roof. So they definitely need to give him a little bit of cut of that chicken to GK first for that performance to be able to allow them to get the win, but still, the fact that they were able to keep themselves healthy enough to get into the late game, even with only 2 up, just slowly, piece by piece, bit by bit, moving into Yasnaya under the cover of all the hard cover that they were able to find. That was not an easy job at all.
Yeah, it shows that they're just unstoppable right now. I mean, nobody can stop them. You were like, I might get 1 point here. Because you predicted. I was like, no, they're definitely going to survive. But all Glory Gaming being able to come out on top with in regards to total
N
points. They're 16.
Hyper
Going
managed
back
to
N
get 10
Hyper, I am
points.
impressed of seeing this out of N Hyper.
2 more extra
because
kills, good
back-to-back
placement.
games,
That's
especially
like,
after that
wow.
Vikendi you've been talking
Considering
about,
we
Cam,
were like down to
they're
1
being able to get
player
points,
from,
and this is actually going to put
I don't know,
push them up on that overall leaderboard.
from
I think
beginning
they
of the
probably
match,
will be our
basically.
number 1 NA team, actually.
Yeah, they are.
This intense game, though. They're keeping that gap not too wide between them and INCO, right? 11 points themselves, only fall 4 further behind INCO as they are battling for that first place position. Influence CHEMIN, though, 8 eliminations, 0 placement points. That's a team you and I had 7. Able to put some, again, good elims on the board, like we've seen Alpha 7 do, but not able to get the placements under their belts. And as we move on
It
to
would have been
page,
if we got chicken
speaking
dinner,
of Alpha
but
7,
it's, come on, like
0
top
points.
2, that's like amazing.
Alpha 7 starting to get up there with what you were saying earlier, that Influence CHEMIN was for you, the pretty much underperforming. That's currently where Alpha 7
Alright guys,
is
don't
sitting.
forget to like the stream, and we're gonna do the last giveaway for 600 UC. Guess a number between 1 and 50. Good luck, guys.
Which again, if you don't win a chicken dinner in the first 3 rounds, you're gonna be a gap below the top spot just because of the percentage of points that comes from that 10 point for winning the whole thing, right? But then they've just been sliding further and further behind, and I honestly don't know why. Like, they're losing form the further in the day we get.
Dawn wins
during like the league stage
600 UC.
in PMPL Brazil, they also didn't do too well the first couple of days.
Can I get your
and then they
ID,
came back with
Dawn?
a vengeance.
Not even their league stage. This is actually something that kind of Alpha 7 used to be known for, that they would start very slow and everybody would start counting them out, and then all of a sudden, the final couple days, they would come in heavy, and they would just start passing everybody. They would start getting those chicken dinners back to back, and they would start actually playing like how Alpha 7 plays. I'm hoping that's going to be the case.
But this one I cannot hold, by the way, because the 600 UC is a UC code.
Right? Alpha 7 is
I have to use it to give it to you.
strong for this to be their consistent performance.
So
right?
this one
is
I
not their
cannot
norm at
hold.
all.
I cannot
The only
hold
problem
for you.
is, when you're in a lobby that is as stacked as the Americas
I
Finals
have to give it.
you know, there's an argument that is more stacked than the Brazil. There's an argument that is more stacked than the Brazil League Finals, right? You don't want to give anyone that level of a lead. Over on you.
Actually, I almost want to take that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say that's fair, but I'm thinking about it. Top 16 Brazilian teams, top 16 NA teams. I almost want to say like the 16th place Brazilian team is going to be better than probably anyone outside like the top 5. If that's
well, we don't have yes, but we don't have anyone.
You know what I mean?
Like, I think the
the lobbies actually can be easier for them in some essence because they are playing against teams that they technically should be better than in a region-to-region basis.
Yeah.
You know, I know, I can tell you get what I mean.
The thing is, it's really hard to tell though, right? Because that, in the same way, could be balanced out by the fact that they don't know the tendencies of this lobby as much as they know the tendencies of their home lobby.
But are you going to go into an event like this without properly researching the teams coming in?
Research only takes you so far. There's nothing goes up against actually playing it, especially
That's
because
very
there's the whole
true.
butterfly
Sometimes
effect
research
of 16
alone is not
teams
enough.
being in
Sometimes you
one
have to actually
lobby.
play
One team does
with
one
that
thing different, and it
particular
totally
team
affects the entire
in that
lobby
particular
as it
match
is.
to
You
see
don't
how
learn
they
this through
actually
scrims are strictly just
react and
for
act.
mechanical
Actually,
form. You really can't learn strategy through scrims. My experience working in battle royales tells me that never once as a team that's
okay,
been dominating,
no worries.
like,
If
comes
it's
out,
for your main,
dominates
I
scrims,
will
they're definitely
find
the
your
best team,
ID
100%.
if it's not
That,
the
like,
right one.
rarely ever happens. You have to wait for the live games to really show it, and you need to get those reps in before you understand the tendencies in the way. So like, it's I don't know. I think honestly, it's probably 50-50.
You know what? I think for me, what Alpha 7 is going to be shocked by is by the way INCO Gaming is, the amount of points that INCO Gaming is currently being able to put out. That gap that they're currently creating too. I think that's what's going to spark them tomorrow to try to get those points, try to get those chicken dinners, because if they don't, I don't see INCO Gaming slowing down at all, especially with the way they're playing right now. I can't see anybody. Maybe FLAMENGO, they can actually come out because they have been improving as well. An intense game, they've been improving as well. But Alpha 7 needs to snap out of it tomorrow.
That's the big thing that I was saying, is that Alpha 7, I'm sure that they can get snap back into like world-beating form.
Yeah.
But INCO has the lead, and they don't look like they're gonna regress from that.
Okay, all right. You know, I agree on definitely different accounts there, on different aspects. I think one thing, though, that all of us will agree on is that the MVP of the day has to be from INCO.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Almost guaranteed has to
Can't
be.
not be.
You should take a look at who it's going to be.
Oh,
gosh. Okay, all
Yep.
right. 15 limbs. I was expecting maybe a little bit higher of an limb count, to be fair, but you know what? The survival time, 24.
All right.
49.
600
like,
UC
that
codes
is insanely long into a
been
match. It
redeemed
shows-
for you,
and
Don.
It's a testament, I guess, to the consistency of INCO of make it to the late stages.
I wonder if he was the player with
But the
actual
one
most
for
ilms.
the
So
340
production, if you
UC
hear
will
me,
be
if you guys are
sent
able to
later
check for us,
on
please let
June
us
the
know who got the
3rd.
most ilms.
Yeah,
Those are actually very low ilms.
You mean most ilms on INCO or?
Yeah, on INCO.
I mean, it would have to be, yeah.
On INCO or?
I'm talking about overall.
Overall?
But yeah, it would have to be INCO.
Would it?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. It
Yeah,
could be.
he said
I mean, it'd be an
uh,
intense game.
everyone is sleeping on
Did Diego
INCO.
get,
They don't
like,
think
yeah,
INCO
Diego
is
get,
strong
like,
enough,
7
and they
or
all
8,
thought that
yeah.
A7 will
That would
do
be
better
interesting to see. I
today.
don't know if
I mean,
it's back.
MVP
But actually,
obviously
INCO
doesn't
is
go
coming
by
up on top
most
here.
ilms.
Yeah.
It's a whole calculation,
It's a
right?
whole
Damage, limbs, and average survival time. And average survival time, I think, was definitely one of the big factors there, as you saw. I mean, 3,000 damage, that's a lot of damage. But 24, almost 25 minutes, that's... Actually, I'm not going to be toxic. There's something I really want to be toxic there, but I'm not going to say it.
Is that the amount of time that YKG has been sitting in the lobby each round?
Oh, I was going to say, that's the total survival time YKG has across
For all 6 rounds? Okay.
let's take a look at our winners across the day. If you missed out on any of them, why'd you guys make me say that? I'm going to get fired.
I think mine was
Wow,
worse.
INCO Gaming won 3 times today.
The dominance from INCO, by the way.
Yes,
Both
let's change the
Erangel
topic.
matches.
That's true. It's both Erangels.
By the way,
That's actually insane.
going back to what you were saying too, look how little damage they received in that Erangel. That's ridiculous. Only 341 damage.
Okay, the first Erangel, to be fair, they actually got a lot of circle favors in their direction. They're just sitting in hard cover a lot of the time. So like that one was a similar moment to Intense Games win on Miramar.
Actually, before we come off
Didn't even
this,
know
by the
Miramar.
way, look at every one of INCO's matches. They are the longest matches of the day. 27.5, 27.46, 29.12. Every match they won was a very long, drawn-out game that came down to basically the zone just closing. The final zone. I wonder if that's actually something that we should keep
I'm gonna look
an
into
eye
that.
on. Yeah, because I mean,
Also-
you saw they had the 3 longest ones.
With the amount of damage that they won that last game too, it was barely like 1.1k.
Wait, didn't Miramar, wasn't that the longest game?
I don't know. I was talking
No, it was the
about
last
damage.
one. We just did 29.
The first Miramar.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Did I
Bring
read
it
it
back.
wrong?
Hold
I mean,
on.
I don't have my glasses. My dog.
You did.
That screen is really far away from me, to be fair.
I just remember it was the big blue on the I guess survival time.
I'm intrigued.
Can we see that graphic again?
Yeah, pull that one up again.
Because now I'm
Maybe come
questioning
back.
myself to see if we were right or wrong.
I'm gaslighting Jason over here. It's great.
You're making me like doubt myself. Okay, 29-26. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a very long
3
area.
out of like the 6 matches.
So Sanhok you can't ever count because it's Sanhok. It's a smaller map. It's an entire phase less.
It's my favorite.
And Vikendi is also a smaller map as well. With not a lot of cover. So I think I see what you're saying, that they do have a trend, but I think it's more just the fact that they've
So
won
overall
so many-
standings, we're going to head over to that
so
here
many
and
different
see
maps.
who's currently in the lead. I'm going to guess it's INCO here with their longest matches played so far in the event. No, INCO's definitely
Yeah, better be INCO.
Wow, 84 points.
That is, quick math, 17-point gap.
Nice.
Between them and Intense Game. That's pretty good after 6 games. That's close to 3 points a game over second.
All right,
place.
6th
Cam, this is
place
perfect with
from
what we
day
were talking about.
1
Look
with
at
really
Alpha
bad
77
ping,
place,
40
50
points, not
behind.
bad.
Like, that's
Alpha
exactly what
7
we're talking about.
did they get 1 point in 3 rounds? That can't be true. But they've
been stuck there for a minute. I mean,
like,
even N Hyper passed him after the past 2 matches too, and N Hyper started performing really well on that Vikendi.
I have to look back on the rankings after like round 3.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they've tanked.
Influence CHEMIN as well, 16 points. If we're talking about teams tanking, let's be fair. It's just not Alpha 7. Influence CHEMIN, 16 points. This team has won back-to-back seasons here of American.
I meant tanking like halfway through the day, but no, Influence CHEMIN, they started off terribly. The fact that they got 8 points.
They've been consistent.
Well, no, they were consistent, but like they got 8 points in the last round. They doubled their scoreline in their leaderboard points in 1 round. So like on one hand, that's good that they could recover. On the other hand, The fact that they were in such a hole, that one round would double it, and it wasn't even a win, just shows how bad of a start they're putting themselves in.
Good job, you saved your day by 1 game.
Well, yeah. Well,
I mean,
you know
if
what,
you saw where they were, barely saved it. They're just they're in the mix at the bottom of the mix of the middle pack.
YKG as well. They're not last anymore.
7, we are the YKG of the prediction game right now. Let's take a look at the predictions and see how terribly we. Oh my! I was kidding.
Okay, so
boy, if you combine both of our points, we have only tied Zoot.
So I just. Because I don't think we've explained the prediction game this round.
True.
Every round, when it hits phase 5, we predict who is gonna, I guess who's gonna win. We get 3 points if they win the whole thing. We get 1 point if they're top 3. So, like, that's why I have more than, obviously, 6. Because I've hit 3 winners. Thank you, INCO. Thank you very much. But yeah, that's, so there, you know, the fact that you can win 3 off of a single round means that, you know, in the same way that Influence Chemex was
I think you're
double theirs.
CHEMIN and I'm Alpha 7 right now. Tomorrow we'll come back.
Yeah, I'm saying,
Sure.
so, you know, if you can get 3, you can start to rack up those points really quickly if you can predict the winner. But yeah, it's a big lead that I have.
We also
11 correct
for
predictions.
you guys at home that 7 and I specifically
Not 11 correct
actually
predictions,
lose
11
2 every
points.
match, so the
Meaning
fact that
he
we're
predicted the
positive
most
means we can go-
correct.
No, that's not even. You guys, somebody to let us know your predictions. Well, you can check out all of our social media channels here below us on the screen. There's a Discord server.
Yeah.
I need to join into that, but I'm a little bit scared that people are going to hit me up for UC.
Yeah,
it probably will.
Turn on notifications.
It's going to be 7 every time. Like, hey, can you get me some UC? Hey, can I have some UC?
Send me the code, please.
If anyone messages me, I just forward them to you.
I'm gonna start doing that.
Like, man, I'd love to help you out, but my hands are tied. Go message Jason. He's the one that's in charge of all
And
that.
I'll be like, oh, I really wish I could help you too, but 7 can do it.
Yep.
And then you send it to me, and it's the exact same situation.
Then I'll send it to Sute, and Sute's gonna send it to Hot Jukes.
And then Hot Jukes is
Wants
like,
to catch up the
okay, fine, I gotta
ranking,
babysit a
and
kid, have to look
the
out for it. I
bragging
gotta
rights.
give My daughter some UC. There we go. We solved the UC problem. Also, a big shout out here before we end off the show to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Always lovely to have them, and I cannot wait to. Well, I guess
tied right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can't
It's
say
not good.
anything. We are tied.
If you guys want any sort of relief, is usually how it goes on any sort of prediction, fantasy, whatever it is. I start off strong and I just immediately tank. So I'm sure I'll be last place by the end of this event.
He's making an excuse because he might do bad tomorrow.
I'm just telling you the trends.
Well, 7, we can't get any worse than we've been today. I feel like we definitely need to step it up here and start looking at his picks and choosing it for ourselves. But thank you again, guys, for tuning in. This has only been 1 day of 4, though, as we still have 3 left to come here to decide who's going to be the Kings of Americas. More importantly, who goes to PMWI and who takes home $25,000, if I can even get my words out, because that's a whole lot of money. It's more than I've ever seen. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time, though, for some more PUBG Mobile action.
He's lying.
Alright guys, thank you all for hanging out with me. I will be back again tomorrow, same time, for day 2 of PMPL Americas Championship. I'm looking forward to see how N Hyper does for day 2. And I'm going to go get ready for work. Going back to sleep. Good night. Yeah, at least NHP's first page. That's a big bonus point. Alright. Ciao.